It was a quiet Thursday evening in late October when Karen and Mark Thompson settled into their small suburban home on the outskirts of Dayton, Ohio. The sun had long disappeared behind the row of maple trees lining their street, and a light mist began creeping across the lawns. The Thompsons' house was modest, 2 stories with a brick facade and a neatly kept lawn, the kind of home that radiated comfort but not extravagance. They had moved in just over a year ago, attracted to the peaceful neighborhood and the low property taxes. The first year had been smooth, almost idyllic, but tonight, the feeling of safety that had settled over them was about to unravel. Karen was in the kitchen, humming softly as she prepared dinner. The smell of roasting chicken filled the small space, mingling with the faint aroma of garlic bread that Mark had already started warming in the oven. The couple's son, Jason, aged 7, was upstairs in his room, headphones on, deeply immersed in a video game. It was a normal night, nothing out of the ordinary, until a subtle sound interrupted Karen's hum, a faint, almost imperceptible scraping coming from the front door. She paused, knife in hand, listening. The scraping came again, slow and deliberate, like a shoe being dragged across concrete. "Mark?" Karen called, her voice a little more cautious than usual. Mark, who was leaning against the counter stirring the pasta, turned toward her. "Huh? What is it?" he asked. "I thought I heard something at the door." Mark frowned and moved toward the front entrance. "It's probably just the wind. That old storm door rattles sometimes." Karen nodded, but her unease didn't vanish. She wiped her hands on a towel and returned to the counter, though she kept glancing at the front door, every creak of the house making her start. Jason's laughter from upstairs sounded far away, muffled through the floorboards. Minutes passed. The house returned to its usual quiet rhythm, the oven ticking and the refrigerator humming. Then the sound came again, louder this time, scraping followed by a soft, almost whispered voice. Karen froze, straining to hear. "Hello," the voice whispered, indistinct but unmistakably human. Her heart jumped. "Mark," she whispered sharply. "There's someone at the door." Mark's expression hardened. He moved to the door and peered through the peephole. The porch light illuminated the area, but no one was there. He pressed his ear to the door. Silence. "Probably some kid messing around," he said, trying to reassure her, though his voice lacked conviction. "I'll check around the house." He grabbed a flashlight from the hall closet and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Karen returned to the kitchen, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to resume cooking. Every shadow cast by the kitchen light seemed sinister, stretching across the room like fingers. Minutes crawled by. The sound of the wind outside was replaced by a strange creaking from the living room. Karen froze again. The faint tap-tap of footsteps across the floor. Someone was inside. "Mark?" she whispered, her voice quivering. No answer. The rational part of her mind screamed that it had to be Mark, maybe checking the back of the house, but the fear gnawing at her gut suggested otherwise. She grabbed the phone from the counter and dialed 911. "This is an emergency," she whispered into the receiver. "I think there's someone in my house." The dispatcher's voice was calm, methodical. "Ma'am, can you tell me your address?" Karen whispered it, glancing toward the living room where the shadows seemed to writhe. The footsteps had stopped, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. "Stay on the line, ma'am. Officers are on the way. Stay quiet. Stay safe." Karen hung up the phone, moving as silently as she could toward the kitchen pantry, where she knew she could lock herself in temporarily. She crouched inside, trying to control her breathing, listening to every creak and shift in the house. The front door handle rattled. Karen's stomach dropped. She could hear muffled voices, low and urgent. They weren't shouting, not yet, but the intent behind them was clear. Someone had entered. Jason's muffled shout came from upstairs. "Mom, there's someone here." Karen's heart leapt into her throat. "Jason, go to your closet. Lock it," she whispered sharply. "I'm scared," he cried, panic threading through his voice. "It's okay, baby. Just hide. Mom's coming." Karen moved toward the staircase, keeping her back to the wall, peering into the dim hallway. A shadow moved past the living room doorway, slow, deliberate. Whoever it was, they were methodical, searching. The sound of the front door opening and closing downstairs made her flinch. Footsteps approached the staircase. Karen's hands shook violently. She couldn't call out for Mark. She had no idea where he was. Her only thought was to reach Jason and try to barricade them both in his room until help arrived. The first intruder reached the bottom of the stairs. Karen could hear the faint click of a knife, or perhaps a crowbar being handled. She pressed herself flat against the wall, heart hammering. "Up here," a male voice called softly, almost casually. "I know someone's upstairs." Karen's blood ran cold. They knew. Jason was whimpering. Karen grabbed his hand and pulled him into the bathroom, locking the door. They huddled in the bathtub, the small space offering some illusion of safety. The intruders began systematically moving through the house, doors opening, drawers being rifled through. The sound of their breathing, steady and calm, sent Karen into a near panic. She held Jason tight, whispering reassurances she didn't believe herself. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen. The intruders were moving closer. Karen held her breath, wishing for silence, wishing desperately that the police would arrive. Then she heard it. A deep, threatening laugh, low and cruel. "They're upstairs," one of the intruders muttered. "Don't go too fast. We'll scare them." Karen's mind raced. The thought of fighting was terrifying. There were too many unknowns, too many weapons they could have. But she couldn't let them reach Jason. She whispered a plan to Jason, who nodded, trembling. They would wait for the intruders to pass, then try to reach the back staircase that led to the attic. The attic was small, but it had a window that could serve as an escape if needed. The footsteps drew closer. Karen gripped Jason's hand and counted to 3, then pushed the bathroom door open slowly. The intruders weren't at the top of the stairs yet. She guided Jason quietly down the hallway toward the narrow stairwell to the attic. Halfway there, a floorboard creaked beneath her foot. One of the intruders stopped and turned toward the sound. Karen froze. "Did you hear that?" the intruder said. Mark's voice suddenly rang out from the back door. "Hey, get out of my house!" The intruders froze. Karen felt a spark of hope. Mark was back and shouting. They hesitated, calculating. That brief pause gave Karen and Jason enough time to slip up the attic stairs. Mark was confronting the intruders in the living room now. He wasn't armed, but he was shouting, swinging a chair, buying time. The intruders exchanged a glance and then bolted, retreating through the front door. Karen and Jason waited in the attic, breathing heavily, until they heard the distant sound of police sirens approaching. The intruders were gone, but the terror lingered. The officers arrived minutes later, quickly sweeping the house, taking statements, and reassuring the family. The burglars had been reported in the area before, known for targeting suburban homes at night. Thankfully, no one was physically harmed, but the psychological scars were immediate and deep. Karen and Mark held Jason tightly that night, unable to sleep, unable to shake the feeling that the house was no longer a safe haven. They installed a security system, reinforced doors and windows, but the fear of a repeat event never fully dissipated. Every creak in the floor, every shadow in the hallway brought them back to that night. Weeks later, the police caught the intruders in another attempted break-in. They were convicted and sentenced, but Karen and Mark had already changed. They had moved the family closer to the city, seeking the illusion of safety that their suburban street could no longer provide. Even then, Karen would sometimes wake in the middle of the night, convinced she heard a faint scraping at the door, a whispered voice, a shadow moving across the living room. Jason, now older, would sometimes startle awake from nightmares, mumbling about someone being in the house. The house still stood empty, the walls silent witnesses to the terror that had once unfolded within. Neighbors spoke in hushed tones about the Thompsons' sudden move, some speculating about reasons, others assuming it was just a typical relocation. But those who knew the truth understood that fear had a way of lingering, that the experience of a home invasion left invisible scars far more lasting than physical wounds. The Thompson family had survived, but the sense of safety, the comforting illusion of normalcy, had been shattered forever. Every lock, every bolt, every motion sensor they installed was a fragile attempt to regain control, a reminder that the world could intrude violently into the most private of spaces, and that safety was never guaranteed. Months turned into years, and the memory of that night remained vivid. Karen sometimes found herself checking the locks multiple times before bed, Mark double-checking the windows, and Jason, now a teenager, jumping at every unexpected sound. The home that had once been a sanctuary was forever tainted, a reminder of the fragility of security. And even in the quietest moments, when the house was silent and the family sat together in the living room, there was a shared understanding, a lingering, unspoken terror that someone, somewhere, could come again. Story the end. It was around 11:30 p.m. on a Friday when Emily finally locked the front door of her suburban home, the click of the deadbolt echoing a little too loudly in the empty hallway. She had spent the evening binge-watching a new crime drama on her laptop, the glow of the screen flickering across the living room as rain pelted the windows. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that seems normal until you realize how profoundly still it actually is. Her husband, Jason, was away on a business trip, and their son, Max, was at a friend's house for a sleepover. For the first time in months, Emily felt completely alone in the large, 3-story home. Emily poured herself a glass of wine and settled into the couch, pulling a blanket around her. The storm outside grew heavier, and the wind rattled the windows as she tried to focus on the show. Around midnight, a loud bang from the kitchen made her freeze. She slowly set the glass down. This was listening intently. The sound had come from the kitchen. Something heavy had hit the counter, or maybe the cupboard door. She told herself it was just the wind, maybe a loose window shutter. But her stomach twisted into knots anyway. She crept to the kitchen, her bare feet cold against the hardwood floors. The cabinets were closed. Nothing seemed out of place. She sighed in relief and returned to the living room, forcing herself to laugh nervously at her own paranoia. But when she glanced toward the front door, she noticed the small light under it flickering. Someone was out there. Her mind raced. Could it be a branch knocking against the door? Could it be nothing? Then she heard it, a soft, scratching sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. She froze, straining to hear. It came again, slower this time, deliberate. Emily's pulse pounded in her ears. She backed away from the door and dialed 911, whispering into the phone, her voice trembling. "Hello? There's someone outside my house." The operator's calm voice guided her through what to do, instructing her to stay quiet and stay on the line. The scratching continued, moving from the front door to the side of the house. Emily crouched behind the couch, clutching her phone like a lifeline. Then she heard the front door handle jiggle, softly at first, then with more force. Someone was trying to get in. Her breath caught in her throat. She had always imagined this kind of scenario in movies, never in real life, and now it was happening to her. She could hear the intruder muttering something under his breath, low, indistinct, almost mocking. Emily remembered the kitchen knife on the counter. She grabbed it, feeling the cold metal against her palm, and edged toward the kitchen. The 911 operator told her that police were on the way, that they were about 10 minutes out. 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the back door, which she thought she had locked, creaked. Emily's stomach dropped. She ran to the back door and discovered the latch had been forced. Panic set in. She ran upstairs, 2 steps at a time, clutching the knife like a shield. She pushed the door to her bedroom closed and locked it, then pulled the dresser in front of it. She could hear footsteps downstairs, heavy and methodical. They were moving through the house, and they weren't alone. Emily's mind raced. She called Jason, but it went straight to voicemail. She sent a quick text, hoping he would answer. Home invasion. Police coming. Lock yourself in a safe place. No response. She heard the stairs creak below her, each step slow as if the intruder knew she was upstairs. Her heart felt like it was going to burst. A shadow appeared under her bedroom door, stretching and contorting with the hallway light. A voice called softly, "Emily, I know you're in there. Don't make this harder than it has to be." It was a man's voice, low and menacing. She clutched the knife tighter, tears streaming down her face, whispering back, "Go away! Please, go away!" The footsteps stopped. Silence. Emily's ears were ringing from the adrenaline. Then a loud crash downstairs, a chair thrown, or maybe broken glass. She realized the intruder was searching, maybe looking for valuables, but the thought that he might find her upstairs made her tremble violently. The 911 operator reassured her that the police were only minutes away. But Emily couldn't wait. She needed to protect herself. She looked around her room, seeing the dresser, the bed, the small window. She considered escaping, but the storm outside made that impossible. Every instinct screamed to stay quiet, invisible. She pressed herself against the wall next to the door, trying to become part of it. Then she heard it again, the slow, deliberate scratching at the door. The intruder was testing the barricade. He spoke again. "You can't hide forever." Emily tried to steady her breathing to make no sound. Then the doorknob rattled violently. She could feel the force behind it, hear the wood creak. Suddenly, there was a loud siren outside. Blue and red lights flashed through her bedroom window. The intruder cursed under his breath, frantic now. Emily heard him rush toward the back, trying to escape. Moments later, a series of knocks and authoritative voices called out, "Police, open the door!" Emily waited, shaking, until a uniformed officer unlocked her door and entered. The relief was overwhelming. She collapsed into his arms, sobbing. Outside, they apprehended the man, a local criminal with a long history of home invasions. Emily sat in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, as the police searched the house, ensuring no one else was inside. The adrenaline began to fade, leaving a deep exhaustion that made her body tremble. In the following weeks, Emily couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the floors, the wind against the windows, set her nerves on edge. She installed new locks, a security system, and motion sensor lights, but nothing erased the fear that had taken root. At night, she would wake to check the doors to make sure the shadowy figure hadn't returned. The home she once felt safe in now felt like a trap, and every storm, every late-night knock made her heart pound in terror. Sleep became a stranger. Emily would sit on the couch, lights on, phone in hand, waiting for the next sound. She noticed small things she had never seen before. Scratches on the windowsill, the faint smell of something metallic in the air, a footprint in the dust near the back door. Each clue reminded her that the intrusion had been real, that someone had been inside her sanctuary and could have hurt her. One night, about a month later, she was home alone again. Jason still traveling, Max at a friend's house. She was in the kitchen, making tea, when the lights flickered. At first, she dismissed it as a power surge, but then she heard the unmistakable sound of a window sliding open downstairs. Her blood ran cold. She froze, straining to hear. Then she heard it, the slow, deliberate footstep on the living room carpet. Panic surged through her. She grabbed her phone and dialed 911, whispering frantically into the receiver. The operator's voice was calm, guiding her to the bedroom. Emily ran upstairs, heart hammering, and barricaded herself as before. She could hear the intruder moving below, searching, the scrape of shoes against the floor, the soft thud of items being knocked over. She realized with horror that the man had never been caught. The one arrested that night had been an accomplice, a lookout. The real intruder had stayed hidden, watching, learning. Emily's mind raced as she pressed herself against the bedroom wall, trying not to make a sound. She had learned too much about fear, about helplessness, about the terror of someone knowing exactly where you are and having the power to hurt you. Hours passed. The police arrived within minutes, the sirens echoing like salvation, but the fear lingered. Emily knew her life would never be the same. She slept with knives at her side, locks checked twice, lights left on. Every sound, every shadow reminded her that safety was an illusion. Her home, once a place of comfort, had been violated, and nothing could take that away. Over the next few months, Emily slowly rebuilt her sense of security, though it never returned fully. She joined a neighborhood watch, installed cameras, and took self-defense classes. But every time the storm rolled in, every time she heard an unexpected knock or the faint creak of the floors, her stomach tightened. She knew, with a deep, unshakable certainty, that the world could turn on her at any moment, that her home could be violated again, and that the feeling of helplessness she had experienced that night would return with a vengeance. Even with all precautions, Emily couldn't stop imagining what had happened in her own house while she had been alone. The intruder moving silently through the rooms, watching her, perhaps even planning the next step. She could still hear the whispers in her mind, the echo of that low, menacing voice that promised, "You can't hide forever." Years later, Emily would tell herself she had survived, that she had won. But deep down, she knew the truth. She had only been lucky. The experience had changed her, marking her in ways that were invisible but permanent. She had learned that terror could enter through the front door, that the world outside was capable of unimaginable cruelty, and that sometimes Even in the safety of your own home, there was nowhere to hide. Emily moved eventually to a smaller apartment with better security. The memories of that night stayed with her, a permanent shadow at the edge of her consciousness. She could hear the rain on the windows, feel the floorboards creak, and her heart would skip a beat. She learned to live with fear, to coexist with it, but she never forgot the terror of being hunted in her own home, never forgot the sound of the doorknob rattling, never forgot the whisper of the intruder, promising that safety was always temporary. Even now, when the wind blows hard and shadows stretch long across her walls, she remembers the nights when she was truly alone and truly vulnerable. And she knows that terror, once it has entered a home, never fully leaves. Story the end. It was a crisp Friday evening in early October when the Owens family settled into their home in suburban Ohio. The streets were quiet, the faint glow of streetlights stretching over empty sidewalks, and the smell of damp leaves lingered in the air. Jonathan Owens, a 38-year-old accountant, had just returned from work, exhausted but looking forward to a relaxing weekend. His wife, Sarah, was upstairs finishing laundry, and their daughter, Emily, a curious 12-year-old with a fascination for old mystery novels, was sprawled across the living room carpet, coloring in her sketchbook. The house itself was a modest two-story structure, tucked neatly behind rows of similar houses. Nothing about it was ostentatious. It was the kind of home people passed without a second thought. Yet, that evening, an uneasy feeling began to settle over Jonathan as he hung his coat. He shook it off as stress from a long week, focusing instead on the warm comfort of family and home. He noticed the back door had been slightly ajar, which immediately made his stomach tighten. He was sure he had locked it that morning. Hesitating only a moment, he closed it firmly and double-checked the bolt. Must have left it unlocked in the morning rush, he muttered to himself, attempting to dismiss the gnawing anxiety creeping up his spine. Dinner was simple, spaghetti and garlic bread, and the family ate quietly. Jonathan's mind, however, kept returning to that ajar door. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against the window panes felt louder, somehow unnatural. Emily, completely absorbed in her drawing, didn't notice the tension in her father's shoulders. Sarah, humming softly while washing dishes, noticed but didn't comment, assuming Jonathan would let it go if he had nothing serious to say. Night fell, and with it, an eerie silence wrapped around the neighborhood. The Owens street was deserted. Even the usual chatter of crickets was subdued. Jonathan stood at the top of the staircase, listening. Then he heard it. A faint scrape from downstairs, almost imperceptible but enough to make his heart spike. He froze, straining to catch the sound again. There it was, a soft, deliberate scraping, followed by the faintest thud. Jonathan's mind raced. He grabbed the baseball bat from the closet, a habit from his college days, now mostly a comfort, and quietly crept down the stairs. The living room looked normal, Emily's sketchbook open on the floor, pencils scattered. But the sliding glass door to the backyard, which Jonathan was certain he had locked, was slightly moved, leaving a sliver of darkness from the outside creeping into the room. He stepped closer, bat raised, eyes scanning. "Emily, stay here," he whispered. She looked up, wide-eyed but obedient. Jonathan's first thought was burglary. Someone opportunistic, perhaps scoping the neighborhood. He forced himself to calm down, rationalizing that he would scare off whoever was there. But as he approached the door, he noticed something that made his stomach churn. A muddy footprint, partially smudged, leading from the backyard to the sliding door. Someone had been here, inside their home. Jonathan's mind raced through worst-case scenarios. He considered calling the police, but the thought of someone potentially still inside made his hands shake. He backed away slowly, signaling Emily to stay put, and went to check the first floor thoroughly. The kitchen was untouched. The hallway closet was closed. The bedrooms were empty, doors locked. Nothing appeared stolen, yet the air felt thick, suffocating, as though the house itself was holding its breath. Then he heard a whisper, a faint, hissing voice from the basement. His blood ran cold. He didn't recognize the words, but the tone carried a menacing familiarity, as if someone had been studying him, learning how to frighten him. He knew he shouldn't investigate alone. "Sarah, call 911, he whispered into his phone, pressing the emergency button even as he crept toward the basement door. The line was open, connecting him to dispatch, but he barely managed to explain the situation before the call dropped. The house suddenly felt alive, as if it were breathing, moving with an intent of its own. Jonathan's gaze fell on the basement light switch. Hesitation clawed at him. The basement was always the creepiest part of the house, a narrow concrete space with old family storage boxes, the smell of mildew, and the faint echo of water dripping from the pipes. He flicked the switch, and the dim bulb revealed a shadow moving near the far wall. "Who's there?" he shouted, voice wavering. No reply, only the sound of deliberate movement, footsteps on concrete, slow and careful. Then he saw it. A figure crouched behind a stack of boxes, dressed in dark clothing, face obscured. Panic surged. The intruder lunged forward with alarming speed. Jonathan swung the bat, hitting the figure across the shoulder. The intruder hissed in pain but didn't retreat. Jonathan stumbled backward, adrenaline surging, and the figure darted past him, disappearing into the shadows upstairs. He ran to the living room where Emily was frozen in fear, gripping her sketchbook like a shield. "Daddy!" she cried. Jonathan scooped her up, moving toward the front door. That's when he saw the back door again. It was wide open now, swinging in the wind, as if inviting danger inside. He grabbed Sarah, who had finally come down the stairs after hearing the commotion, and barricaded themselves in the master bedroom. Jonathan tried the front door. It was locked, but they could hear footsteps moving through the house, deliberate and methodical, searching. The intruder knew the layout, the routines, had clearly studied them. This wasn't a random act. This was personal. The sound of glass breaking from the kitchen made all three flinch. Jonathan moved Emily to the closet, covering her with blankets. Sarah clutched a small kitchen knife, trying to hide her trembling hands. The intruder moved through the house with terrifying patience, every creak of the floorboards echoing in the silence. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, time lost meaning in the terror that gripped them. Jonathan considered escaping through the window, but the intruder had blocked all likely exits. They could hear faint whispering, indistinct words that seemed to mock them, coming closer with every passing second. Suddenly, the master bedroom door rattled violently. Jonathan braced himself, bat in hand, heart hammering. The intruder's voice, low and gravelly, came from the other side. "I know you're in there," Emily whimpered. Sarah tightened her grip on the knife, trying to hide her panic. Jonathan whispered a plan. They would wait, hope the intruder grew impatient, then strike. Minutes felt like hours. Then silence. Too long silence. Jonathan crept to the door, listening. Nothing. Maybe the intruder had left. Maybe this nightmare was over. As he opened the door slightly, a shadow moved across the hallway, and a chilling realization struck. There were footprints leading from the basement to the bedrooms. The intruder had been in their home all along, watching, waiting, learning. The sound of a window sliding open behind him made Jonathan spin around. Sarah screamed. Emily shrieked. The intruder was at the window, climbing in effortlessly. He lunged forward, and Jonathan swung the bat. The figure went down with a grunt, but Jonathan didn't wait to see if it moved again. He grabbed his family and bolted out the front door, sprinting into the cold night toward a neighbor's house. Lights flicked on as they pounded on doors. Finally, a neighbor, Mr. Hawkins, opened his door, confusion turning to alarm as he saw the state of the Owens family. Police sirens soon filled the street. Officers stormed the house, finding it in disarray, drawers pulled open, closets searched, family photographs knocked from walls. The intruder, a man in his late 30s, had fled, leaving only the chaos behind. Over the next days, it became clear this wasn't just a random act. The man had a history of stalking families, breaking in to study their routines, learning how to terrorize them before vanishing. The Owens nightmare could have ended in far worse ways. Counseling, increased security, and vigilance became their new reality. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of the room, every unfamiliar knock at the door brought back the memory of that night. Jonathan often thought about how the intruder had known exactly how to manipulate fear, how to use the house against them. Emily never wanted to be alone again. Sarah spent sleepless nights staring at locked doors and closed windows, her knife never far from reach. The Owens home, once a sanctuary, had become a reminder that danger could lurk in the most familiar places, that safety was fragile, and that the shadows in a quiet suburban street could hide horrors waiting for the right moment to strike. Even years later, every October, Jonathan would pause at the sound of a door creaking or a branch scratching against the siding. The memories were vivid, unshakable. Home invasions weren't just stories, they were real, terrifying, and personal. That night in October had changed everything. The Owens family learned, painfully, that the walls of their home could not always protect them, that some threats came not from strangers in the street, but from shadows moving silently behind locked doors, waiting for fear to take hold. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Emily would whisper from her room, "Daddy, what if he comes back?" Jonathan would hold her close, his own heart pounding, knowing the truth. It was always possible. Story the end. It was late on a Thursday night when the first subtle signs appeared. Rachel had been working late at the hospital, her shift stretching past midnight, and she had only the dim glow of her porch light to welcome her home. The street was silent except for the occasional hum of a passing car, and the wind had picked up, rattling the leaves against her windows. She fumbled with her keys, feeling an odd sense of unease, though she couldn't pinpoint why. Her house had always been her sanctuary, a place where she could relax after long, grueling hours. Yet tonight, it felt different. She entered, the door clicking shut behind her, and immediately noticed something odd. Her living room chair was slightly shifted as if someone had brushed against it. She paused, thinking maybe it had been the wind or that she had moved it earlier in the day and forgotten. Brushing it off, she set her bag down and headed toward the kitchen to grab a glass of water. As she poured, she heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. Her stomach tightened. "Must be the floorboards," she muttered to herself, trying to ignore the rising dread. But as she walked to her bedroom, she noticed something else. Her bedroom door, which she was certain she had locked that morning, was slightly ajar. Her hand trembled as she pushed it open. Everything appeared normal, yet the feeling of being watched pressed down on her chest. She quickly checked the windows, all locked. Nothing seemed missing or out of place, and she finally convinced herself she was imagining things. She went to bed but struggled to fall asleep, the creaks and groans of her house amplified in the silence. Around 2 a.m., a soft tapping began at her back door. Tap, tap, tap. Her heart raced. Rachel sat up, straining to hear over the pounding of her pulse. The tapping stopped. She stayed frozen, listening, every nerve on edge. After what felt like an eternity, she gathered the courage to look through the blinds. The yard was empty, bathed in the pale moonlight. No one, just shadows. She shook her head, trying to calm herself, and went back to bed, though sleep was impossible. The next morning, Rachel noticed small, unsettling details she hadn't before. Her window locks were in slightly different positions, and the kitchen door seemed to have faint smudges, like fingerprints pressed against it. She told herself she was overreacting, but a creeping anxiety followed her throughout the day. When she returned home that night, the unease was worse. Something had changed. Her sense of safety, the feeling that the walls themselves were watching her. She flipped on all the lights as she entered, and everything appeared normal. But as she hung her coat in the hall closet, she noticed the faint sound of breathing from the other side of the door. Her stomach knotted. She backed away, heart thundering, and slowly turned the knob. The closet was empty. Nothing. Her mind screamed for logic. Air vents, maybe? Drafts? But her instinct screamed danger. Something wasn't right. Over the next few days, Rachel's anxiety intensified. Small things would happen. Footsteps upstairs, when she lived alone, doors slightly ajar, the faint smell of cigarette smoke even though she didn't smoke. Her friends suggested she was stressed, overworked, maybe even paranoid. But deep down, she knew something was wrong. She started carrying her phone with her everywhere, even sleeping with it in hand, but that too felt insufficient. One evening, while cooking, she thought she heard whispering from the living room. She froze, knife in hand, straining to hear. The whispering stopped the moment she stepped into the room. Her pulse raced, and for the first time, she considered the unthinkable. Someone had been inside her house while she was at work. The thought made her skin crawl. She called the police and explained the situation. They came quickly, searched the house, found nothing. "You're safe," the officer said, but Rachel didn't feel safe. She felt violated in a way that went beyond physical evidence. That night, She installed a few cameras in the house, mainly in the living room, kitchen, and hallway. The next morning, she nervously checked the footage. For hours, nothing seemed unusual. Then at 3:17 a.m., one of the cameras caught it, a shadow moving across the hallway. Not a trick of the light. This was deliberate movement, slow, calculated. The figure lingered for a moment, then disappeared as if it had melted into the darkness. Rachel's hands shook as she watched, a lump of fear forming in her throat. The police returned after seeing the footage. This time, they took it seriously, dusted for prints, and even suggested she stay elsewhere temporarily. Rachel reluctantly agreed, moving to a friend's apartment a few miles away. She tried to sleep there, but her dreams were haunted by the figure from the video. She would wake in a cold sweat, the sense of being followed impossible to shake. Even at her friend's, she could feel the intrusion, an invisible, watching presence she couldn't escape. 2 weeks later, Rachel returned home, hoping that the sense of violation would have passed. Her friend drove her, and as they pulled into the driveway, Rachel felt that same gnawing tension. She tried to convince herself it was just habit, the imagination playing tricks after weeks of stress. She unlocked the door, stepped inside, and immediately sensed something was wrong. Her kitchen chair was not just slightly moved, it was tipped over. On the counter, a note in messy, hurried handwriting read, "I know you're alone tonight." Her blood ran cold. She called the police, but they took longer to respond this time. While waiting, she kept herself in the living room, near the front door. Every shadow seemed alive, every creak amplified in the silence. Then she heard it, the unmistakable sound of someone at the back door, moving carefully, deliberately. Her heart raced. She dialed 911 with trembling hands, whispering to the operator about the intruder. The operator tried to calm her, promising help was on the way. She peeked through the blinds. Nothing, just the faint glow of the backyard light. But the note, the chair, the tip of her senses screamed danger. Minutes felt like hours. She finally heard a door creak upstairs. Not her bedroom, upstairs. She didn't have anyone living there. Rachel grabbed the heaviest object she could find, a cast-iron skillet, and crept toward the stairs. Her every step was careful, controlled, as if any noise could alert the intruder. At the top of the stairs, she froze. A shadow moved just beyond the hallway, shifting between the bedrooms. The intruder had entered, she realized, just as she had feared. Before she could react further, a voice, low, calm, almost intimate, whispered her name from the darkness. Rachel. She froze, heart pounding. The voice was so close it felt like it was inside her skull. She swung the skillet blindly, but it hit only air. The shadow disappeared down the hallway. Rachel bolted back downstairs, retreating to the living room, locking the door behind her. She called 911 again, screaming now, begging them to hurry. When the police arrived, the intruder was gone. They found no signs of forced entry. They suspected Rachel had seen an exceptionally skilled burglar, someone who knew how to slip in and out without a trace. Rachel knew better. This wasn't just a burglary. This was personal. Someone had studied her, followed her, invaded her space in a way that defied explanation. In the following weeks, Rachel moved again, further away this time. She installed an elaborate security system, multiple cameras, and changed all her locks. She informed her neighbors the police checked on her periodically. Yet every night, she felt the same gnawing unease, the sense of being watched, followed, hunted. She would wake to small disturbances, a picture slightly tilted, a chair moved, faint sounds in the middle of the night, and each time her mind screamed the same thought. They are still out there, watching, waiting. One rainy evening, almost a year after the first intrusion, Rachel returned from work, exhausted. She flicked on the porch light, but it failed. She didn't think much of it, muttering about needing new bulbs. As she stepped inside, she froze. The door, which she had double-checked and triple-locked before leaving, was slightly open. Her stomach sank. This had been a nightmare before, but now it was real again. Inside, the house smelled different. Not just the faint odor of smoke, but something metallic, something wrong. Her camera feed, accessible remotely, showed nothing, yet when she entered, she could feel it. The air was thick, heavy. A chair was overturned in the living room. A window she was certain had been closed now stood cracked open, and on the kitchen counter, a new note, written with the same messy urgency. "You can't hide." Panic surged. Rachel grabbed her phone, but the battery was dead. Every logical thought was drowned by primal fear. She backed toward the door, hoping to escape, only to hear a slow, deliberate creak from the hallway. Her heart threatened to burst. She backed further, realizing the intruder was in the house again, unseen, slipping through shadows like a ghost. Every instinct screamed to run, but there was no time. Then, from upstairs, a door slammed. Hard. The sound reverberated through the walls. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She realized with chilling clarity that this wasn't about theft. It never had been. This was a predator, someone who wanted control, wanted her terror. And now they were closer than ever. She could hear faint movements above her, soft footsteps pacing, then stopping abruptly. Silence. Then, the whisper came again, right behind her ear. "I'm here." Rachel screamed and bolted for the front door, only to find it jammed, stuck as if held from the outside. The windows were locked, every escape route eliminated. The whisper came again, now multiple voices, layered, taunting, circling her in the darkness. She pressed herself against the wall, clutching a kitchen knife, listening as the intruder moved closer, closer, until a shadow fell over her, cold and solid. Everything went black for a moment. Then Rachel was on the floor, the knife still clutched in her hand. She didn't dare move, couldn't breathe. Time stretched. And then the whisper, one last time, close enough that she felt the warmth of a breath. "You can't leave." The police found her the next morning, curled up in the corner of her living room, shaking, bloodshot eyes staring into nothing. There was no sign of forced entry, no footprints, no prints at all. But the overturned furniture, the notes, the broken windows, all the evidence pointed to something terrifying and unexplainable. She was taken to a friend's home, then eventually moved across the state, but the sense of violation never left her. Every creak, every shadow, every whispered sound in the middle of the night haunted her dreams. She knew, as she always had, that somewhere, somehow, the intruder had been watching, waiting, and that they might return. Years later, she would still feel it, something lingering outside just beyond the edge of perception, moving silently through the dark, patient, relentless, knowing where she was when she was alone, and that one day they would return. Story the end. The rain had been steady since late afternoon, coming down in sheets that blurred the world beyond the windows. The sound of it was constant, drumming against the roof, sluicing down the gutters, pooling in the street outside. Inside, the warm hum of the heater and the soft glow of lamps made the living room feel like its own little island against the storm. Daniel sat on the couch with his laptop perched on his knees, scrolling through emails while the television murmured in the background. His wife, Laura, had gone upstairs an hour earlier to put their son, Max, to bed. The boy had school in the morning, and though he was only 7, he'd inherited a stubborn streak that made bedtime into a nightly negotiation. The last thing Daniel had heard before the creak of the bedroom door closing was Laura's half-playful, half-serious threat that there would be no Saturday morning cartoons if Max didn't settle down. By 9:45, the house had grown still. The only sounds were the rain and the occasional groan of the old wood settling. Daniel rubbed his eyes, closed the laptop, and leaned back into the couch, thinking about joining Laura upstairs. That was when he heard it, a sound distinct from the storm, faint but unmistakable. At first it was just a scrape, like something brushing against the siding near the back of the house. He froze, head tilted, listening. A beat later, there was another sound, sharper this time, the metallic clatter of something shifting near the kitchen door. Daniel's stomach tightened. He muted the television and set the laptop aside, rising quietly. He tried to tell himself it was nothing. Maybe the wind had knocked something over, or one of the garbage cans had tipped against the house. Still, the unease in his gut wouldn't let him sit back down. He padded softly into the kitchen, every step slow, cautious. The house's back door was an old wooden one with a glass panel in the top half, and beyond it the yard was a dark blur of rain. Daniel peered through the glass, squinting to see. The porch light threw a pale cone of illumination onto the slick patio, but there was nothing there, just wet shadows and the fence beyond. Then came the rattle, the jarring sound of the doorknob twisting. Daniel stumbled back, his heart lurching into his throat. Someone was on the other side of the door. Someone was trying to come in. For a few stunned seconds, he just stood there, his pulse hammering. Then instinct kicked in. He reached for the phone on the counter and dialed 911 with shaking hands. The dispatcher answered quickly, her voice calm, professional. 911, what's your emergency? There's... His voice cracked, and he forced it steady. There's someone trying to break into my house. They're at the back door right now. Sir, I need your address. He rattled it off, keeping his eyes on the door. The knob jiggled again, harder this time, and he could hear the faint scrape of metal against metal, something slipping into the lock. A tool. Stay on the line with me, the dispatcher said. Officers are being dispatched right now. Are you alone in the house? No. My wife and son are upstairs. Okay. I need you to stay calm. Get to a safe place. Lock yourself in if you can. Do not engage with the intruder. Daniel's breathing came fast and shallow. He's picking the lock. He's going to get in. Sir, listen to me. The police are on the way. Get your family and stay safe. He swallowed hard, nodding even though she couldn't see him. The scrape at the lock was frantic now, purposeful. He could almost imagine the intruder's face on the other side, wet from the rain, eyes narrowed in concentration. Laura, Daniel hissed, his voice low but urgent. Laura! There was a muffled stir upstairs, then the sound of hurried footsteps. Laura appeared at the top of the stairs, her face pale. What is it? Someone's at the door, he whispered harshly. Get Max. Lock yourselves in the bedroom. Her hand flew to her mouth. For a split second she looked frozen, but then she turned and disappeared back into the hallway. Daniel could hear her voice, shaky but firm, urging Max to get up. The lock gave a final sharp click. The doorknob turned smoothly. Daniel's blood ran cold. He dropped the phone in his pocket, grabbed the nearest thing he could find, a heavy cast-iron skillet from the stovetop, and held it with trembling hands. The dispatcher's voice was muffled against his thigh, still speaking, but Daniel's focus was on the door. It swung open with a slow, deliberate creak, letting in a rush of wet, cold air. A man stepped inside. He was tall, broad-shouldered, his clothes dark and dripping from the rain. His hood was up, casting shadows across his face, but Daniel caught the gleam of his eyes, sharp and unflinching. In one gloved hand he held a long screwdriver, the kind used for prying locks. The man closed the door behind him with an almost casual motion. He looked at Daniel, tilting his head slightly, as though sizing him up. Daniel's grip on the skillet tightened. Get out, he rasped, his voice shaking. The police are coming. The man smiled faintly, as if amused. Then he took a step forward. Daniel swung. The skillet connected with the intruder's forearm, a dull clang reverberating through the kitchen. The man grunted but didn't go down. Instead, he lunged, grabbing Daniel by the collar and shoving him hard against the counter. The skillet clattered to the floor. Pain jolted up Daniel's back as his head struck the cabinet. He tried to fight, clawing at the man's arm, but the intruder was stronger, his grip iron-tight. The screwdriver gleamed as it came up, poised. Then there was a noise from upstairs. A door slamming shut, the sharp scrape of furniture dragged across the floor. The man's head snapped toward the sound, his expression shifting from calm amusement to cold focus. Daniel took the chance. With a desperate surge of strength, he kneed the man in the stomach. The intruder staggered back just enough for Daniel to scramble free, snatching up the skillet again. But before he could swing, the man bolted, not out the back door, but toward the stairs. No! Daniel roared, lunging after him. The man was fast, his heavy boots pounding against the steps. Laura's terrified voice cried out upstairs, urging Max to stay quiet. The sound spurred Daniel, his lungs burning as he gave chase. Halfway up the stairs, the intruder slowed. He wasn't rushing recklessly. He was listening, calculating. He glanced back once, and Daniel saw his face more clearly. The sharp angles, the wet strands of hair clinging to his forehead, the grin that curled his lips. Then he kept climbing. Daniel swung the skillet, catching the man on the back. The impact sent a shock through Daniel's arms, but the man barely flinched. He turned, slammed his shoulder into Daniel, and shoved him back against the wall. The breath whooshed out of Daniel's lungs as the skillet slipped from his grasp and tumbled down the stairs. By the time he recovered, the man was at the top, moving down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Laura screamed. Daniel pushed off the wall and charged up the stairs, his legs trembling, his vision tunneling. He reached the top just as the man reached the bedroom door, the one Laura had barricaded. The intruder slammed his shoulder against it once, twice, each impact rattling the frame. Inside, Laura was shouting for the police, for help, her voice breaking. Max's sobs rose above the chaos, high-pitched and panicked. Daniel grabbed the intruder from behind, locking his arms around the man's torso, dragging him back. The man snarled, thrashing, his elbows smashing into Daniel's ribs. Pain lanced through him, but he didn't let go. He couldn't. They struggled in the narrow hallway, the rain pounding harder against the roof, the storm outside a wild, indifferent witness. The man twisted, his free hand slashing with the screwdriver. Daniel felt the sting as it nicked his arm, hot blood seeping instantly. He gritted his teeth, tightening his hold. Then, faint but growing louder, came the wail of sirens. The man froze, his head turned toward the window at the end of the hall, eyes narrowing. He shoved Daniel hard, breaking free, and sprinted. With one swift motion, he threw the window open and vaulted out into the rain. Daniel staggered after him, just in time to see the figure drop into the darkness below and vanish into the storm. Moments later, heavy boots thundered up the stairs. 2 officers burst into the hallway, guns drawn, voices sharp as they demanded Daniel show his hands. He raised them shakily, blood dripping down his arm, his chest heaving. Laura flung open the bedroom door, clutching Max, both of them pale and trembling. Relief flooded her face when she saw Daniel still standing. The officers moved quickly, securing the house, calling in more units to sweep the neighborhood. But the intruder was gone, swallowed by the storm. Daniel sat on the edge of the bed while paramedics cleaned and bandaged his wounds. Laura held Max tightly, whispering reassurances into his hair. None of them felt reassured. The house, once a place of safety, now felt violated, fragile. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the siding made them flinch. The image of the man's grin, his steady eyes in the darkness, was seared into their minds. And though the police promised to find him, deep down they all knew, somewhere out there, in the rain-slick streets, he was still watching, waiting. Story the end. It started on a Thursday night in mid-November, the kind of night that carried a damp chill in the air and made the streets of the small town of Brookfield, Illinois, feel eerily empty. The neighborhoods there were old, built in the 1950s, a collection of narrow streets lined with maple trees and modest single-family homes with chain-link fences and porches decorated with fading pumpkins left over from Halloween. The Jenkins family lived at the edge of one of these neighborhoods, in a 2-story brick house that had belonged to Rebecca Jenkins's parents before she inherited it. She and her husband, Tom, had moved in 5 years ago with their 2 kids, Melissa, age 12, and Josh, age 9. They'd always liked the house because of its sense of history and security. Brick walls, heavy doors, and a backyard bordered by a thick line of trees that separated them from the train tracks beyond. For years, they had considered it their safe place. That night, Tom had just gotten home from his shift at the auto shop around 6:45. Dinner had been meatloaf and mashed potatoes, a recipe Rebecca always made on Thursdays. They ate together at the dining room table, Melissa chattering about her school play rehearsals, and Josh showing off a drawing he'd made in class. By 9:30, both kids were upstairs brushing their teeth while Tom and Rebecca watched the local news on the couch. The lead story was about a string of burglaries happening across neighboring towns. Thieves breaking into homes late at night while the residents were asleep. No injuries had been reported, but the intruders were bold, sometimes entering houses even when the lights were on. "Crazy, isn't it?" Rebecca muttered, adjusting the blanket on her lap. "Right before the holidays, too." Tom shook his head. "It's always around this time. People get desperate. They think nobody's paying attention." Rebecca frowned. "We should double-check the doors tonight." Tom gave her a tired smile. "I always do. Don't worry." By 10:15, the kids were tucked into bed. Melissa had headphones on, scrolling her phone under the covers, while Josh was already drifting off, his small nightlight glowing softly in the corner. Rebecca went from room to room, closing blinds, locking windows, and turning off lights. Tom checked the front and back doors, sliding the deadbolts into place. It was routine, something they'd done every night for years without thinking much of it. But at 11:37 p.m., Rebecca woke suddenly. At first, she thought it was the wind, gusts rattling the branches outside the bedroom window. But then she realized she was hearing something distinct, deliberate. The faint sound of the back sliding door. A soft scrape, then a dull thud. Her body tensed immediately. She sat up in bed, straining to listen. Tom was snoring lightly beside her, oblivious. She placed a hand on his shoulder and shook him. "Tom, wake up." He stirred, groggy. "What's wrong?" "Shh! Listen." They both froze in silence. Another sound came, unmistakable this time, the faint creak of the kitchen floorboards. Tom swung his legs out of bed, his expression hardening. "Stay here," he whispered. Rebecca grabbed his arm. "No, Tom, wait." But he was already moving, pulling on his work boots without tying them. He reached for the aluminum bat he kept in the corner of the bedroom. "Call 911 if it's something," he said, creeping toward the door. Rebecca sat rigid, clutching her phone, her pulse hammering in her ears. She dialed 911, keeping the line open as she whispered into the receiver. The dispatcher's calm voice guided her. "Stay quiet. Keep the kids safe. Help was on the way." From downstairs there was a muffled noise, then the sound of Tom's voice, not yelling, but low, tense, demanding. "Hey, who the hell's in my house?" Rebecca's stomach dropped. She wanted to rush down to him, but the dispatcher urged her to stay put and protect the children. Her motherly instinct overrode everything else. She hurried to Melissa and Josh's room, whispering urgently for them to wake up. Melissa blinked at her, confused. "What's going on?" "Shh! We need to be very quiet." She ushered them into her bedroom, locking the door behind them. Melissa's eyes widened when she heard the faint noises from downstairs. Footsteps, the crash of something falling over, Tom shouting again, more frantic this time. Then came a sound that made Rebecca's blood run cold, a heavy thud like a body hitting the ground. "Tom?" she whispered, pressing her ear to the door. Silence followed, broken only by the creak of footsteps ascending the stairs. Rebecca's heart nearly stopped. Whoever was in the house was coming up. The dispatcher's voice was steady in her ear. "Ma'am, stay in the room. Officers are 2 minutes away. Do not engage. Keep your children quiet." But the footsteps drew closer. Slow, deliberate. Whoever it was knew exactly where to go. The kids huddled against Rebecca, trembling. Melissa clutched her mother's hand so tightly her knuckles turned white. Josh buried his face in her side, trying not to cry. The floor outside the bedroom door groaned under the weight of someone stopping. Then came a sound that would haunt Rebecca forever, the soft turn of the doorknob. It didn't open, the lock held, but the knob twisted back and forth with unsettling patience. A man's low chuckle followed, quiet but unmistakable. "You locking the door won't save you," the voice drawled, calm and terrifying. Rebecca covered her children's mouths with her trembling hands, silently begging them not to make a sound. The man rattled the knob once more before stopping. Then the footsteps moved down the hall, slow, almost dragging. He wasn't leaving. He was checking each room, taking his time. Rebecca's chest tightened. Where was Tom? Why hadn't he come back up? The dread of what might have happened to him was almost unbearable, but she couldn't let herself break down in front of the kids. Suddenly, from downstairs, another voice shouted, authoritative, sharp, "Police, come out with your hands up!" Rebecca nearly collapsed in relief. She held the kids tightly as chaos erupted, the sound of running, doors slamming, a crash of glass, then heavy boots thundering through the house, voices barking orders. Minutes later, there was a knock at the bedroom door. "Police, ma'am. You can open up." Rebecca fumbled with the lock, swinging the door open to reveal 2 officers with flashlights and drawn weapons. She clutched Melissa and Josh to her chest, sobbing as they were escorted downstairs. Tom was sitting against the wall in the living room, dazed but alive. His temple was bruised where he'd been struck, but he managed a weak smile when he saw his family. Rebecca collapsed beside him, clutching his hand. The officers explained quickly. 2 intruders, both male, had broken in. One had fled through the backyard, disappearing into the trees. The other had been caught trying to climb out a side window. They'd found a crowbar and duct tape in his backpack, along with a hunting knife. The reality sank in hard. This hadn't just been a burglary. The men hadn't come for valuables. They had come prepared for something far worse. Over the following days, the Jenkins family tried to return to normal, but the shadow of that night lingered. Rebecca couldn't sleep without leaving every light in the house on. Tom installed a full security system, cameras at every corner, motion detectors on the windows. The kids refused to sleep in their own rooms, instead camping out on the floor beside their parents' bed. Weeks later, Rebecca learned from detectives that the men had been connected to several violent home invasions in nearby towns. Families had been tied up, terrorized, sometimes beaten. In one case, a homeowner had been killed. The intruders targeted houses they thought were easy, homes with families, homes where they could assert control. The thought made Rebecca sick to her stomach. Her family had been one locked door and a few minutes away from becoming another headline. Life moved forward, but it never felt the same. Every creak of the house made Rebecca's heart race. Every unexpected noise sent Tom reaching for the bat beside the bed. Melissa and Josh grew quiet, wary of shadows, and sometimes late at night, Rebecca swore she could still hear it, the sound of footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate, followed by the quiet rattle of the doorknob. It was a sound she would never forget. Story the end. The night was unusually quiet in the small suburban town of Brookhaven, the kind of quiet that usually feels comforting, like a heavy blanket after a long day. But that Thursday evening, the silence seemed different. Too heavy, too still, as if the entire neighborhood were holding its breath. Inside the modest two-story home on Maple Drive, James and Heather McCarthy were settling in for the night. Their children, 14-year-old Ryan and 10-year-old Lily, were already in bed, the glow of their nightlights seeping under their doors. James was a construction foreman, broad-shouldered and exhausted after another 12-hour shift. He had just lowered himself onto the couch with a beer, flipping channels, while Heather, who worked part-time at the local library, finished loading the dishwasher. They had lived in that house for almost 10 years, and though money had always been tight, the place had become their safe haven. They never really worried about crime. Brookhaven wasn't the sort of town you heard about on the evening news, at least not until that night. The clock had just struck 11 p.m. when James heard the faintest rattle, a metallic sound coming from the back of the house. At first, he thought it was the wind, maybe one of the loose screens against the window. But when he muted the television, the sound came again, sharper this time, deliberate. "Heather," James called, his voice low. "You hear that?" She stopped mid-step, tilting her head. "Hear what?" "Shh! Listen." They both stood still. The sound came once more, like someone testing the back door handle. A cold wave ran through James. Heather's face paled. "James, someone's out there." James tried to steady his breathing. He'd always thought of himself as prepared for danger, but at that moment, his heart pounded so hard it felt like it might tear through his chest. He put his beer down and crept toward the kitchen, barefoot on the hardwood floor, careful not to make a sound. Heather followed a few steps behind. When James reached the back door, he saw the deadbolt turning. Slowly, deliberately. Someone was trying to pick the lock. His blood froze. He lunged forward, snapping the lock back into place and twisting the handle as if holding it would somehow keep the stranger out. "Call 911, he hissed at Heather. But before she could move, the sound of shattering glass exploded from the dining room window. James spun around just in time to see a dark figure climbing through, his face obscured by a ski mask. "Run!" James shouted, but the word was barely out before another window broke near the front of the house. Another figure. Heather gasped and bolted for the stairs. James grabbed the first thing he could find, a heavy ceramic vase, and hurled it at the intruder coming through the dining room. It smashed against the man's shoulder, but he barely flinched. He stepped fully into the room, towering, holding a crowbar. The sound of Lily's scream upstairs split the air. "Daddy!" James's legs moved before his brain caught up. He sprinted for the staircase, but the second intruder burst through the living room, blocking his path. James skidded to a stop, chest heaving, caught between two masked men. The one with the crowbar advanced slowly, savoring the moment. "Get away from my family!" James bellowed, grabbing a dining chair and swinging it with all his strength. The wood cracked against the intruder's arm, but again, the man barely faltered. He shoved James hard, sending him crashing into the wall. Heather appeared halfway down the stairs, clutching the cordless phone, screaming that she had dialed 911. The intruder with the crowbar snarled and charged at her, but James dragged himself up and tackled the man, the two of them grappling violently on the floor. "Run! Take the kids!" James shouted through gritted teeth as he struggled. Heather bolted up the stairs, her trembling hands fumbling as she tried to unlock the bedroom door where Ryan was pulling Lily inside. She shoved them in, slammed the door, and turned the lock. Her entire body shook as she pressed herself against the door, hearing James's roars and the heavy thuds of bodies colliding downstairs. Inside the bedroom, Lily sobbed uncontrollably, clinging to her brother. Ryan, pale and shaking, whispered, "It's okay, it's okay," though his voice betrayed his own fear. Heather's heart hammered as she tried to steady her breathing. She kept the phone to her ear, whispering frantically to the 911 operator. "Please, 2 men, masks, weapons, they're in my house. Please hurry." Downstairs, James wasn't faring well. He was strong, but the intruder with the crowbar was larger and trained, his movements efficient and brutal. James caught a hard blow to the ribs, pain exploding through his body. He staggered, barely managing to dodge as the crowbar slammed into the floorboards where his head had been seconds earlier. The second intruder moved in, pulling a knife. James's stomach dropped. They weren't just here to steal, they were here to destroy. Summoning every ounce of adrenaline, James lunged toward the kitchen, grabbing the butcher's knife from the counter. He slashed wildly, managing to keep the men at bay for a moment, but they circled him like wolves, grinning behind their masks. Upstairs, Heather could hear every crash, every grunt of pain. She held Lily tight, whispering, "Daddy's okay, Daddy's okay," though she wasn't sure she believed it. Then came the worst sound yet. Silence. The noises of fighting stopped, leaving only the creak of floorboards and heavy breathing. Heather's blood turned to ice. She pressed her ear against the door, hearing footsteps approaching the stairs. Slow, deliberate, one step I'm. Ryan held a baseball bat from his closet, gripping it so hard his knuckles turned white. Heather wanted to take it from him, to shield him, but deep down she knew she might need his help. The footsteps stopped just outside the bedroom. The knob rattled. The locked door shook violently as the intruder threw his weight against it. Heather screamed, bracing herself against the door, but the wood began to crack. "Mom," Ryan whispered, voice breaking, "what do we do?" Heather's mind raced. Then she spotted the window. Second story, but the roof of the porch was just below. She shoved it open with trembling hands. "Out, now!" Ryan helped Lily climb onto the porch roof. Heather followed, pushing them toward the edge. "We have to jump. Run to the neighbors." The door splintered behind them as the intruder burst into the room. Heather turned just as he lunged, and she screamed for Ryan and Lily to jump. They tumbled onto the lawn below, crying but alive. The intruder grabbed Heather by the arm, yanking her back into the room. She fought with everything she had, scratching, kicking, biting, but he was too strong. He pinned her against the wall, his masked face inches from hers. Downstairs, James stirred, battered and bleeding, but alive. He dragged himself across the floor, his vision blurry. Through the haze, he saw red and blue lights flashing outside, sirens growing louder. Relief surged through him. The police were here. Upstairs, Heather was still struggling when the intruder heard the sirens. He cursed and shoved her to the ground before bolting back down the stairs. His partner followed, both of them sprinting through the shattered back door into the night. Heather crawled to the window, sobbing as she saw her children being scooped up by neighbors on the lawn, police officers rushing in with guns drawn. Within moments, officers stormed the house, finding James barely conscious on the floor. Paramedics followed, lifting him onto a stretcher. Heather collapsed against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as officers secured the scene. The family survived, but the scars of that night never healed. James recovered physically, though the ache in his ribs lingered for months. Heather battled nightmares and panic attacks, jumping at the slightest sound. Ryan slept with the baseball bat at his side. Lily refused to be alone in any room, even during the day. The intruders were never caught. No fingerprints, no clear footage from nearby cameras. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only fear. The McCarthys reinforced their doors, installed an alarm system, and even adopted a large dog. But nothing erased the memory of that night. The sound of glass breaking, the masked faces in the dark, the weight of knowing how close they had come to losing everything. Every creak of the floor, every rustle outside the window, brought the fear rushing back. They learned to live with it, but they never forgot. Because once someone has broken into your home, into your life, you never really feel safe again. Story the end. It was a warm summer evening in the quiet suburban town of Cedar Hills. The streets were nearly empty, the sun long set behind rows of neatly kept houses. In one modest two-story home at the corner of Maple and Third, the Parker family was winding down for the night. David Parker, 42, had just returned from a late shift at the hospital, his uniform still slightly wrinkled, a stethoscope hanging loosely around his neck. His wife, Jenna, 39, was in the kitchen finishing up dinner for their teenage daughter, Emily, 16, and younger son, Nathan, 10. The aroma of roasted chicken filled the house, mingling with the faint scent of freshly mowed grass wafting in from the open window. Emily and Nathan were in the living room, watching a rerun of an old sitcom, the laugh track oddly comforting against the quiet of the otherwise still neighborhood. David leaned back in the living room recliner, sipping a cold beer, his eyes wandering to the window. The street was empty, but something about the silence felt off, like a pause in the world. He shook his head, attributing the feeling to fatigue. Meanwhile, across the street, a man in his mid-30s with a hood pulled low over his face lingered near a black SUV. His eyes, cold and calculating, scanned the Parker house. He had been watching them for days, noting their routines, when they left for work, when the kids went to bed, when David returned late from the hospital. He moved slowly, deliberately, as if rehearsing each step in his mind. His motive was unclear, but intent was unmistakable. Tonight, he planned to act. Inside the house, Jenna called everyone to the dining room. "Dinner's ready," she said. Emily groaned, knowing she would have to pause the show while Nathan scampered to the table, practically bouncing with excitement. David followed, setting his beer on the counter and washing his hands. They ate in relative normalcy, the mundane comfort of family life, cloaking the tension that had begun creeping into the night air. After dinner, David went upstairs to check on some paperwork, while Jenna cleared the dishes. Emily and Nathan returned to the living room, the volume of the TV turned low. Unbeknownst to them, the figure outside had moved closer. He crouched behind a large oak tree in the yard, observing the sliding glass door that Jenna often left slightly unlocked when she went to fetch groceries. Tonight, it was a flaw in the house's security he intended to exploit. The intruder waited for the right moment, patient as a predator. He tested the back door, finding it unlocked just as he suspected. He slipped inside, moving silently, his feet barely making a sound on the hardwood floor. The air inside smelled of dinner and the faint trace of David's cologne. He paused, listening. Jenna was upstairs, returning dishes, the kids were absorbed in the television, and David was hunched over his paperwork. The first sign of trouble was subtle, the sound of a floorboard creaking under an unusual weight. David froze, instinct telling him something was wrong. He glanced toward the doorway, but saw nothing. "Jenna?" he called softly. No reply. Then from the kitchen he heard the faint sound of glass shifting, a low scrape against the counter. His stomach twisted. Something was in the house. Upstairs, Jenna placed the last dish in the cabinet and turned toward the staircase. Something felt off, though she couldn't explain it. The hairs on her arms stood on end. Then she saw movement, a shadow darting across the living room below. She froze. Her breath caught. This wasn't a trick of the light. Someone was inside. The intruder moved methodically, avoiding anything that would make a loud noise. He carried a crowbar and a small tactical knife, tools of intimidation and potential violence. His eyes scanned the room, calculating, observing. He had no plan for negotiation, no intention of leaving without exerting control over the household. David, now fully alert, quietly grabbed a baseball bat from the corner. His heart pounded as he inched toward the doorway leading to the stairs. He had no weapon beyond this, no training, but his instinct to protect his family surged forward. As he reached the top of the stairs, he saw the intruder's shadow in the hallway near the living room. The man was moving toward the stairs, slow, deliberate, but his presence was unmistakable. Jenna screamed. The sound shattered the night. Emily and Nathan bolted to their parents, panic in their eyes. The intruder paused for a moment, surprised by the sudden noise, then advanced toward the staircase. David swung the bat with all his strength, connecting with the man's shoulder. The intruder grunted, staggered back, but didn't fall. The crowbar was raised high, and he lunged toward David, the swing of metal meeting flesh with a sickening thud. The children screamed, Jenna shouted, and chaos erupted. The intruder struck again, missing David but knocking over the banister, sending a wooden rail clattering to the floor. Adrenaline surged through David, and he swung the bat again, floor, striking the intruder in the chest. The man stumbled, turned, and ran toward the back door, intent on escaping before anyone else could interfere. Jenna grabbed a kitchen knife and ran to block the intruder's path. "Stop! Stop!" she screamed. The man hesitated, eyes narrowing as he calculated his next move. Emily and Nathan huddled in the corner, terror etched on their faces. David joined Jenna, the two of them standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to confront the threat together. The intruder, realizing the family's determination, paused. He weighed his options, considering the risks. Then, with a snarl, he backed away, darting to the sliding door and disappearing into the night as quickly as he had arrived. The house fell silent again, save for the sound of heavy breathing, crying, and the echo of footsteps that had already vanished. Police arrived within minutes, lights flashing in the otherwise calm neighborhood. Statements were taken. The scene was secured and evidence collected. The back door had been forced, fingerprints found on counters and walls, a clear trail of intrusion left behind. Officers reassured the family, but the damage had already been done, not to their bodies, but to their sense of security. In the days that followed, the Parker family struggled to adjust. Sleep was elusive. Every sound, every creak, every shadow caused hearts to race. Emily refused to sleep alone, clinging to her mother. Nathan hid under blankets, whispering about the man with the scary eyes. David and Jenna took turns staying up, checking locks, peering out windows. The house that had once been their sanctuary felt foreign, vulnerable. The intruder had not been caught, and the fear of his return was constant. David installed a state-of-the-art security system with cameras on every angle, motion sensors, and reinforced locks. Jenna kept knives and pepper spray close at hand. Yet, no matter the precautions, the psychological scars remained. Every knock on the door, every car driving by slowly, every shadow across the yard sent pulses of fear racing through the household. Months later, the Neighborhood Watch organized meetings, and the Parker family became vigilant members, advocating for better security and community awareness. Emily and Nathan gradually returned to school routines, though nightmares persisted, occasionally leaving them too afraid to sleep alone. David and Jenna considered moving, but realized that the sense of safety was no longer guaranteed in any home. The intruder's shadow had imprinted itself on their lives, a reminder that peace is fleeting and that terror can arrive unannounced. Years passed, but the memory of that night never faded. Every summer, when the evenings were quiet and the sun dipped below the horizon, the family would remember the creak of the floorboards, the flash of the crowbar, the adrenaline-fueled confrontation that had almost turned deadly. Their home had been invaded, their lives threatened, and their trust in the ordinary safety of their world shattered. Yet they survived, clinging to each other, forever aware that evil could walk through a door just as easily as it could walk past a quiet street corner. The Parker family learned to live with fear, integrating vigilance into their daily routines. Doors were always double-checked, windows locked even during warm nights, alarms set with redundancy. Therapy helped, but the psychological impact remained, a reminder of fragility. Life continued, yet the memory of the intruder was a shadow over every peaceful evening, a silent warning that danger lurked where it was least expected. Even now, years later, David sometimes wakes in the middle of the night, convinced he hears footsteps outside his bedroom door. Jenna, on occasion, glances at the sliding glass door and flinches at a reflection that seems off. Emily and Nathan, now older, still recall the fear that nearly consumed them, a fear that has transformed into caution and hyper-awareness. The intruder never returned, at least not physically, but the impact of that night remained as real as any physical wound. The Parker family's home became a fortress in the truest sense, not just walls and locks, but a psychological bastion of vigilance and survival. They had faced terror and survived, but they understood that home invasion was not just a violation of property. It was a violation of trust, a direct assault on the sanctity of life and family. They would never forget, and they would never fully relax again. In Cedar Hills, the summer nights remained warm and still, the streets quiet. Neighbors passed each other with polite nods, unaware of the Parker family's ordeal, unaware of the shadow that had walked through their front door and left an indelible mark on their lives. The world outside seemed unchanged, peaceful even. But within the Parker home, vigilance had become a permanent fixture. Their family had endured, but the echo of that terrifying night would forever resonate in the corners of their minds and the walls of their home. Story the end. It started on a Friday night in early November, the kind of night when the wind whistled through the bare branches of oak trees and the streetlights flickered intermittently. Sarah and James Whitman had just returned to their suburban home in a quiet part of Louisville, Kentucky, after visiting friends for dinner. Their neighborhood was known for its peaceful streets and friendly neighbors. The kind of place where doors were rarely locked and the sound of children playing in the yard could be heard in the afternoons. It was exactly that normalcy that made what happened that night so terrifying. James pulled the car into the driveway, the engine echoing softly against the rows of similar-looking houses. Sarah unbuckled their 3-year-old son, Luke, from his car seat, and together they walked up to the front door. James jiggled the doorknob, and the lock clicked open. The house was dark as expected, and everything appeared untouched, but there was a faint odor, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Sarah wrinkled her nose and shrugged it off as old pipes or perhaps a small leak. Once inside, James switched on the lights, and the warmth of the house washed over them. Sarah set Luke down in the living room, and he immediately toddled toward his favorite toy bin. James dropped his keys on the counter and started a load of laundry. Sarah began unpacking groceries. The house felt ordinary, safe, even, but there was a lingering unease that Sarah couldn't shake. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. A drawer in the kitchen that had been closed was now slightly ajar. Sarah froze, staring at it, then slowly reached out to push it closed, telling herself she must have forgotten to shut it earlier. But as she did, she noticed that a few utensils had been shifted, not exactly where she remembered leaving them. "James," she said softly, her voice tinged with caution. "Did you move these?" James glanced over, frowning. "No, I don't think so. Maybe Luke got curious." "Yeah, maybe," Sarah murmured, though something about the movement of the drawers didn't sit right with her. Dinner was simple, and they ate quietly, trying to ignore the subtle noises of the old house settling. But as Sarah washed the dishes, she thought she heard a floorboard creak in the hallway. She paused, holding the sponge midair, and listened. Nothing. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the soft gurgle of the pipes. She shook her head and continued, though her hands were no longer steady. After dinner, James helped Luke get ready for bed. He carried him upstairs, while Sarah turned off the lights downstairs. The house was quiet, save for the soft sound of Luke humming a little tune as he climbed into bed. James kissed him goodnight and left, and Sarah sat alone in the living room, scrolling through her phone. The warmth of the home should have been comforting, but she felt watched. Every shadow in the room seemed too deep, every sound amplified in the silence. That's when she heard it. A soft tap, like fingernails against glass, coming from the front window. Sarah froze, heart hammering. She peered through the blinds. Nothing. Just the faint outline of their yard in the dim light. She shook her head, telling herself it was probably a branch brushing against the glass. Then came another tap, this one louder, deliberate, and then a whisper. "Hello?" Sarah dropped her phone, which clattered to the floor. She could barely breathe. The voice was soft, low, and unfamiliar. "James?" she whispered, panic rising. She ran to the staircase and called his name. No answer. She grabbed a heavy kitchen knife from the counter and crept toward the window. The figure outside was almost imperceptible, blurred in the dim light, but she could see someone crouched, moving slowly. Her phone buzzed. A text from James. "Luke and I are asleep. Don't open the door. Call 911. Sarah's fingers trembled as she dialed 911. The operator answered immediately, calm and methodical. She explained the situation, whispering every word, trying not to alert whoever was outside. The operator instructed her to stay quiet, lock all doors, and move to a safe location. Sarah pulled the living room blinds closed and moved to the bedroom, where she locked the door and crouched with her phone, waiting. Minutes passed. Then the sound of the front door handle rattling, slow and methodical. Someone was trying to get in. The lock held, but the sheer persistence of the rattling made Sarah's stomach churn. Then came footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate, approaching the bedrooms. Her mind raced. James was upstairs with Luke, but the doors to the bedrooms weren't barricaded. If the intruder made it to the second floor, they would encounter them first. Sarah grabbed her phone, trying to whisper through it to the dispatcher while staying as silent as possible. The operator told her to keep moving quietly, to avoid confrontation until police arrived. The intruder's steps grew closer to her room. Sarah pressed her back against the wall, heart hammering, listening to every creak. Then came the softest sound, almost too quiet to register, the click of a door handle. The bedroom door shuddered. Sarah gripped the knife, ready to defend herself, when another noise drew the intruder away, Luke crying out from the other side of the house. Panic surged through Sarah. She didn't know how many intruders there were, or where exactly they were, but the sound of her son, terrified and vulnerable, pushed her into action. She whispered instructions to the dispatcher, who advised her to stay put and keep Luke quiet, but the intruder had already started moving toward the other rooms. Sarah knew she couldn't just wait. She had to act. Using the small hallway closet, she crept closer to Luke's room. The intruder's voice, low and threatening, came from downstairs, talking to someone, perhaps planning, perhaps communicating. Sarah peered through the crack of Luke's bedroom door. Another figure stood over him, tall, wearing a dark hoodie. Adrenaline took over. She swung the door open, shouting, "Knife raised." The intruder turned, startled, and Luke screamed. In the chaos, James appeared behind her, holding a baseball bat. Together they managed to shove the intruder out the door, but not before he had pushed past them, trying to flee. James chased him to the front yard as Sarah comforted Luke, shaking violently. The police arrived minutes later, sirens blazing, surrounding the house and capturing the second intruder who had been hiding near the garage. Both were apprehended without further incident, though the shock left the Whitmans trembling for hours. In the aftermath, their home felt different. The walls that once offered comfort now seemed oppressive, shadows lurking in corners that had previously been mundane. Locks were reinforced, alarms installed, and security cameras placed strategically around the property. Still, the memories of that night, of the intruder's deliberate movements, the faint whispers, the proximity of danger, lingered like a stain that would never fully fade. Sarah and James moved Luke's room to the far side of the house, creating a buffer zone between him and the front entrance. They spent months in therapy, learning to cope with the hypervigilance, the nightmares, the inexplicable fear of ordinary sounds. The Whitmans survived, but the sense of safety they once took for granted was gone forever. Even after the intruders were convicted and sent to prison, Sarah couldn't sleep without checking the locks multiple times. James couldn't enter the house without feeling the shadow of fear, and Luke, though young, often cried out in the night, haunted by the memory of a stranger looming over his bed. Friends and neighbors sympathized, but the experience was deeply isolating. The Whitmans were reminded daily that the quiet suburban streets they had trusted so implicitly could be penetrated, that evil could invade the most personal of spaces, and that the ordinary could quickly become terrifying. Years later, the house still stood, neat and seemingly ordinary from the outside, but those who knew the story understood the invisible scars it bore. The Whitmans never returned to that sense of complete trust in their environment. Every creak in the floor, every shadow at dusk, every unexpected noise carried the memory of that night. Even in the brightest daylight, with the doors locked and alarms armed, Sarah sometimes glimpsed movement at the window that wasn't there, or heard a whisper in the silence, a reminder that what had happened could happen again, and that safety was only ever temporary. The Whitmans had survived the home invasion, but the psychological toll was permanent. Their family endured, but the illusion of safety they had once cherished had been shattered, leaving them forever vigilant, forever haunted by the knowledge that someone had been inside their home, someone who could have caused unspeakable harm, and that the most secure place in the world, home, was never truly safe. Story the end. It started on a Thursday night, late spring, in a quiet suburb in Ohio. The neighborhood was the kind where people waved at each other during the day, where streetlights flickered occasionally, and the hum of a lawnmower or distant dog barking marked the rhythm of life. But that Thursday night, the house at the end of Maplewood Drive would become the stage for something that would haunt the lives of its occupants forever. Mark and Jenna Holloway had moved into the house only 6 months earlier. It was a two-story colonial with white siding and black shutters, the kind of house that seemed safe just by looking at it. They just had their first child, a daughter named Lila, and were adjusting to the delicate balance of new parenthood and professional life. Mark worked as a network engineer, often bringing his work home, while Jenna, who had recently transitioned from teaching to freelance editing, worked mostly from their sunlit den on the first floor. That night, Mark was in his home office, the low hum of his computer and the occasional click of a keyboard filling the room. Jenna was downstairs in the living room, Lila asleep in her crib, the baby monitor crackling faintly with the sounds of her breathing. The house was quiet in the way that houses are when everyone is sleeping or preoccupied. Quiet, but not peaceful. The first sign that something was wrong was subtle, a faint scratching at the back door. Jenna paused, listening. It was late, well past 10, and the neighborhood was usually dead silent at this hour. She assumed it was a branch brushing against the door in the spring wind, but then she heard it again. Light, deliberate scratches, almost like nails against wood. She told herself it was nothing and returned to her work, typing out edits for an article. Meanwhile, Mark's office was warm with the glow of his dual monitors. He leaned back in his chair, stretching, then noticed movement from the corner of his eye. The office window overlooked the backyard, and there, just beyond the glass, a shadow shifted. He frowned, thinking it was his imagination, but then the shadow moved again, too deliberate to be a tree branch. His stomach tightened. He texted Jenna, "Did you just hear that scratching at the back door?" Her reply came almost immediately. Yes, probably just the wind. But neither of them could shake the uneasy feeling. Mark tried to refocus on work, telling himself that he was being paranoid, but his mind kept returning to the shadow outside. Then he noticed something strange. The sliding glass door to the patio, which they always kept locked, had the latch slightly undone. He reached to secure it, his fingers trembling just a little. Everything in him told him to call the police, but he hesitated, thinking maybe he had just forgotten to lock it earlier. An hour passed. The scratching stopped. The shadow was gone. Jenna had fallen asleep on the couch, the baby monitor still glowing softly on the coffee table. Mark, unable to shake the feeling, decided to stay in his office until dawn, working quietly, half watching the backyard through the blinds. At around 2:17 a.m., the house creaked in a way that made his blood run cold. It wasn't a normal creak from settling wood or the pipes expanding. It was deliberate, too heavy. Footsteps. He froze. They weren't coming from outside, they were inside. He grabbed the small flashlight from his desk drawer and stepped out of the office. The house was dark, except for the pale moonlight filtering through the blinds. The hallway was empty, eerily quiet. He called Jenna's name softly. No response. He inched toward the living room. The front door to the house was locked, the windows closed. Whoever it was had gotten in through the sliding glass door. He saw her immediately. Jenna, crouched behind the couch, her face pale, eyes wide in terror, gripping the baby monitor like a lifeline. "Mark," she whispered, barely audible. He looked down at the floor and saw the marks, deep scuff marks leading from the sliding door to the living room. And then he noticed the most chilling thing, muddy footprints, large and heavy, stretching across the carpet, leading toward the stairs. "Stay down," Mark whispered. He grabbed the baseball bat he kept under the desk and tiptoed to the staircase. As he reached the bottom step, a noise from the kitchen made him freeze. The refrigerator door creaked open, slowly, deliberately. He could hear the scrape of a boot against the tile. He called out again, louder this time. "Who's there?" No answer. The intruder moved quickly, silently, and before Mark could react, a shadow flitted past the kitchen doorway. He swung the bat, connecting with the intruder's shoulder. There was a grunt, a curse, and then the figure bolted toward the back door. Mark chased after him, slipping on the hardwood floor, but the intruder disappeared into the night. The sliding door was ajar again, swinging slightly in the cool night air. Mark returned inside, locking the door behind him. He shook Jenna awake fully, telling her what had happened. Lila stirred slightly, crying in her sleep. Mark held her close while Jenna called the police. By the time the police arrived, there was no sign of the intruder. They dusted for prints, but the muddy footprints had been too smudged to yield much evidence. Mark and Jenna were advised to install a security system immediately and to consider additional locks on all doors and windows. The days after the incident were tense. Mark slept with the lights on, checking every door and window before going to bed. Jenna was jumpy, flinching at every creak or cough from the house. Lila seemed oblivious, sleeping peacefully in her crib, but the stress of the invasion hung over the family like a dark cloud. Then, a week later, things escalated. It was another quiet night. Jenna was in the kitchen making a bottle for Lila, and Mark was upstairs checking emails on his laptop. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the blinds. Then came the sound. Scratching. This time, it wasn't at the back door. It was coming from inside the house. Jenna froze, bottle in hand. The sound was coming from the nursery. She dropped the bottle in her panic. It shattered on the tile. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. She called out for Mark, but her voice trembled so badly that it sounded more like a sob than a call. Mark bolted down the stairs. As he reached the living room, he saw movement near the hallway to the nursery. The lights flickered, and in that brief stutter of electricity, he saw a figure crouched in the shadows. It wasn't the intruder from the first night. This person was smaller, thinner, almost impossibly fast. "Get out!" Mark yelled, charging. The figure bolted into the nursery. Mark followed, bursting in to see the intruder rifling through Lila's toys, scattering blocks and stuffed animals across the floor. The intruder spun toward Mark, a knife glinting in his hand. Mark swung the baseball bat, catching the intruder across the arm, but it barely slowed him. Jenna screamed, grabbing Lila and running to the living room. Mark found himself in a deadly standoff in his own nursery, the intruder's eyes wide, manic, almost feral. Mark knew he had seconds to act. He tackled the intruder to the floor, the knife skidding across the hardwood. They wrestled, the bat and fists colliding with flesh and bone. The intruder bit Mark's arm, a sharp, burning pain, but Mark kept him pinned long enough for Jenna to call 911. The intruder finally broke free, bolted out the front door, disappearing into the night again. The paramedics and police arrived minutes later, finding the family shaken but unharmed, the intruder gone. Over the next month, the Holloways lived in terror. They installed alarms, cameras, reinforced locks, even hired a security guard for nights, but the feeling of being watched never left. The police suggested it might have been someone obsessed, someone who knew their routines. Then, one night, Mark was working late. Jenna was asleep on the couch, Lila beside her. He checked the live feed from the cameras, scanning for any movement. Everything seemed fine until he noticed something on the kitchen camera. A figure was standing in the shadows, just beyond the counter. Mark froze, heart pounding. He could see the outline of the face, pale in the infrared light. He grabbed his phone, dialing 911, but the figure was gone before anyone arrived. The footage showed nothing but the empty kitchen. Yet Mark was sure he had seen someone. Weeks later, Jenna found a note taped to the inside of her bathroom mirror, written in small, neat letters. "I'm always here, always watching." They never found out who it was, never saw the face again. But every creak, every shadow, every unexplained movement in the house reminded them that someone had been inside their home, someone who could return at any time. The fear never left, and the house, once a place of safety, had become a prison of paranoia and terror. Even now, years later, Mark and Jenna avoid mentioning the events to anyone. They sleep with lights on, check the locks obsessively, and avoid the backyard after dark. And every time the wind rattles the blinds or the floor creaks, they remember that night and the unshakable feeling that someone could still be out there, watching, waiting, planning their next move. Story the end. The first time it happened, Anna thought it was a dream. She had been living in her new suburban home in northern Georgia for just over a month, a small brick ranch tucked into a quiet cul-de-sac. The move had been sudden, spurred by her divorce and the desire to leave Atlanta behind. She loved the idea of space and quiet, though it was already late October and the nights were growing long and cold. That night, Anna was reading in bed, her cat, Max, curled up at her feet. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the floors and the soft hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. Around 2 a.m., she woke to the sound of a door downstairs clicking open. She froze, her heart pounding, listening. At first, she thought she had left the garage door unlocked, or perhaps a window wasn't latched. She told herself it was probably nothing, a settling sound from the old house. Then she heard it again, a slow shuffle across the hardwood floor, deliberate, measured. Her pulse spiked. She set down her book and picked up the baseball bat she kept by the bed, though she had never actually expected to use it. The noise stopped. She strained her ears, holding her breath, waiting. A shadow passed under the bedroom door. Anna whispered Max's name. The cat stirred and hissed at the door, arching his back. That's when the fear became tangible. Someone was inside her house. She dialed 911, her fingers trembling, trying to keep her voice steady. The operator assured her help was on the way. She stayed on the phone, bat in hand, crouched low behind the foot of her bed, listening. By the time the police arrived, the intruder was gone. Nothing was missing. Nothing appeared disturbed, but the feeling lingered, like the house itself had been violated in a way no alarm could fix. The officers chalked it up to a potential prowler or prankster, suggested she double-check her locks, and told her to call if anything else happened. Anna tried to sleep, but every creak, every gust of wind, every shadow seemed amplified. The next few nights were tense. Anna installed a security system the day after the incident, cameras at the front door, the back door, and inside the hallway. The system gave her a small sense of relief, though it was tentative. She began sleeping with the lights on, Max at her side, every sound making her flinch. It was a week later, late on a Thursday night, when the second incident occurred. Anna had been in the kitchen, washing dishes, when she heard the soft hum of her oven turning on. She didn't remember setting it. Assuming it was a glitch, she went to check. That's when she noticed the back door slightly ajar. Her stomach dropped. She hadn't unlocked it. She grabbed the bat and slowly approached. The kitchen light flickered, and she saw movement out of the corner of her eye, a shadow slipping past the patio window. She called 911 again, and this time the operator stayed on the line as she watched, frozen, unable to tell if the intruder was inside or just outside the sliding door. A mud footprint was pressed into the patio mat, leading off into the dark yard. The police returned quickly, but again there was no one to be found. Anna began sleeping with all the doors locked, triple-checking every window. She installed deadbolts, extra locks, and motion sensors in the backyard, but the unease persisted. She began hearing footsteps in the attic, small things moving in the hallway, whispers too soft to understand. Max would hiss at empty corners, his fur standing on end, and Anna knew he wasn't imagining it. By mid-November, the fear had begun to consume her life. She rarely left the house after dark. Grocery trips were scheduled during daylight hours, and she avoided social gatherings that ran late into the night. Each creak of the floor sounded like someone pacing outside her bedroom door. She called her sister to stay over several nights, but even then, the sense of being watched didn't leave. One evening, Anna came home to find her mail had been rifled through. Bills and letters scattered on the kitchen counter. Nothing seemed missing, yet the invasion of her personal space terrified her. She began noticing small things, the pantry door slightly ajar, drawers not quite in the same order, Max acting aggressively at certain corners of the house. It was as if someone was inside, moving deliberately, watching her routines. Then the texts started. At first, she ignored them, assuming they were spam. I see you. She blocked the number, changed her phone, yet they continued, appearing from new numbers. You shouldn't be alone. Anna started sleeping with her phone by her side, a baseball bat within reach, the lights on, but the sense of imminent danger never left her. She began to wonder if it was just someone watching the cameras, learning her schedule, testing her defenses. December arrived, and with it a deep, oppressive fear that refused to leave. Anna called a locksmith, installed a security door at the back entrance, reinforced all windows, and even installed cameras inside the hallways. Yet, despite all these precautions, every shadow seemed threatening, every wind gust a potential intruder, every creak a warning. One night around 11 p.m., she was on the phone with her sister trying to calm her nerves when she heard the unmistakable sound of a window breaking in the back room. Her heart leaped into her throat. She grabbed the bat and quietly moved toward the sound. Outside it was raining, sheets of water blurring the yard. She noticed a figure slipping away into the darkness, hunched and fast-moving. She screamed, adrenaline pumping, and ran to the back door. But the figure was gone. leaving only muddy footprints leading from the broken window into the woods behind her house. The police arrived again, more serious this time. They dusted for prints, combed through the yard, and reviewed the camera footage. On the night of the break-in, the cameras inside the house had all gone offline for exactly 23 minutes, a gap that seemed too precise to be coincidence. Beyond that, there was nothing tangible. No fingerprints, no stolen items, no DNA. The detective recommended she consider staying elsewhere until the intruder could be caught. Anna reluctantly agreed, staying with a friend for a few nights. Even away from her home, she could not shake the feeling of eyes watching, of danger lurking, of a presence she could neither see nor confront. When she returned, she felt the house differently, as if the walls themselves remembered the intrusion. Every small noise, every flicker of light, every drafty window became a trigger, a reminder of vulnerability. Over the next few months, the invasions became more subtle, more psychological. Doors she swore she had locked were sometimes found slightly open. Objects in the kitchen, once in their proper places, were shifted. Emily, a neighbor's teenage daughter who sometimes came over to watch TV, once reported seeing a shadow moving past the living room window. Anna began sleeping with a baseball bat and a phone by her side, lights on, windows locked, all doors secured with multiple locks. She avoided the basement, only venturing down with a flashlight in hand. By the following spring, Anna's life had narrowed to a single goal: survival inside her own home. Friends invited her out, but she declined. She began recording every movement, every noise, documenting the incidents for the police, but the gaps in the security system frustrated her. Whoever was targeting her knew exactly how to avoid cameras, sensors, and alarms. One night in early April, Anna returned from a late grocery run to find the front door unlocked. She was sure she had locked it. Inside, the house appeared normal, nothing disturbed. She called the police and began to walk through the rooms with the officer, confirming that no one was inside. As they approached the living room, the officer's flashlight illuminated a note, written in red marker, sprawled across the coffee table. "I've been inside. I know your habits. I see everything." Anna's hands trembled, and she felt a wave of nausea. The officer took the note and promised increased patrols, but the threat was clearly beyond the reach of law enforcement. Anna spent the night at a friend's house, only returning in the morning to find no further evidence, no sign of the intruder, only the lingering fear that someone had been inside her home, moving unseen, watching, learning. By summer, Anna had fortified the house beyond recognition. She installed reinforced doors, motion-sensitive lights, a panic room in the basement, and cameras in every hallway. She took self-defense classes and kept weapons accessible, but despite all these precautions, she could never shake the feeling that the house was still being watched. Every sound was amplified in her mind, every shadow a potential threat. One evening, while reviewing camera footage, Anna noticed something chilling. At exactly 2:17 a.m. on multiple nights, the same figure, a tall man wearing dark clothing, appeared on the cameras for just a few seconds. He never stayed long enough to be caught, always vanishing before anyone could intervene. The realization that the intruder had been methodically observing her, learning her routines, sent a fresh wave of terror. Anna's life became a careful balancing act between vigilance and exhaustion. She could not leave the house at night, could not sleep without checking all locks, could not trust that the house was truly secure. Max, her cat, became skittish and aggressive, sensing the tension and perhaps the intruder as well. Friends visited less frequently, unable to understand the psychological weight of living under such persistent threat. Years passed, and Anna never fully regained her sense of safety. The house, once a symbol of a fresh start, became a fortress of fear, a place where vigilance replaced comfort and routine was dictated by the unseen threat. She learned to live with the constant anxiety, the subtle indicators of intrusion, and the ever-present sense of being watched. Even now, long after the intruder disappeared from the cameras, Anna sleeps with her doors locked, lights on, a baseball bat within reach, and her phone at her side. Every creak in the floor, every gust of wind, every flicker of light triggers the old fear. The home invasion was not just a break-in, it was a violation of her sense of security, a trauma embedded in the very walls of her house. She has learned, painfully, that once your home has been violated, the feeling of safety may never return, and the shadow of fear can linger indefinitely. Story the end. The rain had started falling in a steady drizzle around 6 in the evening, the kind that makes the streets shimmer and the trees drip with tiny rivulets of water. The suburbs of Fairview weren't usually dangerous, not in the sense that the news portrayed cities with sirens and shootings, but on nights like this, the quiet felt heavy, oppressive. Rachel Morgan pulled into her driveway, her car's headlights cutting through the mist as she unlocked the door. She had worked a long shift at the hospital and was looking forward to a quiet evening alone. Her husband, Greg, was on a business trip in Chicago, and their daughter, Lily, was at her friend's house for a sleepover. For once, the house would be hers. Rachel had always felt safe in the neighborhood. Her neighbors were friendly enough, waving hello on morning walks, and the police presence was minimal but reassuring. Yet, as she stepped out of the car, carrying her bag and umbrella, a shiver ran down her spine. Something about the way the street looked under the rain felt off. The shadows of the trees stretched unnaturally, moving with the gusts of wind, and the familiar shape of her house looked slightly menacing under the gray, wet sky. She shook her head, telling herself she was tired and letting her imagination get the better of her. She opened the front door, stepping inside and immediately noticing that the door felt slightly loose, though she was sure she had locked it. She dismissed it as rain and humidity swelling the wood. Rachel hung her coat, grabbed a cup of tea from the kitchen, and started unwinding. But the tension lingered. She couldn't quite shake the feeling that she was being watched, even though she was alone. After about an hour, the lights flickered. She froze, staring at the ceiling. It was a brief flicker, much fries, nothing unusual in old houses, but it triggered a sense of unease she couldn't ignore. She checked her phone. No calls, no messages, except a reminder from Lily's friend's mom that she would be picked up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Rachel sighed, trying to calm herself. She decided to watch some television to distract herself from the growing anxiety. Around 8:30, she heard the first sound that made her blood run cold, a soft thump from the basement. The house had always creaked and groaned, but this was different. It was deliberate, not the random settling of the foundation. Her stomach knotted. She told herself it was probably a box falling, maybe her cat Felix, exploring the basement. But when she called for the cat, there was no response. The sound came again, louder this time, like someone moving carefully but purposefully. Rachel's hand went to the phone. She dialed 911, whispering into the receiver. "Hello, I think someone is in my house. I'm at 116 Maplewood Drive. I'm alone." The dispatcher's voice was calm, instructing her to find a safe place to hide and not to confront anyone. Rachel slipped quietly into the laundry room off the kitchen, closing the door and locking it. She crouched behind the washing machine, heart hammering in her chest. From her vantage point, she could see the doorway to the kitchen and the hallway leading to the basement stairs. Every shadow seemed alive. Footsteps echoed from above. The hardwood floors in the living room creaked, soft but deliberate. Someone was walking slowly, methodically, almost as if they were studying the layout of the house. Rachel gripped the phone tighter, keeping her breathing as quiet as possible. The intruder's voice finally cut through the oppressive silence, low and chilling. "I know you're here," it said, almost casually. "No use hiding. Let's make this easy." Rachel froze, the knife she had tucked into her waistband now feeling heavier than ever. The voice sounded male, calm, confident, and terrifyingly composed. She realized with horror that this wasn't a random burglar looking for valuables. This was someone who had planned this, someone who knew she was home and was hunting her. The footsteps approached the kitchen, stopping just outside the laundry room. Rachel held her breath, listening to the soft scrape of shoes against the tile. The doorknob rattled lightly, then stopped. Silence. She could hear her own heartbeat pounding in her ears, loud enough to drown out the sound of the rain. Minutes passed like hours. Then, faintly, she heard a window in the living room click open. Her stomach lurched. He wasn't leaving yet. He was preparing, surveying, maybe even enjoying the fear he was instilling. Rachel thought of Lily, imagining her daughter home alone at a friend's house, and the fear intensified. She could not let him find her. Suddenly, the footsteps returned, this time heading toward the pantry. Rachel realized she had to make a choice: stay hidden and hope for rescue, or try to escape through the back door that led to the yard. The back door might be locked, she didn't know, but staying put felt like a death sentence. She took a deep breath and, as quietly as possible, moved to the kitchen, keeping her body low. The door to the basement creaked open behind her. She didn't look back. Her hand was on the knob of the back door, ready to fling it open and run. But when she turned it, it was unlocked, an unsettling confirmation that he had already been there, checking every possible exit. She pushed it open and slipped into the rain-soaked backyard, the cold rain stinging her skin. Rachel ran through the yard, her bare feet slipping on the wet grass, until she reached the neighbor's house. She pounded on the door, shouting for help. The neighbor, startled, opened the door, and Rachel collapsed inside, drenched, shaking, barely able to speak. The neighbor immediately called 911. The police arrived within minutes, combing the house and surrounding area. The man was gone, leaving behind signs of his presence. Drawers pulled open, items rifled through, a small smear of blood on the kitchen counter where he had cut his hand. The officers explained that the intruder had likely been watching her for weeks, learning her routines, studying when she would be alone. He was dangerous and had a history of violent home invasions. In the days that followed, Rachel barely slept. Every creak, every sound, every shadow in the house made her jump. She installed new locks, security cameras, motion detectors, and even a panic button. She slept with the lights on, a baseball bat by the bed, and triple-checked every window and door before leaving the house. Weeks later, the police called her with updates. The man had been caught attempting a similar break-in in a nearby town. He had a record, and in some instances, he had assaulted victims during home invasions. The knowledge that she had narrowly escaped something so violent did not comfort her. It intensified her fear. The sense of vulnerability lingered, a shadow over every quiet moment in her home. Rachel tried to regain normalcy, but it was impossible. She noticed patterns where none existed. Cars driving slowly down her street, strangers lingering at the corner, shadows moving just out of sight. Every knock at the door, every ring of the phone caused her chest to tighten. Even mundane noises like the wind rattling the windows or the heating system kicking in sent shivers down her spine. Months passed, but the fear did not. One evening, she returned home from work to find a note slipped under her door. Her hands trembled as she unfolded it. Written in uneven letters were the words, "You can run, but you can't hide forever." She immediately called the police, but there was no trace of anyone nearby. The realization hit her with crushing weight. The threat might not be over. Rachel began to move differently, driving different routes to work, varying her schedule, double-checking every lock and camera. Sleep was almost impossible without leaving a light on, and even then, nightmares followed her into the waking hours. She was hyper-aware of her surroundings, every stranger a potential threat, every noise a possible intruder. Years later, Rachel still lived in Fairview, having moved several times within the city to feel secure. She had fortified her current home beyond recognition, installing reinforced doors, cameras covering every angle, and motion sensors throughout the property. Yet she never felt truly safe. The memory of that night, of the intruder's slow, deliberate movements, of the way he had known exactly where she was, haunted her. It became a part of her life, a shadow that followed her relentlessly. Even now, when she sat in her living room, she could hear the faintest sounds of movement in the house, the rustling of fabric or the soft scrape of shoes across floors that weren't there. Every time the phone rang unexpectedly, her pulse jumped. Every time the wind rattled the windows, she felt the icy fingers of fear crawling up her spine. Home was no longer a place of safety. It was a place of vigilance, a constant reminder that someone could invade her life at any moment. The police had reassured her that the intruder was behind bars, but Rachel knew better. She had felt the terror too vividly, had heard the voice too clearly, and had been stalked too closely. The knowledge that she had survived was both comforting and damning. It meant that she had been chosen, that she had been tested, and that the fear she carried now was permanent. On quiet nights, when the rain fell and the streets were empty, Rachel would sit by the window, gripping a knife or a bat, listening for the slightest sound. Every shadow seemed to move with intention, every knock against the walls or doors a threat. Even when surrounded by lights, locked doors, and cameras, she felt eyes on her, waiting, studying. The intruder's presence had seeped into her home, into her mind, leaving an indelible mark she could never erase. Rachel realized that survival did not mean safety. It did not mean peace. It meant vigilance, fear, and the unending awareness that someone, somewhere, had walked through her life and left a permanent shadow behind. The world had changed, her home had changed, and she had changed. The quiet nights, the safety she once took for granted, were gone. The darkness, both outside and within, had become her constant companion. Even with all the security, all the precautions, the knowledge lingered. A home invasion wasn't just a crime. It was a violation, a reminder that safety was fragile, and that fear, once planted, could never fully die. Rachel had survived, yes, but she had also learned that the terror of being hunted did not end when the intruder was gone. It stayed, waiting, a shadow in every quiet moment, a whisper in the rain, what's a presence she could never escape. Story the end. It started as an ordinary Friday evening in late October. The air outside was crisp, carrying the faint smell of fallen leaves and smoke from nearby chimneys. For Laura Mitchell, a 29-year-old nurse working at a city hospital, the day had been exhausting but unremarkable. She had been on a 12-hour shift, tending to patients who ranged from routine flu cases to minor accident injuries. The fluorescent lights of the hospital corridors still clung to her vision, a ghostly afterimage that made her blink in discomfort as she walked toward her car in the hospital parking lot. Her apartment was a 30-minute drive north, a two-bedroom unit in a quiet suburban complex that she had chosen because of the sense of safety it offered. The streets were lined with trees, their branches creating a canopy over the asphalt, and the occasional glow of porch lights offered a comforting reassurance. Laura liked the simplicity of the neighborhood. It wasn't flashy, and she liked knowing most of her neighbors by sight, if not by name. The drive home was uneventful. She listened to a local radio station, singing along quietly to songs she only half remembered. Pulling into her assigned parking spot, she noticed the lot was nearly empty. Most of the tenants were home already, tucked safely behind locked doors, perhaps preparing for their own Friday evening routines. Laura didn't think much of it as she stepped out of her car and hurried to the entrance, her purse clutched tightly under her arm. The lobby was dimly lit, the overhead lights flickering slightly. She had always found a small comfort in the hum of the building's fluorescent fixtures. It was a sound she had grown to associate with home. Her keys jingled as she unlocked her apartment door, the familiar click of the lock a small relief. Inside, the apartment was silent, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator. She dropped her work bag by the door and leaned against the wall for a moment, taking in the stillness. After a day like today, she craved quiet. Laura changed out of her scrubs into something comfortable, a pair of leggings and an oversized sweater, and made her way to the kitchen to heat up leftover pasta. The small apartment smelled faintly of lavender from the plug-in air freshener she had set weeks earlier. She sighed, savoring the warmth and the routine of preparing her dinner. She barely noticed the subtle chill that seemed to creep along the edges of the room, a whisper of unease she dismissed as fatigue. She had just taken a bite of her food when her phone buzzed on the counter. A text from her best friend, Megan. "Don't forget to lock up tonight. There's been a break-in 2 blocks from me." Laura frowned but laughed lightly, typing back, "Thanks, Mom. I will." She didn't think anything of it beyond that. These warnings had become commonplace in recent weeks, with crime reports in the city on the rise. Around 9:30 p.m., as Laura was cleaning up after her dinner, she heard it. A faint scratching noise coming from the living room window. At first she thought it was the wind, or perhaps a branch brushing against the glass. But the sound persisted, deliberate and distinct. It was soft, like someone dragging their fingers along the wood of the window frame. Her heart skipped a beat, and she froze, straining to listen. Toby, her black cat, usually curled on the couch, wasn't there. Laura felt a tight knot form in her stomach. She approached the window cautiously, peering through the blinds. The street below was empty, quiet, bathed in the yellowish glow of the streetlights. Nothing moved. She let out a nervous laugh and told herself she was imagining things. It had been a long day, and her mind was playing tricks on her. She went to check the other windows, ensuring they were locked, before finally retreating to the living room, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling crawling up her spine. That's when she heard it again, the sound of the back door clicking. Laura's pulse spiked. She had locked it when she came in. Slowly, she crept toward the door, trying to see if it had somehow come unlocked. Her hand trembled as she touched the doorknob. It was slightly ajar. Panic rose in her chest like bile. She knew she hadn't left it unlocked. She backed away slowly, moving toward the bedroom, heart pounding. Her mind raced. She grabbed her phone and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver, "I think someone's in my apartment." The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, almost too calm. "Ma'am, can you get somewhere safe? Stay on the line with me." Laura nodded to herself, even though no one could see her. She closed the bedroom door and locked it, sliding the bolt into place. Her breath came in shallow, rapid gasps. She could hear muffled footsteps in the living room. They were slow at first, deliberate and then heavier, more confident. Someone was moving around, familiar with the apartment now, breaking her sanctuary into pieces she couldn't fix. Her eyes darted around the bedroom. The dresser, the closet, the bed. None of it offered real protection. Her hands shook as she grabbed the baseball bat from under the bed. The metal felt cold, solid, real, a small measure of control in a world that had just spun wildly out of her grasp. She pressed herself against the wall, listening as the footsteps drew closer to her door. The handle rattled. The intruder knew she was in there. Her heart felt like it might explode. The door shook violently. Laura raised the bat, bracing herself. The doorknob twisted again, and the door burst open. A man stepped into the room, mid-30s, dressed entirely in black. His face was obscured by a ski mask, but his eyes glinted in the dim light. He lunged toward her. Instinctively, she swung the bat with all her strength, connecting with his shoulder. He cursed, a low, threatening sound, and stumbled back only briefly. Then he charged again, and she stumbled onto the bed, swinging wildly, desperate to keep him at bay. The operator on the other end of the line shouted instructions. Stay safe, get out if you can, but Laura barely heard them over her own fear. She made a split-second decision, shoving herself out of the bedroom and toward the window. She yanked at it until it gave way, the cold night air hitting her face, and climbed onto the narrow ledge. She could hear the intruder behind her, laughing low and menacing. Her hands scraped against the frame as she swung her legs over and dropped to the grass below, pain shooting up her legs, but nothing compared to the terror racing through her. She ran barefoot across the grass, over the fence, and down the street, adrenaline fueling her movements. The night was dark, but the streetlights guided her to safety. She didn't stop until she reached a neighbor's house, pounding on the door until it opened. The police arrived minutes later, but by then the intruder was gone. Signs of forced entry were clear. Scratches along the back door frame, muddy footprints on the kitchen floor, a door left swinging in the wind. Nothing had been stolen. But for Laura, it didn't matter. The violation, the knowledge that someone had been in her personal space, lingered like a shadow that refused to leave. Over the next few weeks, Laura was consumed by paranoia. Every sound in the apartment, creaks, groans, the hum of the refrigerator, made her jump. She installed a security system, changed the locks, and even placed a small surveillance camera in the living room. Yet the unease never fully lifted. Her sleep became fitful, punctuated by dreams of dark figures in her apartment, whispering her name, moving closer and closer until she woke in a cold sweat. One evening, about 3 weeks after the first intrusion, Laura returned from work to find her front door unlocked. She hadn't forgotten this time. She had triple-checked before leaving. Her stomach sank, and the fear she had tried to suppress all this time returned in full force. She dialed 911 immediately, retreating to the bedroom. No footsteps followed this time. No intruder revealed himself. But the sense of being watched persisted, a heavy weight pressing down on her chest. The police came, checked the apartment, and found nothing. They assured her it was probably just a neighbor's mistake or a mechanical fault with the lock. Laura nodded, but inside, she knew it was something else. Months passed, but the memory never faded. She moved to a new apartment in a different town, hoping distance would bring relief. But even there, the fear lingered. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of her eye made her heart race. She slept with a baseball bat under her bed, triple-checked the locks every night, and installed multiple security cameras. She avoided walking alone at night and always made sure someone knew her whereabouts. The sense of vulnerability had become part of her life, a constant companion she could neither ignore nor escape. Years later, Laura still remembered the details of that night with unnerving clarity. The smell of the apartment, the sound of the door rattling, the glint of the man's eyes behind the mask. She often woke in the middle of the night to faint sounds, floorboards creaking, the wind rattling a window, and instinctively reached for the bat she kept within arm's reach. The fear never fully left her, and she knew it never would. Once someone had invaded your home, had violated your sense of safety and control, that knowledge stayed with you forever. No locks, no alarms, no neighborhood lights could ever erase it. Even now, she lived with the knowledge that someone out there could be watching, could know her routines, could strike again. The ordinary had been shattered, replaced with an ever-present awareness of danger. Every knock at the door, every unexpected shadow, every strange sound carried a weight she could not shake. Laura had survived the invasion, but the terror of it remained, stitched into the fabric of her life, an invisible presence she could neither see nor escape, only endure. Story the end. It was past midnight when Mark pulled into his driveway, the headlights of his car cutting through the fog that had settled over the quiet Ohio suburb. The streets were empty, houses dark and silent. He had stayed late at the hospital, finishing charts, running errands for his shift, and now all he wanted was to get inside, lock the door, and collapse into bed. He reached for his keys, fumbled slightly with the door, and froze. The lock was intact, the door shut, but there was something off. The faint glow of the living room lamp that he always left on for his wife Claire was gone. "Claire?" he called softly as he stepped inside, dropping his bag near the door. The house smelled faintly of bleach, too clean, too sterile, unlike Claire's usual scent of lavender and coffee that lingered after her morning routine. His footsteps echoed in the hall as he walked toward the kitchen, expecting to see her curled up on the couch or at least hear her shuffling around the apartment. Nothing. The kitchen light flicked on as he entered, and he froze again. The cabinet doors were open, drawers pulled halfway out. His stomach sank. "Claire?" He tried again, a little louder this time. Silence. He crossed to the living room, his heart hammering, and noticed that the back door, which always locked automatically, was slightly ajar. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't remember leaving it that way. Mark's hand went to his phone. 911 was the obvious choice, but he hesitated. What if it was just a break-in with no one home? What if he made a call, and the intruder was still here, aware? His mind raced as he considered the possibilities. He grabbed the heaviest object he could find, a cast-iron pan from the stove, and crept toward the back of the house. The faint sound of a footstep made him freeze. It was deliberate, slow, and careful. Another followed, echoing softly against the hardwood floor. He pressed himself against the counter, peering around the corner, trying to make out the intruder. A tall man, broad-shouldered, wearing dark clothing, stood near the dining room table, rifling through papers and drawers. The man's face was obscured by a hood, shadow swallowing any recognizable features. Mark's first instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to go. The front door was too far, and the back led to the garage, which might also be locked, but provided no escape in time. He inched toward the stairs, hoping to reach the second floor, where their bedroom and Claire's workspace were. His mind screamed at him to be silent, to be careful, but adrenaline pushed him forward. He reached the stairs just as the man's head turned slightly, as if sensing something. Mark's heart pounded in his ears. The pan felt heavier in his hand, its cold weight grounding him in the moment. He took a deep breath and sprinted upward, 2 steps at a time, slamming the bedroom door behind him. He locked it, pressed himself against the door frame, and tried to control his shaking. 911, what's your emergency? Mark whispered into his phone. He explained the situation as clearly as he could, his voice trembling. The operator's calm tone was a strange comfort. Stay on the line with me. Where are you? In the bedroom, upstairs. Someone's in my house, he managed to say. Footsteps moved beneath him. They were slow, methodical, deliberate, almost like the intruder was enjoying the search. Mark could hear drawers opening and closing, a faint metallic clang, and low muttering to himself. Mark's mind raced. Claire should have been home. They had talked on the phone earlier, and she hadn't mentioned any change in plans. Panic mingled with fear as he realized he couldn't account for her. She might be downstairs. She might already be in danger. The operator's voice was steady, telling him that police were on their way, but it was faintly reassuring, like a tether to reality. He wanted to believe it, but every shadow, every creak of the house, every whisper of wind outside felt amplified, sinister. Minutes felt like hours. Mark could hear the intruder moving closer to the stairs. He clutched the pan, thinking about the few ways he could defend himself. The first option, he realized, was distraction. If he could make a loud noise somewhere else, maybe he could lure the man away, give the police a better chance to arrive before things got worse. He grabbed a vase from the nightstand and hurled it across the room. The crash echoed through the house. There was a pause. Then the shuffling footsteps resumed, moving toward the sound. Mark's chest tightened. He realized he had no way of knowing if Claire was safe. He tried to calm himself, telling himself that the intruder probably hadn't seen her yet. He could only hope. Finally, the faint wail of sirens reached his ears, distant but growing louder. Relief surged, but he didn't dare leave the bedroom. The intruder cursed under his breath, muttering, then footsteps retreated down the stairs. Mark stayed against the door, listening to the sound of police voices filling the house, commands shouted, the pounding of boots. When officers finally reached him, Mark opened the door, trembling. They cleared the house methodically. The intruder was found in the basement, crouched behind boxes, holding a knife, his eyes wild and unseeing. He had been searching for hours, it seemed, almost enjoying the terror he caused. Mark learned later that the man had been targeting neighborhoods in the area, watching houses, choosing his victims randomly. Claire was safe. She had been at a friend's for a late dinner and explaining the absence of her presence in the house. But the knowledge that she could have been there, that the intruder could have found her, left Mark hollow and shaken. The aftermath of the home invasion was worse than the event itself. Mark couldn't sleep without checking every door and window multiple times. Every creak in the house, every faint noise from outside made him jump. The house, which had once felt safe and familiar, now felt alien, hostile, filled with shadows that weren't there before. He installed security cameras, reinforced locks, and added motion sensors. Even then, the fear lingered. Every knock at the door, every car that drove slowly past the house, every phone call in the middle of the night sent him into panic. The memory of the intruder, the slow, deliberate steps, the cold, empty eyes, the laughter he had muttered under his breath, haunted Mark. Weeks turned into months, but the terror never fully dissipated. He found himself imagining scenarios, replaying that night in his head, thinking of every possible what-if that could have turned the night into a tragedy. He even considered moving, but the idea of starting over, of being in another house with another unknown risk, felt just as terrifying. Mark's life changed in small but permanent ways. He carried a knife in his pocket when walking to the car, checked the locks on every door he passed, and installed additional lights around the house. He avoided being alone whenever possible, and even simple routines like doing the dishes or checking the mailbox became exercises in caution and vigilance. The psychological impact of the invasion lingered far longer than the physical threat. Mark realized that while the intruder had been caught, the fear remained. He often found himself waking up at night, drenched in sweat, imagining footsteps in the hall, imagining the man standing there again, silent, watching. The shadows of his home seemed to twist into shapes that weren't there, and every noise was amplified, threatening, as if the house itself was conspiring to remind him of the invasion. Over time, Mark learned to live with the fear, but it never fully left. He became hyper-aware, overly cautious, and more protective of his family than ever before. Every sound, every flicker of light, every small movement was a reminder of the fragility of safety. He couldn't undo that night, couldn't erase the memory of the man in his home, the smell of bleach mixed with fear, the echo of footsteps that had seemed to anticipate his every move. Years later, Mark would still flinch at a sudden noise, still double-check the locks before bed, still feel a shiver when walking through dark hallways. He knew the intruder was behind bars, that justice had been served, but the true terror wasn't in the physical threat. It was in the knowledge of vulnerability, in the understanding that home, the place meant to be safest, could be violated in a heartbeat. Mark's story became a cautionary tale among friends and neighbors, a reminder that safety was never guaranteed, and that vigilance was not paranoia, but a necessity. He never stopped watching, never stopped listening, never stopped fearing, not because the man was still out there, but because the memory of fear, once experienced so vividly, never truly fades. Every night, when Mark turned off the lights, he would check the locks one last time, listen for the faintest sound, and remind himself that while the intruder had been caught, the shadow of that night would never leave him. The sense of intrusion, the violation of his sanctuary, was a permanent mark, a lesson etched into the quiet halls of his home and into his mind. Even now, years later, he sometimes hears things that shouldn't be there. Footsteps, the faint sound of doors opening, the low murmur of a voice in the dark, and his heart races. His hands grip the nearest object that could serve as protection, and he remembers the night when his home was not his own. And in that memory, he understands something he cannot escape. Safety is fragile, fear is enduring, and once terror has touched you, it never fully leaves. Story the end. It was a Thursday evening in late October when the wind had a bite to it and the days were shorter, leaving a strange kind of darkness settling early over the neighborhood. I was home alone for the first time in months. My roommate Jenna had gone out of town for a work conference, and I had planned to enjoy a quiet night in. The house, a modest two-story in a suburban cul-de-sac, had always felt safe, almost comforting in its predictability. But that night, as I walked through the hall, turning off lights and locking doors, I felt a strange unease, like someone else was aware of my presence in ways I wasn't. I started the evening by making dinner, a simple pasta, and turning on the TV to an old thriller I had seen a dozen times. The hum of the television and the occasional creak of the house were the only sounds keeping me company. Around 8:30, I paused to glance out the living room window toward the backyard. Something caught my eye, a faint movement near the fence. My first thought was a raccoon, maybe a stray cat, but the shape seemed too deliberate, too human. I froze, holding my fork halfway to my mouth. There was a figure hunched low, moving slowly along the edge of my property. I ducked back and stared for a long moment, convincing myself it was just my imagination. After a minute, nothing moved, and I laughed nervously, shaking my head. I decided to keep the blinds closed, double-checked the locks on all the doors, and tried to calm myself. But the feeling didn't leave. Every time I heard a soft scrape or a shadow pass by a window, my heart jumped. I told myself it was nothing, that living alone sometimes did weird things to your mind. I poured a glass of wine and settled back on the couch, trying to focus on the movie, but I couldn't shake the tension that had settled over me like a heavy blanket. Around 9:15, I heard a noise from the back door, a soft, irregular tapping. My first reaction was disbelief. Who would be outside at this hour? My stomach tightened. I approached the door slowly, trying not to make any noise. The door was deadbolted. I pressed my ear against it, listening. The tapping stopped. Silence, except for the wind in the trees and the low hum of the refrigerator. I convinced myself it had been a branch scraping the siding and backed away, trying to ignore the racing of my heart. A few minutes later, I heard it again. Louder this time, deliberate, impatient. My hand went to the baseball bat I kept behind the couch. I had never thought I'd need it. I gripped it tightly and slowly walked to the kitchen, my eyes scanning every shadow. The tapping came again, rhythmic, almost like someone testing whether the lock would hold. Panic began to rise. I dialed 911, my hands trembling. I whispered my address into the phone, trying not to make any sound that might give away my position. The dispatcher's calm voice was a fragile lifeline as she asked questions about my surroundings. I gave her my best description, my eyes glued to the dark backyard. The tapping had stopped. I listened, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heartbeat. Then the sound came from the front door. Someone was trying to turn the knob. I froze. I hadn't heard a car, hadn't seen a light, hadn't noticed any movement toward the house. But here they were, inside my sanctuary. I backed away slowly, gripping the bat, heart hammering. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the front door was too close, and I didn't know if they had a weapon. The intruder began calling out, a low, grating voice, asking if anyone was home. I couldn't see them, but their presence was a suffocating weight, like the air itself had turned heavy. I tried to remain quiet, but my breathing was shallow and uneven. The dispatcher on the line reminded me that officers were on the way, but minutes felt like hours. I could hear the scrape of shoes on the hardwood, the faint click of doors opening, the sound of drawers being rifled through. They weren't random. They weren't random. They were methodical. I realized I needed to hide. I ran upstairs to my bedroom, slamming the door and locking it behind me. I grabbed the heaviest object I could find, a marble-based lamp, and held it like a weapon. My phone was clutched tightly in the other hand, the 911 dispatcher still on the line. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make myself small. Every creak, every muffled sound from below made me jump. Then I remembered the attic. The access hatch was small, but it might be enough to hide. I tugged at it, forcing it open and squeezing inside. The space smelled of dust and insulation, and I had to crouch low to fit. From that cramped vantage point, I could see the shadow moving below, searching the rooms, checking closets, opening drawers. Their movements were deliberate, controlled. I realized with horror that this person was not just robbing, they were hunting. Time became distorted. I couldn't tell how long I had been in the attic, listening to the intruder's methodical exploration. The dispatcher's voice occasionally broke through, reminding me the police were close. Then, faintly at first, I heard the distant wail of sirens. The intruder froze for a moment, then seemed to panic. Footsteps pounded across the floor, and I heard the front door burst open. The police had arrived. The intruder fled. I stayed in the attic, listening to the officers sweep through the house, searching every corner. They reassured me, but the fear didn't leave. The house had been violated. My sense of safety, my sanctuary, had been breached, and that knowledge clung to me like a shadow. Later, I learned that the intruder had been watching the neighborhood for weeks, looking for houses with people home alone. My home had been an easy target until luck intervened. They hadn't taken much, only a few small items, but the psychological damage was profound. I couldn't stay in that house after that night. The thought of returning, even with locks and alarms, was unbearable. I moved out within a week, but the fear followed me. Every creak in a house, every shadow at night, every unfamiliar noise triggered a memory I could not erase. I double-checked locks obsessively, kept a weapon near my bed, and always had my phone within reach. Even years later, the terror lingered, as vivid and raw as the first night. It was the sense of intimacy in the violation that haunted me most. Home is meant to be a sanctuary, a place of safety. That night, I learned how fragile that illusion truly is. A lock is no guarantee. Walls cannot stop intent, and the quiet hum of an empty house can become a symphony of dread when the wrong person is determined to enter. I cannot forget the intruder's methodical presence, the deliberate way they moved through rooms, the low, grating voice calling out. The memory is etched into my mind, a permanent scar that no amount of alarms or precautions can erase. I know the statistics, the advice, the probability, but knowing does nothing to soothe the memory of that night. The experience changed me. I live differently now, more vigilant, more cautious. I cannot ignore a strange sound, cannot dismiss a shadow moving in the wrong way. I sleep with the doors locked and a weapon nearby, even though I hope never to use it. The fear is a constant companion, a reminder that security is fragile, that luck is fleeting, and that someone else's malice can shatter your world in moments. Sometimes I dream about it. I see the shadow moving through my old living room, hear the scrape of the locks, feel the suffocating weight of someone else's presence. I wake sweating, heart racing, and for a moment, I am back in that house, in that night, powerless and alone. The psychological aftermath has been the hardest part. The sense of vulnerability, the knowledge that anyone can cross the line into your home, that your walls and doors offer only limited protection, is a lesson that cannot be unlearned. I carry it with me, a permanent reminder of how quickly safety can become terror. Even now, years later, I check the locks obsessively, watch shadows with suspicion, and jump at noises that would have once been innocuous. The fear once confined to a single night has become part of my daily life. It shapes my behavior, my choices, my perception of safety. I cannot undo that night. I cannot erase the memory. The home invasion was more than a theft. It was a psychological violation, an intrusion into my sense of security, a reminder that no place is truly safe. I live with the knowledge that someone once entered my home with intent to scare, to dominate, to control. That knowledge is permanent. I often think about what would have happened if the police had been delayed, if the intruder had found me in the attic. The thought chills me to the bone. Every plan I make now, every precaution, every lock and alarm is a defense against that nightmare coming true. And yet, even with all my precautions, I know the fear is never entirely gone. I tell people the story, but they cannot feel it. They hear the words, but they cannot understand the cold, paralyzing terror of knowing someone is in your home, searching for you. They do not know the weight of silence, the suffocating anxiety, the constant awareness of every creak and shadow. I live differently now. Every sound is scrutinized, every shadow examined. Safety is a fragile illusion, and fear a permanent companion. I have learned that the world is not as safe as we believe, and that vigilance is not paranoia, but survival. I will carry that night with me forever. The intruder's presence, the meticulous search, the low voice calling out, the feeling of being hunted, it will never leave. It is a permanent scar on my psyche, a reminder that home is not an impregnable fortress, that danger can lurk where you least expect it, and that fear, once encountered, never truly fades. Story the end. It started as a normal Friday evening in a quiet suburb of Indianapolis. The streets were calm, the kind of calm that felt safe and uneventful. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of orange and purple across the sky, and the houses, with their neatly trimmed lawns and porches lit by soft yellow lights, looked cozy and welcoming. Inside one of those homes, a two-story brick house on the corner of Maple and 9th Street, a young couple, Jennifer and Mark Reynolds, were finishing up their dinner. Their children, Lucy and Max, were at a friend's birthday party, so the house was unusually quiet. Jennifer was washing the last of the dishes while Mark tidied up the living room, the sound of light jazz playing from the stereo filling the space. Jennifer felt a subtle shift in the air, a sense that something was off, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Maybe it was the way the wind rattled the windows, or maybe it was just the usual paranoia that crept in when the house was empty of the kids. She shook it off and continued rinsing the plates. Mark, folding a blanket on the couch, glanced at her and asked if she wanted to watch a movie. Jennifer nodded, smiling, thinking this quiet evening would be the perfect way to unwind after a hectic week. A few minutes later, the front doorbell rang. At first, Jennifer didn't react, thinking it must be a neighbor or a delivery, though nothing had been ordered that day. Mark frowned and went to the door, peering through the peephole. The porch was empty. "Weird," he muttered, turning the lock and opening the door slowly. There was no one there, just the dim light of the porch and the quiet street beyond. He stepped outside, scanning the area, but saw nothing. A package, perhaps? But there was no box. The air felt heavier somehow, and a shiver ran down his spine. He closed the door, locking it again, like dismissing the unease as his imagination. As he returned to the living room, Jennifer had picked up her phone to check the news feed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and she told herself she was being paranoid. The house was just a house, safe, predictable, and hers. But as she settled on the couch, she noticed movement in the corner of her eye, a shadow flickering across the hallway. She froze. "Mark," she whispered. He looked up. "Did you see that?" "What?" he asked, trying to keep his tone casual. "I thought I saw, I don't know, someone." Mark shook his head, attempting to laugh. "You're tired. Probably just a trick of the light." But Jennifer couldn't shake the feeling. She got up, moving toward the hallway, and noticed the back door slightly ajar. She was certain she had locked it before dinner. Her heart rate quickened, and she called Mark over. Together, they stepped outside, surveying the backyard. It was dark, but there were no signs of intrusion, only the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Jennifer closed the door firmly, double-checking the locks, but the feeling of dread didn't leave her. After about 30 minutes, they tried to settle back into the evening, though both were tense. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees, and Jennifer kept glancing at the windows. Then the sound came. Quiet at first, almost imperceptible. the soft creak of the floorboards above them. Their house had creaky floors, yes, but the pattern didn't match any of theirs. It was deliberate, like someone was moving carefully, trying to avoid detection. Mark grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer and motioned for Jennifer to stay behind him. They ascended the stairs slowly, Mark shining the beam into each corner, every room. Nothing. The bedrooms were empty, the bathroom untouched. But as they reached the master bedroom, Mark's light fell on the closet door, which was slightly ajar. Jennifer's stomach twisted. She didn't remember leaving it open. "Who's there?" Mark called, trying to keep his voice steady. No answer, just silence. Mark approached the closet, hand hovering over the handle. Then a figure lunged from inside, grabbing his arm and twisting it painfully. Jennifer screamed, dropping to the floor and scrambling for her phone. Mark wrestled with the intruder, trying to push him back, but the man was strong and relentless. Jennifer hit the intruder with the phone as hard as she could, and he finally released Mark, retreating into the darkness of the hallway. They bolted down the stairs, Mark grabbing the baseball bat from the closet near the front door, Jennifer dialing 911. "Please," she whispered urgently, "someone's in our house." The operator's voice was calm but authoritative, instructing them to stay put and lock themselves in a room. They retreated to the kitchen, barricading themselves behind the counter, listening as the intruder moved through the house. There was a deliberate, methodical pattern to his movements. He wasn't just random. He was searching, familiarizing himself with their home. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Every sound, a footstep, a whisper, the faint scrape of furniture, sent waves of panic crashing through them. Jennifer tried to be quiet, trying not to breathe too loudly, while Mark gripped the bat, ready to defend their lives. The intruder seemed to know exactly where to go, heading from room to room, sometimes pausing as if listening for their movements. Then came the sound of shattering glass. Jennifer's eyes widened. The intruder had forced open the sliding door to the patio, and the wind carried the faint metallic scent of blood or something acrid. Mark prepared himself, whispering reassurances that they had to stay calm, though he was just as terrified. Outside, the police sirens wailed in the distance. They were on their way, but how long would it take? Every second felt like an eternity. Jennifer could hear the intruder whispering now, a low, guttural sound that sent chills through her bones. He was inside the house somewhere, moving toward them. The police arrived, breaking the tension with flashing lights and authoritative shouts. Officers stormed the house, searching each room. The intruder had vanished. No one was caught, no one was injured, but the sense of violation was profound. The house that had once been a safe haven felt tainted, marked by the presence of someone who had walked through their lives unnoticed, observing, planning, ready to strike. In the following weeks, Jennifer and Mark reinforced every door and window, installed new locks, security cameras, and even an alarm system. Friends and neighbors checked in frequently, offering support, but the psychological impact was deep. The sound of creaking floors or an open door triggered panic. Nightmares haunted them, featuring shadowy figures and whispered threats. Every noise in the house became a potential danger, and every glance outside a source of anxiety. Months later, though the physical evidence was gone, the emotional scars remained. Jennifer would wake in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced she heard the intruder moving through the hallways. Mark checked the locks obsessively, though they had all been reinforced multiple times. The sense of security they once had was gone, replaced by constant vigilance. They learned that the intruder had been careful, experienced, leaving behind no fingerprints or traces beyond what they could see. It was as if he had rehearsed, known their routines, and selected the exact moment to invade. The thought that he might return, that he could watch them even now, made every day tense, every night a test of nerves. Even after they moved to a new home, the fear traveled with them. Jennifer found herself checking windows multiple times before bed, double-checking doors even in the daytime. Every shadow, every creak, every unexpected sound set off alarm bells in her mind. Mark, once confident and composed, found himself flinching at noises, unable to relax fully in what should have been their sanctuary. One night, months after the initial invasion, Jennifer awoke to a noise downstairs, a slow, deliberate thump, thump, thump. She froze, heart hammering in her chest, listening. The sound moved toward the staircase. She shook Mark awake, whispering, panic-stricken. He grabbed the bat, creeping to the bedroom door. Together, they listened as the steps paused at the bottom of the stairs. Then, faintly, almost impossibly, a whisper, "I'm back." The blood drained from their faces. This was no dream, no nightmare conjured from fear. Someone was in their home, again. The intruder had returned, as if he had been waiting, watching, knowing that the fear he had planted would never fully fade. The couple barricaded themselves in the bedroom, dialing 911 once more, trembling uncontrollably. They could hear movement throughout the house, slow, careful, and taunting. Windows rattled, doors creaked, and the sound of breathing echoed in the darkness. When the police arrived, once again, the intruder was gone, leaving behind only the sense of terror, the evidence of his presence felt rather than seen. Jennifer and Mark never felt safe in a home again. Even years later, every creak, every shadow, every unusual sound sent their minds racing. The intrusion had marked them in ways that no locks, alarms, or cameras could undo. They understood, with bone-deep clarity, that the true horror of a home invasion wasn't just the immediate danger. It was the lingering fear, the awareness that someone had been inside, had watched them, had violated their sanctuary, and could return at any time. Their life became a series of precautions and anxieties. Friends stopped visiting because Jennifer and Mark couldn't bear anyone unfamiliar in the house. Even with all the technology, the alarms, the locks, the fear persisted. Every footstep, every gust of wind, every shadow was a reminder of what had happened and of what could happen again. The intruder had left no trace, no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing to help the police catch him. The attacks weren't random. They were psychological, carefully calculated, and the knowledge that he had chosen them, that he could return whenever he pleased, was the real terror. Jennifer and Mark understood that the world outside was no longer the only threat. Their sanctuary, the place that should have been the safest, had been compromised, and nothing could restore it. The fear became permanent, ingrained in every corner of their daily lives. Even moving to a new home didn't help. Each creak of the floor, each shadow moving across the walls, each unfamiliar noise outside their doors brought the same wave of panic and adrenaline. They could never fully relax again, and though the intruder was never seen, never caught, Jennifer and Mark carried the memory like a scar, an invisible mark of the night their world had turned upside down, when the safe, predictable, ordinary home they had taken for granted was invaded, and their lives would never be the same. Story the end. The Thompsons' neighborhood was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked during the day, and kids played outside until the sun went down. Streets were lined with maples and oaks that cast long shadows in the evening, and the occasional distant sound of a dog barking or a car driving past added to the illusion of safety. Lisa Thompson had lived there her entire life, and she had never felt unsafe. She and her husband, Mark, had moved into a slightly larger house after their second child was born, and for years, life had been comfortably predictable. It was a Friday night in late October, and a cold wind rattled the leaves across the sidewalk. Mark had spent the evening working late on his laptop, while Lisa was finishing some paperwork in the kitchen. Emily and Jacob, their children, were already asleep upstairs, tucked into their respective beds with blankets pulled tight. The house was silent except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floorboards. Around 11:15 p.m., Lisa finished her paperwork and walked to the living room to check the doors. She made a habit of locking them each night, even though she'd never experienced anything like the fears some people had about break-ins. She checked the front door, locked. The back door, locked. Sliding glass door to the patio, locked. She exhaled, reassured herself, and went to the bedroom to get ready for bed. Mark was still at his laptop. "Don't stay up too late," Lisa said, smiling faintly. "Tomorrow's Saturday, but I want to sleep in a little." "I'll be up in a minute," Mark replied without looking up. Lisa brushed her teeth, then returned to the bedroom. As she climbed under the covers, she felt a strange unease, a sensation she couldn't quite explain. Something about the night felt off, but she shook it off, blaming the long week at work. Around 12:30 a.m., a low sound from the kitchen made her sit up. At first, she thought it was the wind, but the sound was rhythmic, deliberate, like something or someone was testing the back door handle. Her heart began to race. She nudged Mark. "Mark, did you hear that?" Mark rubbed his eyes and frowned. "Hear what?" "The kitchen. I think someone's out there." Mark put down his laptop and got out of bed, moving toward the bedroom door. He motioned for Lisa to stay put. Quietly, he walked to the hallway, listening. There it was again, a faint metallic click against the back door. He crept to the living room, flashlight in hand. The back door was slightly ajar, the deadbolt undone. His stomach dropped. He remembered locking it before bed. "Lisa," he whispered urgently. "Call 911. Lisa's hands trembled as she dialed, whispering into the phone, explaining the situation. The operator's calm voice barely penetrated the panic in her chest. "Stay quiet. Lock yourself in the bedroom if you can. Officers are on their way." The intruder, a man in black clothing with a ski mask, slipped inside, moving with practiced silence. He had been watching their house for weeks, noting the comings and goings, the predictable routines, the fact that the children went to bed around the same time. This was not his first home invasion, and he was patient, calculating. He moved into the kitchen, his eyes scanning for anything of value, but he wasn't interested in money or electronics tonight. He wanted control, fear, the psychological terror that came from knowing a family was aware of him but powerless to stop him. Lisa and Mark stayed huddled in the bedroom, listening to the soft, methodical sounds of the man moving through the house. A drawer opened, the faint clinking of utensils, the scrape of a cabinet door. Lisa's hand flew to her mouth to stifle a scream, and Mark gripped a baseball bat they kept under the bed. Suddenly, a sound from upstairs made their blood run cold. Emily's bedroom door creaked open. A slow, deliberate movement. The intruder had gone up the stairs. Mark glanced at Lisa. "He's getting the kids." Lisa's heart raced uncontrollably. She whispered, "We have to do something." Mark nodded, gripping the bat tightly. "Stay here. I'll try to stop him." He inched down the hallway toward the stairs, every muscle tense. The intruder appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at him, crowbar in hand. Their eyes met. Neither spoke. Then the intruder made a sudden lunge toward Mark. Mark swung the bat with everything he had. It connected with a sickening thud. The man staggered backward, cursing. Mark lunged forward, wrestling him to the ground. Lisa grabbed the children, pulling them into a closet, and whispered reassurances even though she could barely calm her own terror. The fight in the hallway was brutal but quick. Mark managed to pin the man against the wall until the police arrived, responding to the frantic call Lisa had made moments earlier. The man was cuffed and taken away, muttering threats and promises to return. Shaken, the family was escorted outside, neighbors gathering as news of the attempted invasion spread. The police took statements and began investigating. They found evidence that the intruder had been monitoring the house for days, watching for predictable patterns. Over the following weeks, the Thompsons struggled to reclaim their sense of safety. They installed a full security system, reinforced doors and windows, and installed cameras throughout the property. Yet the psychological impact lingered. Every creak, every shadow, every unexpected sound triggered memories of that night. Lisa found herself checking locks multiple times before going to bed, jumping at every noise in the dark. Mark kept a bat and a knife within reach, feeling a constant tension that didn't dissipate even in daylight. Emily and Jacob slept with nightlights for months, often waking up crying from nightmares that mirrored the real-life terror they had narrowly escaped. The intruder was eventually convicted and sentenced to a lengthy prison term, but the sense of violation the family experienced never fully faded. The Thompsons' home, once a place of comfort and security, became a constant reminder of vulnerability. Even years later, Lisa would sometimes awake in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced she heard footsteps in the hall or a shadow passing a window. Mark, once confident in their safety, remained hyper-vigilant, checking doors and windows repeatedly, unable to shake the fear. The psychological scars were deeper than the physical ones. Friends and neighbors offered support, but they couldn't truly understand the intimate terror of having someone infiltrate their sanctuary. Every knock at the door, every rustle of leaves outside, triggered memories of the night the intruder had walked through their house, unseen and unstoppable until the final struggle. The children grew up, carrying with them an early understanding of the world's dangers, their childhood innocence altered forever. The Thompsons' experience became a cautionary tale in their community, a reminder that safety was never guaranteed and vigilance was a necessity, even in the most peaceful of neighborhoods. Lisa and Mark eventually tried to rebuild normalcy, attending social gatherings, enjoying outings with the children, and attempting to live without constant fear. Yet the trauma lingered in subtle ways. Mark flinched at unexpected knocks, Lisa double-checked locked doors even during the day, and the children sometimes startled at shadows or strange noises. Years later, when the children were teenagers, the memory of that night remained vivid. Lisa still remembered the sight of the masked intruder in the hallway, the cold metal of the crowbar, the sickening sound of impact as Mark fought to protect them. Mark remembered the adrenaline, the fear, and the desperate knowledge that their children's lives hung in the balance. The Thompsons' house never felt entirely safe again. Even renovations and security upgrades couldn't erase the memory embedded in every corner. The sounds of footsteps that weren't there, the feeling of being watched, the terror of someone breaching the boundary between the world outside and the sanctuary inside. The community eventually moved on. Other families replaced them at neighborhood events, children grew up, and life continued in Millfield. But for the Thompsons, that night remained a defining moment, a scar on their collective psyche. It was a brutal lesson in vulnerability, a reminder that terror could arrive silently, unannounced, and that sometimes ordinary suburban life was not as secure as it seemed. Even in the quiet moments, the Thompsons could feel it, the lingering presence of danger, the shadow of fear that no amount of locks, alarms, or cameras could fully dispel. They had survived, but the knowledge of how close they had come to unimaginable tragedy stayed with them forever. Every evening was a cautious affair, every creak and knock a test of nerves, every shadow a reminder that safety was fragile, temporary, and never guaranteed. Lisa and Mark continued to live in the house, learning to navigate life under the constant weight of that experience. They told their story sparingly, mostly to neighbors or friends, as a warning and a reflection of resilience. Yet even as the years passed, every night brought back the memory of the intruder's eyes, the cold precision of his movements, and the terrifying reality of being powerless in one's own home. No amount of therapy or reassurance could fully erase the trauma. Their home, once a symbol of security, had been irrevocably changed, and the fear that had entered on that late October night in Millfield lingered, a permanent fixture in the corners, the shadows, and the quiet hum of appliances that once represented domestic normalcy. It was a fear that the Thompsons carried with them, not just in their home, but into the world outside, a constant reminder that danger could arrive quietly, without warning, and that the sanctity of home, though cherished, was never absolute. Story the end. It was a Tuesday evening in late October when everything started to go wrong. The sky had turned a dull gray, heavy with clouds that promised rain, and the streetlights along the suburban cul-de-sac flickered on one by one. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet for the time of year. The Johnsons' house sat near the end of the street, a two-story beige colonial with dark green shutters. Inside, Michael Johnson, 38, was finishing up some paperwork at the kitchen table while his wife, Claire, unpacked groceries. Their two children, 14-year-old Emma and 10-year-old Ryan, were upstairs, Emma texting with friends, Ryan watching cartoons. Michael rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Long day," he muttered, stacking papers. Claire glanced at him over the counter. "I know. You want me to make some tea?" He shook his head. "No, I just need to finish this. Shouldn't be too long." Outside, a black SUV had slowly pulled into the cul-de-sac. It stopped several houses down, the engine idling quietly. Nobody inside seemed to be moving, and its windows were darkly tinted. Michael didn't notice. He was focused on balancing the checkbook and reviewing invoices. Claire, however, noticed a shadow moving past the living room window as she carried bags into the kitchen. She froze for a moment, but shrugged it off, assuming it was the neighbor's dog. By the time Michael finished his paperwork, night had fully fallen. He called upstairs, "Dinner in 5!" Emma and Ryan grumbled, but started to make their way downstairs. Claire carried plates to the table, and the family settled in. The black SUV outside hadn't moved, and the occasional flash of headlights made Claire uneasy. After dinner, Claire started cleaning the dishes. Michael washed his hands, and the kids ran back upstairs. The house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. Then around 9:15 p.m., a sound came from the front porch, soft, deliberate, like something dragging across the wooden boards. Claire stopped mid-motion, listening. "Michael?" she asked quietly. He came over and frowned. "Probably just the wind or a branch," he said. But when they both peered out the window, the SUV had moved closer, now parked directly in front of their house. Claire's stomach sank. "That's weird." Michael went to the front door and looked out the peephole. No one was visible inside the vehicle. He turned the lock and checked it again, reassured himself, and stepped back. "Maybe just someone lost," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. Around 10 p.m., Michael and Claire had finished cleaning up. The kids were supposed to be asleep, but the sounds of muted giggles and TV from upstairs drifted down. Michael checked on them. Emma was lying on her bed scrolling through her phone. Ryan was asleep with the cartoon still playing. Everything seemed normal. Then came the first knock on the door. Soft, almost hesitant, but enough to startle them. "Probably the neighbors," Michael said aloud, though both felt tension creeping up their spines. He looked through the peephole. No one. He opened the door carefully. Empty. A single envelope lay on the porch. Plain white. He picked it up. "Michael, maybe just a flyer or something," Claire said, but her voice shook. He opened the envelope and froze. Inside was a single piece of paper. Written in jagged, almost childish handwriting were the words, "I see you." Claire's face went pale. This isn't funny," she whispered. Michael felt his pulse quicken. He picked up the phone to call the police, but hesitated. "Maybe we should just watch, see if anyone comes by again?" Minutes later, the front door shook violently. The kids, who had been upstairs, started crying out. Michael ran upstairs, and what he saw made his stomach twist. Emma and Ryan were at the top of the stairs, pointing toward the front window. Shadowy figures moved outside, lingering near the porch. The SUV had returned, parked silently. Michael ushered the kids into his bedroom and locked the door, Claire joining them. They barricaded it with the dresser and a chair. The sounds from the front porch escalated. Footsteps, scratching at the door, whispers. The children huddled against them, terrified. The first attempt to break the door happened around 10:30 p.m. The knob rattled violently. Michael grabbed a baseball bat and swung at the door every time it shook. Outside, the whispers grew louder, unintelligible but menacing. Then a loud crash came from the kitchen. Claire screamed, and Michael told the kids to stay down, huddling together on the floor. Minutes passed like hours. The intruders, at least 2, maybe 3, had entered the house. They weren't speaking to each other, just moving methodically through the main floor. The sound of glass breaking, drawers opening, and furniture being moved filled the house. Every creak of the floorboards made the family jump. Michael made the decision to try to escape through the back door. He whispered his plan, and Claire nodded, clutching the kids. He carefully unlocked the door and peered outside. A shadow moved near the edge of the backyard. Heart-hammering, he stepped out slowly. The night air was damp and cold. The shadow turned abruptly, just a flash of a hoodie, but didn't move further. He ushered the family across the yard toward the neighbor's house. The street was empty except for the SUV, now parked a little way down. Michael banged on the neighbor's door, shouting for help. Lights flicked on inside, and the neighbor answered with a confused expression. After hearing the story, he called 911. The police arrived within 10 minutes. When they entered the Johnson home, it looked ransacked. Drawers pulled open, doors smashed, furniture overturned. Yet there was no sign of the intruders. They had vanished into the night. The police confirmed that nothing had been stolen, which was confusing. It seemed like the sole purpose of the invasion was terror. In the weeks that followed, the Johnsons installed security cameras, reinforced locks, and changed their routines. Yet the fear never fully left. At night, they would hear faint knocks or soft footsteps outside, sometimes even a whispered hello carried on the wind. One night, a note slid under the door, read simply, "You can't hide." The children were affected the most. Emma became jumpy, constantly looking over her shoulder. Ryan refused to sleep alone. Michael and Claire tried to shield them, but every time the phone rang at night or a shadow crossed the window, the memories of that night came rushing back. Months later, Michael was in the garage fixing a shelf when he heard the unmistakable sound of a car engine starting across the street. He froze, heart pounding. The black SUV, it hadn't moved in months. It had disappeared from the neighborhood entirely. He peeked through the garage window. The vehicle was there again, headlights off, engine idling quietly. He could just make out a figure sitting in the driver's seat, unmoving. He called Claire, whispering, "It's back." She rushed outside, her own fear evident. They watched silently. Minutes passed, then the SUV drove slowly down the street and disappeared around the corner. No one else was around. The Johnsons never slept soundly again. They moved after a year, but even in a new home, every unfamiliar car, every shadow, every soft knock made them relive the terror of that night. Home, they realized, was never truly safe. Not when someone had already shown they could invade it, and when the memory of fear lingered like a shadow you couldn't shake. Years later, Michael would sometimes wake to the faintest sound, the scraping of sneakers on wood, the whisper of breath in the hallway. He would sit up in bed, heart pounding, hoping it was just a dream. Claire would reach for him, and they would lie there together, silent, listening. And in the darkness, both knew that some intruders don't need to steal anything. They just leave the terror behind, and it follows you forever. Even now, when Michael drives past quiet neighborhoods, he notices black SUVs parked where they shouldn't be. His stomach twists. The memory is seared into his mind. The knocks, the whispers, the shadows. Fear is not something you forget once it takes hold. It waits patient, and sometimes it waits a long time for the right moment to return. Story, the end. The first time it happened, Emily didn't think much of it. She was a young professional in her mid-20s, living alone in a small townhouse in a quiet suburban neighborhood in upstate New York. Her neighbors were friendly but distant, the kind of people who waved politely but rarely lingered for a conversation. Emily had chosen the place for its sense of safety. The streets were lined with lampposts, the sidewalks well kept, and the police department a short 10-minute drive away. Yet that Friday night, when she got home from work at around 10:30 p.m., a subtle unease settled over her. She parked in her driveway and noticed her front porch light flickering. Not just flickering, but dimming in an irregular rhythm, almost like a pulse. She frowned, thinking it might be a bulb issue. She fumbled with her keys, her fingers unsteady, and finally unlocked the door. Inside, the townhouse was quiet, as always. Emily dropped her bag by the door, peeled off her coat, and flipped on the lights. Everything looked normal, but the flickering feeling she'd had outside lingered like a low hum in her stomach. Emily shrugged it off. She had been working long hours, and sometimes her imagination ran wild when she was tired. She heated some leftovers for dinner and settled on the couch to watch a few episodes of a show she'd been following. About 20 minutes in, she heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible scraping sound coming from the kitchen. She froze, listening. Her heart beat faster, the sound repeating, slow and methodical, like someone dragging a fingernail across the counter. Emily got up cautiously, tiptoeing to the kitchen. Everything seemed in place. The dishes were clean and stacked neatly, the countertops empty. She shook her head and muttered to herself, "It's nothing. I'm just tired." She went back to the living room and tried to immerse herself in the show, but the sense of being watched didn't dissipate. Every shadow in the corner of her vision seemed heavier, darker. She convinced herself she was imagining it and eventually went to bed. Locked doors, locked windows, checked twice, and then she turned off the lights and climbed under the covers. Sometime around 2 a.m., Emily awoke to the sound of the front door opening. It was slow, deliberate, almost inaudible over the pounding of her own heart. She lay perfectly still, hoping whoever it was would leave, but the footsteps didn't retreat. They moved cautiously into the hallway outside her bedroom door. She reached for her phone, but it was on the nightstand across the room. Every instinct screamed at her to stay still, not make a sound. The door handle rattled. Emily held her breath. She remembered the small knife she kept in the kitchen drawer for emergencies. Slowly, she maneuvered herself out of bed, careful not to breathe too heavily, and crept toward the door. The door handle twisted again. Someone was in her house. Panicked, she grabbed the baseball bat she kept tucked beside the door. Her hands shook as she clutched it, the wood cold and heavy. The footsteps stopped. Silence. She strained her ears, but there was no sound now, only the rush of her own blood in her ears. And then she heard it. A whisper, faint, almost playful. "I see you." Emily froze. The voice was close, too close, yet she couldn't see anyone. She swung the bat blindly at the doorway, adrenaline surging through her. Nothing. She ran toward the kitchen, unlocked the sliding door to the backyard, and bolted outside into the darkness, slamming the door behind her. She ran down the driveway, her shoes slipping on the wet pavement toward the street where she had parked her car. When she reached it, she fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking violently. She finally got inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she drove aimlessly down the empty streets, her mind racing. The police arrived after her call. They searched her townhouse thoroughly, but found nothing. No forced entry, no footprints, no sign of anyone inside. The officers suggested she may have dreamt it or imagined it after a long day at work. Emily wanted to scream, to tell them she knew what she heard, what she felt, what she saw in her mind's eye, but she said nothing. There was no evidence, no proof, only her terror. The incident shook her deeply. She didn't sleep in the same way again, and every creak, every shadow, every sound in the house set her heart racing. She installed security cameras at every entrance, new locks, motion sensor lights. But even with these measures, the sense of being watched didn't go away. She began leaving small lights on at night, leaving a radio playing softly, anything to create the illusion that she was not alone, to deter whatever was lingering in the corners of her house. A few weeks later, the second incident occurred. Emily had come home from a late shift at the hospital. She had picked up a sandwich on the way and was exhausted, thinking only of collapsing into bed. Her security cameras had alerted her of a motion in the backyard, but she assumed it was a raccoon or a stray cat. She unlocked the door and stepped inside. The house was empty, or so she thought. As she walked through the hallway toward the kitchen, she noticed the knife block had been moved. Not slightly, but shifted entirely to the edge of the counter. Her stomach dropped. Someone had been in her house. Someone had been inside while she was away. Her hands trembled, and she called the police again. This time, the officers were more serious. They asked if she had noticed anything else missing or tampered with. "Nothing," she replied. No money, no electronics, no jewelry. Just the sense that someone had been inside, watching, learning. The police left after taking a report, advising her to stay vigilant and consider a panic alarm. Emily stayed awake all night, listening for every sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the wind outside, the occasional creak of the floorboards. She kept the bat beside her bed, the door locked, her phone in hand. Hours passed without incident, but the tension never left her. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Emily began to notice subtle things, small changes in her home that she could not explain. A picture frame slightly tilted, a door left ajar, a window unlocked when she was certain she had secured it. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, more oppressive. She stopped inviting friends over, stopped going out late, and started avoiding being alone at home as much as possible. Then, one night, around 3 a.m., she heard the scratching again, this time coming from the living room. It was deliberate, slow, precise. She held her breath, gripping the bat tightly, heart pounding. She crept out of the bedroom, every nerve screaming at her to run, but she couldn't. Her gaze fell on the shadows cast by the moonlight streaming through the blinds, and she saw a figure standing in the corner of the room. Tall, dark, unmoving. She froze, terror rooting her to the spot. The figure moved suddenly, a fluid, predatory motion. Emily screamed, swinging the bat, but it connected with nothing but air. The figure had vanished. She ran to the phone and called 911. This time, the dispatcher stayed on the line with her, assuring her help was on the way. She locked herself in the bedroom, clutching the bat, listening to every sound. Minutes felt like hours until the sound of sirens reached her ears. The police arrived, sweeping the house from top to bottom. They found nothing again. No sign of forced entry, no fingerprints, no footprints. Emily's terror turned to frustration. She knew she wasn't imagining it. She knew someone or something was in her house, learning her patterns, playing with her, testing her, and each time it left no trace, only the feeling of intrusion. Over the next year, the invasions continued sporadically. Sometimes she would come home to find doors unlocked or objects slightly out of place. Sometimes she would hear whispers in the night, the faintest hints of a voice just out of comprehension. She tried to leave, But wherever she went, the feeling followed. New apartments, new towns, different neighborhoods, the sense of being watched never left. Emily's life became a series of precautions. She carried a knife and a bat, changed locks frequently, installed alarms, cameras, and even motion sensors in every room. She avoided leaving windows open, avoided being alone in the house, and never let anyone in. Despite all of this, she knew the intruder, or intruders, were clever, patient, and uncatchable. They didn't need to steal anything. Their only objective was terror, control, and the subtle dismantling of her sense of safety. One night, she woke to find her bedroom door ajar. She was certain she had locked it. Her heart raced as she noticed the bat lying on the floor. She picked it up, listening. Then she heard the voice, soft, mocking. "Did you miss me?" Emily screamed, lunging toward the door, but no one was there. Her breathing came in ragged gasps as she backed into the corner, holding the bat tightly. She noticed her reflection in the mirror across the room and saw the fear etched deeply on her face, shadows under her eyes, the wariness of constant vigilance. From that night on, Emily stopped sleeping in her bedroom. She slept on the couch, lights on, curtains drawn, doors locked. Every sound became a potential threat, every shadow a predator. She left the house less and less, and when she did, she moved quickly, checking over her shoulder constantly. Her life became a series of routines designed to minimize vulnerability, yet the intrusions continued. Sometimes she would catch a glimpse of a shadow at the edge of her security cameras. Sometimes she would hear faint footsteps upstairs, even though she lived alone in a single-story townhouse. Occasionally, she would find objects moved slightly, impossibly, as if someone had been there without leaving any evidence. She came to understand that the intruder didn't need to be seen. The presence alone was enough to dismantle her sense of safety, to erode her peace of mind. Years passed, and Emily became a ghost in her own home. Friends drifted away, unable to handle the constant fear she lived with. Her work suffered, her social life disappeared, and the townhouse became a prison rather than a home. She installed every conceivable security measure, cameras, alarms, reinforced doors, but none of it mattered. The intruder was always there, watching, waiting, testing. Emily began to document everything, every sound, every movement, every anomaly. She kept a journal of times and dates, patterns, changes, and incidents, yet the documentation only reinforced her terror. The intrusions followed a pattern she could never fully decipher. They weren't about theft or physical harm. They were about control, about fear itself. On particularly bad nights, she would hear the whispers close to her ears, the soft voice teasing, reminding her that she was never alone. She would wake to the feeling of someone standing just behind her, a presence so real it made her skin crawl, though no one was ever there when she turned. The most terrifying part was the unpredictability. Sometimes weeks would pass without incident, lulling her into a false sense of security, only for the intruder to strike again when she least expected it. A sound in the kitchen, a shadow in the living room, a note left somewhere. Subtle, personalized, proof that someone had been inside. Each encounter left her more paranoid, more isolated, more convinced that the sense of safety she had once taken for granted was gone forever. Emily learned to live with fear as a constant companion. She knew she would never feel safe again, that her home, once a sanctuary, had become a landscape of terror. The intruder had claimed her peace of mind, her ability to relax, her sense of normalcy. And no matter what she did, how many locks she installed, how many alarms she set, it didn't matter. The intruder always found a way to remind her that they were there, waiting, patient, uncatchable. Even now, years later, Emily still sleeps on the couch, lights on, doors locked. She keeps her phone close, the bat within reach, and her senses alert for every sound, every shadow, every whisper in the night. She knows the intruder is out there, patient as ever, a ghost in the shadows of her home, and she knows she will never escape the feeling of being watched. Never again know what it is to feel truly safe. Story the end. It was the kind of Thursday that felt ordinary on the surface, the kind of day that passes by with quiet monotony and a rhythm that encourages you to let your guard down. Emma had just finished a long shift at the local hospital, the fluorescent lights of the emergency room still buzzing faintly behind her eyelids. She had grown used to that white, sterile glow, the smell of antiseptic that clung to her clothes even after 3 showers. Her apartment was only 15 minutes away, nestled in a quiet suburb on the outskirts of the city. The neighborhood had always felt safe, the streets lined with picket fences and trees whose leaves whispered in the soft evening breeze. Nothing about it suggested danger. She unlocked her door at 9:15 p.m., juggling her purse, her work bag, and a small paper bag with leftover dinner. The apartment smelled faintly of lavender, courtesy of the plug-in air freshener she'd set that morning. Emma set her bags down on the counter and poured herself a glass of water, leaning against the edge and letting out a long sigh. The apartment was quiet, almost too quiet, and for a moment she felt that faint twinge of unease that always came when the house seemed to hold its breath. She shook it off, blaming it on the day's exhaustion. She had locked the door when she left. That was enough. She slipped out of her scrubs and into something more comfortable, a soft hoodie and leggings, and turned on the TV for background noise. The news was on, dull and droning, a report of a stolen car 2 blocks over and a minor fire at a gas station downtown. Nothing to worry about. She flicked the volume low and settled onto the couch, her feet tucked beneath her, reaching for the takeout she'd bought on the way home. She'd just taken her first bite when her phone buzzed on the coffee table. It was a text from her brother. "Don't forget to lock your doors tonight. Weird stuff going around." She frowned but laughed to herself, typing back, "Thanks, Mom." She didn't think anything of it beyond that. Around 10:30 p.m., Emma heard it, a faint, scratching sound coming from the kitchen. At first, she thought it was her cat, Toby, pawing at something, but Toby wasn't home. She froze, the takeout halfway to her mouth. The sound was soft, deliberate, like fingernails scraping against wood. Her heart picked up pace. Maybe it was the wind, a branch tapping the window. She stood slowly, trying to ignore the rising panic, and convinced herself it was nothing. She checked the kitchen. Nothing out of place. Doors closed, windows locked. She laughed nervously, chiding herself. She probably just needed to calm down. Emma returned to the couch, trying to focus on the television. That's when she heard it again, louder this time, the unmistakable click of the deadbolt unlocking. Her stomach dropped. She froze, the sound echoing in the silence of the apartment. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. She grabbed her phone and dialed 911, whispering, "I think someone's in my apartment." The operator's voice was calm, trained, and distant. "Stay on the line, ma'am. Can you get somewhere safe?" She nodded to herself even though no one could see her. She backed into the bedroom, yanking the door shut and locking it. Her heart thundered against her ribcage. Footsteps began, soft but deliberate, moving through the living room, pausing at the doorway to her bedroom. She could hear the faint scrape of sneakers against the carpet. Her hands shook so badly she nearly dropped the phone. The operator asked her to stay calm, to breathe, but calm felt impossible. She was trapped in her own home, and the intruder knew it. The first thing she noticed when the door rattled was that it didn't stop. The handle turned slowly, deliberately. Whoever it was had no intention of waiting. Emma's eyes darted around the room. Her dresser was small. The closet was narrow. She grabbed the baseball bat from under the bed, the metal cold in her hands, her knuckles white. She whispered to herself, "Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me." The doorknob twisted again. She raised the bat, heart hammering, and when the door burst open, she swung with every ounce of strength she had. The figure staggered back, but only for a moment. It was a man, mid-30s, dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by a ski mask. His eyes gleamed in the dim light, and he grinned. Emma felt bile rise in her throat. He lunged, and she swung again, hitting his shoulder. He cursed, a harsh sound, and rushed her. She backed up, swinging, hitting anything she could until she stumbled onto the edge of the bed. The operator was shouting now, instructing her to stay safe, but she barely heard them over the pounding of her own fear. Emma ran toward the window, praying it was unlocked. She shoved at it, breaking it free just enough to climb through. The cold night air hit her face, her hoodie catching on the frame, and she tumbled onto the grass outside. She heard the intruder shout, footsteps behind her, but the fence was only a few feet away. She scrambled over it, landing roughly on the other side, and ran down the street, barefoot, toward the neighbor's house. The police sirens began wailing in the distance, and she didn't stop until she reached safety. Later, Sitting in a patrol car with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, Emma recounted the events. The police were kind but serious, taking her statement and inspecting the apartment. They found signs of forced entry through the back door. A small window pried open, scratches along the frame, and muddy footprints on the kitchen tiles. Nothing had been stolen. That didn't matter to Emma. The violation, the invasion, lingered like a dark stain. She didn't sleep that night, not fully. Every creak of the house, every shadow in the corners of her vision made her heart race. She called in sick for the next day, unable to face the sterile calm of the hospital that felt suddenly too exposed, too vulnerable. Her friends insisted she stay with them for a while, but the apartment was her home, her sanctuary, or it had been until that night. In the days that followed, Emma changed the locks, installed a security system, and left multiple lights on at all times. Yet the sense of being watched never left her. She caught glimpses of movement in the corners of her eyes, shadows that weren't there when she turned, and she began to hear faint sounds. A floorboard creaking in the hall, a door clicking in the night. Sometimes her phone would buzz with unknown numbers, silent calls she never answered. Every sound made her jump, every knock at the door a surge of adrenaline that left her shaking. Weeks passed. The police never found the man, never confirmed whether he had targeted her specifically or simply stumbled upon her apartment. Neighbors mentioned nothing unusual, though she noticed their cautious glances when she passed by, as if they all understood a quiet truth she couldn't name. Emma started carrying her keys between her fingers like a weapon, checking the locks 3, 4, 5 times each night. Sleep became a fragmented thing, punctuated by dreams of dark figures moving through her home, whispering her name, pressing closer and closer. It happened again one night about a month later. Emma had been at work late, returning to her apartment exhausted, feeling a hollow dread that she couldn't shake. The building was dark, the hallways silent. She fumbled with her keys at the door, and then she heard it. A soft click, unmistakable and deliberate. Her stomach fell. She froze, frozen with the same terror that had gripped her weeks before. The door swung open slightly before she could even reach it, and she recognized the sound of a voice whispering through the crack. It was muffled, low, a taunting sound she couldn't quite decipher. Emma ran, this time through the lobby, down the stairwell and into the street, ignoring her bruised feet, the scraped palms from the railing. The intruder never came outside, but she didn't stop running until she reached the main road, the bright headlights of a passing car washing over her like a protective shield. The police were called again, but no one was ever caught. Every time she thought she was safe, every time she let her guard down even slightly, the sense of being watched returned, thick and heavy. Months turned into a year, and the fear never left. Emma moved, reluctantly, to a new apartment several towns over, but even there the memory clung to her. Every new lock, every security camera, every reinforced door was a reminder of that night, of the feeling of helplessness, of the cold realization that someone had been in her home, had known her space, had invaded it, and could have returned at any time. She learned to live with the fear, to plan her movements carefully, to sleep with a baseball bat under the bed, and to never, ever take the quiet safety of her home for granted. Even now, years later, she sometimes wakes in the middle of the night to the faintest sound, a creak, a whisper, a floorboard shifting under a weight that shouldn't be there, and she sits up, heart pounding, gripping her bat, listening. The fear is still there, quiet but persistent, a ghost of that first night when her sanctuary was breached, when the ordinary became the unimaginable. Emma knows, as she always has, that true safety is an illusion, and sometimes the most terrifying thing is not the presence of the intruder, but the knowledge that they might still be out there, waiting, patient, watching. She never stopped checking the locks. She never stopped listening for the sounds in the night. And though she tries to convince herself that it was a one-time event, a random act of violence, a fluke of fate, she knows deep down that the shadow of that night will always follow her. Because once someone has entered your home, once they have violated that intimate, private space, the world never feels the same again. Every creak, every scratch, every knock could be them. And that is a horror that doesn't fade, a terror that doesn't leave, and a memory that no lock or security system can ever erase. Story the end. It was a rainy Thursday evening in a quiet suburb of Atlanta, Georgia. The streets glistened under the orange glow of the streetlights, reflecting the rain that had been falling steadily all day. Inside a modest two-story brick house on Maplewood Drive, the Thompson family was settling in for the night. James Thompson, a 42-year-old software engineer, had just returned from a long day at work. His wife, Laura, was upstairs finishing folding laundry, and their 16-year-old son, Kyle, was in his room playing video games, headphones on, oblivious to the world around him. The house was calm, the kind of normalcy that people take for granted, but James felt a gnawing unease as he hung his raincoat in the entryway. Something felt off, though he couldn't immediately put his finger on it. Perhaps it was the silence of the house, or maybe it was the way the shadows in the corners seemed darker than usual. Shaking off the feeling, he went to the kitchen to make himself a cup of coffee, hoping it was just the stress from a long week playing tricks on him. As he sipped his coffee, he noticed the back door had a faint gap where the lock didn't sit quite right. His stomach tightened. He could have sworn he'd locked it that morning. He got up, walked over, and double-checked the deadbolt. Everything seemed fine, yet he couldn't shake the sensation that someone had been watching the house, waiting. Laura called down from upstairs, "James, dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Don't stay up too late." "I won't," he replied, though his mind was elsewhere. Dinner passed without incident. Kyle was absorbed in his game, oblivious to his father's growing tension. Afterward, James did a routine check of the house, locking doors, checking windows. Everything appeared secure, yet the feeling of unease persisted, crawling along his spine. Around 10 p.m., a loud crash from the backyard made James jump. He froze, listening. At first, he thought it was just the wind or a fallen branch from the storm, but then he heard it again, a scraping, deliberate and slow, as if someone was moving carefully across the patio. His heart began to race. He went to the back door and peered through the blinds. The backyard was empty, but the sliding glass door was slightly ajar. Panic surged. Someone had been there. "Laura," he whispered, his voice tight with fear, "lock the doors. Call the police. Now." Laura's hands trembled as she grabbed her phone. Kyle, hearing the commotion, finally removed his headphones. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice shaky. "I don't know, buddy," James replied, trying to stay calm. "Stay in your room and lock the door." James moved cautiously toward the sliding door, bat in hand. The muddy footprints that led from the patio into the kitchen made his blood run cold. Someone had been inside. He scanned the kitchen and living room. Nothing appeared stolen. But the sense of violation was overwhelming. This wasn't a random burglary. It felt personal, intimate, as if someone had studied their habits and chosen this night for a reason. Suddenly, he heard a low, almost imperceptible whisper from upstairs. His heart leapt into his throat. Whoever was in the house was moving, hiding, watching. James motioned for Laura and Kyle to stay put. He quietly moved to the stairway, gripping the bat tightly. As he ascended, he could hear the faint creak of floorboards above him. Someone was there. He reached the landing and froze, straining to see. A shadow flickered across the hallway near Kyle's bedroom. A man, tall and dressed in black, was crouched, moving silently. "Stay calm," James muttered under his breath. He swung open Kyle's bedroom door just as the intruder lunged from the shadows. James hit him with the bat, connecting hard with his shoulder. The man grunted but didn't retreat. Panic surged. "Run!" James yelled, grabbing Kyle and pulling him toward the master bedroom. Laura was already inside, holding a small kitchen knife. They barricaded themselves behind the door, hearts pounding. The sound of movement in the hallway was deliberate, slow, methodical. The intruder was searching, not for valuables, but for them. Minutes stretched into hours. Every sound, the creak of a floorboard, the whisper of wind against the windows, the hum of the refrigerator, was amplified by terror. James tried to call 911 again, but the line was dead. He realized the intruder had likely cut the phone lines. Their sanctuary had become a trap. The bedroom door rattled violently. The intruder's voice, low and menacing, hissed through the crack. "I know you're in there." Emily whimpered from the closet, where she had hidden, gripping a blanket over her head. James whispered a plan. They would wait for the intruder to move on, then escape through the window if possible. The sound of breaking glass downstairs made them all flinch. The intruder was making his way through the house, checking every room, learning their routines. James realized this was no random act. This man had been watching them for days, maybe weeks, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Time lost meaning. The night stretched on endlessly. Every creak and shadow made them jump. Then suddenly, the house was silent. Too silent. James crept to the door, listening. Nothing. The intruder could have left, or worse, could have been hiding in a place they hadn't thought to check. Then a faint sound from the basement, the slow, deliberate thump of footsteps, made their hearts stop. James grabbed the bat and edged toward the basement door. He flicked the light on, revealing the storage area cluttered with boxes, old furniture, and dust. A figure moved among the shadows, a black-clad man with a mask partially obscuring his face. James swung the bat with everything he had. The man stumbled but didn't fall. He lunged forward, and James barely managed to pull Laura and Kyle back. The intruder darted past them, disappearing into the darkness upstairs. James knew they had to escape. He grabbed Kyle, and Laura grabbed a small lamp as a weapon. They moved quietly, hearts hammering, toward the front door. But as James reached the handle, he realized the lock had been tampered with. The intruder had blocked all exits, turning their home into a cage. Suddenly, a window upstairs slid open. The intruder climbed in effortlessly, landing silently on the floor. James swung the bat again, connecting with the man's shoulder. He stumbled, but again, didn't stop. The intruder moved with terrifying precision, clearly practiced, experienced. The family ran through the front door into the storm, slipping in the rain as they fled to the neighbor's house. Lights flicked on, doors opened, and Mr. Hawkins, a retired police officer, rushed to help. Soon, sirens filled the neighborhood. Police swarmed the Thompson home, finding it in chaos. Drawers pulled open, closets emptied, family photos knocked down. The intruder had vanished, leaving only evidence of his methodical terror. The man, when eventually caught weeks later, had a history of home invasions, stalking families, and studying their routines. He wasn't interested in theft. He was interested in fear, in control. The Thompson family's nightmare could have ended in far worse ways. In the weeks that followed, James installed security cameras, reinforced doors, and hired a private security consultant. Laura never slept without checking all the locks, and Kyle refused to be alone in his room. The house, once a place of comfort, had become a constant reminder of vulnerability. Every sound, the creak of a door, the scratching of a tree branch against the siding, a late-night car passing the street, set their nerves on edge. The family learned that fear could linger, that safety was fragile, and that the shadows in familiar places could hide horrors waiting for the right moment to strike. Even years later, James would pause at the sound of a creaking floorboard or an unfamiliar knock. Emily would whisper in the night, "Daddy, what if he comes back?" And James would hold her close, knowing that sometimes the most terrifying intruders are the ones who study, wait, and return in memory, haunting the mind long after the physical danger is gone. Story the end. It started as an ordinary Thursday night. Anna had stayed late at the hospital again, finishing charts and helping with a difficult patient in the ICU. By the time she left, the streets were nearly deserted, the streetlights casting pools of yellow on wet asphalt from an earlier drizzle. She lived alone in a small 2-story house in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Pennsylvania. The house was modest, older with a creaking front porch and a backyard that bordered a small patch of woods. Nothing about it ever seemed threatening, until tonight. When she pulled into the driveway, she noticed the house seemed darker than usual. The warm glow from the living room lamps that she usually left on for herself was absent. Her stomach twisted with unease, but she shook it off, thinking perhaps she had simply forgotten to turn them on before leaving that morning. She set her bag down and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The house smelled faintly of bleach, sharp and cold, unlike her usual mix of coffee and candle wax. The living room was empty, but something felt wrong. She called out softly, "Hello? Mom?" Her mother was visiting for the week, but there was no answer. The silence was heavy, almost suffocating. Anna walked to the kitchen to set down her keys and noticed the first real sign that something was off. The back door, which led to the garage, was slightly ajar. She was certain she had locked it that morning. Her pulse quickened and a cold sweat prickled her skin. She gripped the edge of the counter, trying to steady her breathing. "Mom?" she called again, louder this time. No response. Panic began to rise. She grabbed a heavy frying pan from the stove, gripping it tightly, feeling the cold metal against her palm. The sense of dread coiled tighter in her stomach. A soft shuffle from the hallway made her freeze. It was deliberate, careful, deliberate. Someone was inside. Anna pressed herself against the counter, her eyes darting to the hallway. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, dressed in dark clothes, hood pulled over their head, obscuring their face. Anna's mind raced. The first instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to go. The front door was at the far end of the living room, and the back led to the garage, which could trap her. The figure stepped forward, dragging something faintly metallic across the floor. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, scanning the living room slowly, methodically. She bolted for the stairs, pan held high, her heart hammering in her chest. She reached the landing and slammed the bedroom door shut behind her, fumbling with the lock. Her hands shook uncontrollably. She pressed herself against the doorframe, trying to quiet her breathing. Her phone was in her hand, trembling as she dialed 911. Someone's in my house," she whispered into the receiver. The operator's voice was calm, grounding, telling her to stay on the line and keep quiet. Footsteps echoed below, slow and deliberate. Anna listened, straining to hear any clue of what the intruder was doing. He was moving through the house, searching, leaving a trail of overturned furniture and broken items. Occasionally she heard muttering under his breath, low and guttural, as if he was speaking to himself, or worse, to an imaginary audience. The minutes dragged into an eternity. Anna could hear the intruder moving closer to the stairs, the soft scrape of shoes on carpet, the jangle of metal as he searched the drawers in the hallway. She clutched the phone tightly, feeling the sweat running down her face. The operator assured her that the police were close, but the sound of approaching sirens was faint in the distance. Anna realized she needed a plan. Hiding in the bedroom might work temporarily, but if he searched upstairs, she could be discovered. She remembered the small attic hatch in the hallway closet. Tight, cramped, but it could buy her time. Slowly, cautiously, she left her room, moving as silently as possible, heart pounding. The man's footsteps were still below, muttering, searching. She reached the closet, lifted the hatch, and crawled into the darkness. The attic smelled of old insulation, dust, and decay. She pressed herself into the corner, knees against her chest, holding her phone so she could track the response team. From the attic, she could hear him more clearly now. He was moving through the rooms, opening drawers, checking closets, muttering curses, and occasionally laughing softly. Every sound made her stomach churn. Every pause sent her pulse skyrocketing. Hours, or maybe minutes, she couldn't tell, passed like this. Then she heard the distinct wail of sirens growing louder, approaching. The man cursed again, softly, muttering words she couldn't understand. Then footsteps retreated. Anna stayed in the attic, barely breathing, until she heard the pounding of police boots on the stairs. The officers found her first. She climbed down, trembling, as they methodically swept the house. The intruder was found crouched in the basement, knife in hand, dazed but defiant, yelling incoherently. He had been targeting the neighborhood, watching homes, choosing victims seemingly at random. Anna learned later that he had been planning the invasion for weeks, watching, memorizing routines, and waiting for the perfect opportunity. Her mother, who was visiting a friend's house that night, was safe, but that knowledge did little to soothe the terror. Anna's home, her sanctuary, had been violated, and the psychological scars were just beginning to form. In the days and weeks that followed, Anna could barely sleep. Every sound, the creak of floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the wind rustling through the trees, triggered flashbacks. She installed security cameras, reinforced locks, and even bought a small firearm, though the thought of using it terrified her. Every night, she double-checked doors, windows, and even the closets, imagining the intruder waiting, hidden, ready to strike. The psychological impact extended beyond the physical invasion. Anna's sense of safety in the world had been shattered. She flinched at knocks on the door. Every slow-moving car down the street made her pulse race, and she developed a hyper-awareness of her surroundings that verged on paranoia. Friends reassured her, telling her the man was in jail, that she was safe. But she knew better. The memory of the man in her house, the slow, deliberate steps, the low, chilling laughter was a permanent imprint. Months passed, but the terror never fully dissipated. Anna carried pepper spray and a flashlight everywhere, avoided walking alone at night, and was constantly scanning her environment for potential threats. She never stopped reliving that night, imagining different scenarios, thinking about how close she had come to being discovered. Every sound, every shadow in her house reminded her of the fragility of security, of how quickly normal life could be turned into a nightmare. Even years later, the memory haunted her. She would wake suddenly in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced she heard footsteps in her apartment, and reach for the phone or the flashlight, prepared to defend herself. Her friends tried to normalize her behavior, but she knew that some things could never be undone. Anna eventually became more methodical in her vigilance. She created routines for safety checks, installed motion-activated lights outside, and even rearranged furniture to create clear escape routes. But the memory of the intruder, the feeling of being watched, the terror of being hunted in her own home remained vivid. She learned to live with the fear, but it was a constant shadow. The experience left her hyper alert, always scanning for threats, always expecting the worst. Every night, as she lay in bed, she would check the locks one last time, listen for any movement, and remind herself of how quickly her life had been put at risk. The intruder had been caught, but the psychological impact remained. Anna's story became a cautionary tale in her neighborhood, a reminder that safety was fragile and vigilance was necessary. She continued to live in the same house, unwilling to let fear drive her away completely. But the sense of violation, the knowledge that her sanctuary had been breached, lingered. Years passed, but the intrusion never truly left her. Any unexpected noise, the subtle shift of shadows, even the creak of a door, could trigger panic. She knew she could never fully relax in her home again, because the fear was no longer just about a person. It was about the memory of terror, the understanding that safety could be lost in an instant. Even now, when she walks through the quiet halls of her house, Anna sometimes hears what she knows are only echoes of the past, footsteps that aren't there, soft muttering in the dark, the scrape of shoes across the hardwood. Her heart races. Her hands clutch the nearest object for protection, and she remembers that night when everything familiar turned alien, when her sanctuary became a place of fear, and when the world seemed to collapse into shadows. Anna's life was never the same. The psychological scars ran deeper than anyone could see. She learned to live with constant vigilance, hyper-awareness, and the knowledge that the world could turn against her at any moment. The intruder was gone, but the terror he left behind was permanent. Her home, her refuge, had been tainted by fear, and she would carry that memory forever. Even in the quiet moments in the safety of daylight, Anna felt the lingering presence of what had occurred. It was not just a break-in, not just an attack on property. It was a violation of trust, of the feeling of security that everyone took for granted. She understood now, in a way she could never forget, that true horror was not always physical. Sometimes it lived in the mind, in the memories, in the shadows of the places that were supposed to keep you safe. And though she moved forward, rebuilt routines, and installed every safety measure she could think of, Anna knew she would never fully feel at ease. The memory of being hunted in her own home, the sound of footsteps following her through familiar rooms, the knowing that someone had intended harm would remain with her always. Story the end. It was just past midnight when Laura Jennings finally locked the front door behind her. She had worked late at the hospital again, and the long drive home through the empty streets of Cedar Falls had left her tired and restless. Her small suburban home sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, surrounded by similar houses, each dark and silent. Normally, she felt a sense of security living there, but tonight something about the stillness made her uneasy. She set her keys and purse on the kitchen counter and immediately noticed that the back door was slightly ajar. Her stomach sank. She was certain she had locked it before leaving for work. With her heart pounding, she slowly approached the door, peering outside into the shadowed backyard. Everything looked as it should, though the darkness seemed unusually oppressive, like it was pressing in around her. Probably just the wind, she muttered to herself, forcing a laugh. She pushed the door closed and double-checked the deadbolt, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. Laura walked to the living room and switched on the lamps. The warm glow of the lights usually comforted her, but tonight it did little to ease her tension. She sank onto the sofa, exhaling heavily. The kids were with their father this weekend, and Mark, her ex-husband, was supposed to pick them up the next morning. She was alone, and the thought made her uneasy in a way she hadn't felt in years. About 15 minutes later, she heard it. A faint scraping sound from the kitchen. At first, she thought it was the refrigerator, but then she realized it was coming from the direction of the back door. Her pulse quickened. She grabbed the baseball bat she kept behind the sofa, more for peace of mind than real defense, and tiptoed toward the sound. The back door had been opened again, slightly pushed inward. Her hands shook as she approached. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken locks, nothing to indicate how someone might have gotten in. Fear gripped her like ice. She ran back to the sofa, grabbed her phone, and called 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator answered. Laura explained quickly that she thought someone was in her house, describing the slightly open back door and the noises she had heard. Stay on the line, ma'am, the operator said calmly. Lock yourself in a room if you can, and stay quiet. Officers are on their way. Laura bolted to her bedroom, locking the door behind her. She could hear faint footsteps in the hallway outside, deliberate and slow, as if whoever it was knew she was there. Every creak of the floorboards made her heart leap into her throat. She crouched on the floor, holding the bat tightly, listening to the intruder move through her home. The man was methodical. He rifled through drawers in the kitchen, opened cabinets, and occasionally muttered under his breath. Laura could hear the scraping of a chair being moved in the living room. He was searching for something, though she didn't know what. Her wallet, electronics, or just the satisfaction of fear. She realized the intruder had found her laptop bag. The soft thud of it being tossed onto the floor made her gasp silently. Then came the sound of the back door creaking again, followed by the faint scraping of boots on the porch. The man was moving closer to her bedroom. Laura backed into the corner, her phone pressed to her ear. The dispatcher's voice was a lifeline in the terror. Stay calm, the officers are close. Minutes stretched like hours. Then she heard it, a deliberate knock at her bedroom door. A deep, grating voice whispered through the crack, I know you're in there. Laura froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't move, couldn't respond. The whisper came again, a low and threatening, Come out, and this will be easier for you. Her instincts screamed at her not to move, but fear clawed at her mind. She gripped the bat tighter, thinking desperately. If the man came in, she had to defend herself. She backed slowly toward the window, considering escape. The knocking stopped. For a moment there was silence. Then she heard the stairs creak. The intruder was heading upstairs, perhaps checking the attic. Laura realized she was on the second floor. The layout of the house made this a dangerous assumption. She slid quietly out the window and onto the fire escape, but the grass was slick with dew, and she almost fell. Heart hammering, she ran across the backyard, the darkened fence looming over her. Finally, headlights cut across the yard. Police cruisers screeched to a halt at the curb, lights flashing. The man bolted from the back door, but officers were quick. Shouts, gun commands, and the thud of someone being tackled filled the night. Laura ran to the nearest officer, crying and shaking. The man, a repeat offender with a history of home invasions, was taken into custody. He had been watching her neighborhood for weeks, waiting for a night when a house would be empty or lightly guarded. His meticulousness was terrifying. He knew routines, knew how to bypass simple locks, and had studied escape routes. In the days that followed, Laura installed a full security system with cameras, motion sensors, and reinforced locks. She replaced all the doors, installed window alarms, and even got a dog. But the psychological scars remained. Every shadow, every unexpected noise, every stranger passing by caused her heart to race. Sleep became a series of light naps, punctuated by nightmares of the intruder slipping silently through her home. Friends and neighbors expressed sympathy, but Laura realized that few could truly understand the terror of someone violating your sanctuary while you were inside. She tried to return to normal life, but every evening brought an underlying tension, a vigilance she couldn't escape. Even years later, she would occasionally wake in the middle of the night, convinced she heard the soft scrape of boots on her floor, the low whisper of someone calling her name from the hallway. Her home, once a refuge, had become a place of constant alert. Each door lock, each window sensor, each light left on was a reminder that safety was never absolute. The experience had changed her fundamentally. The quiet suburban streets no longer offered comfort, and the sound of the wind rustling the trees felt sinister rather than soothing. Neighbors shared stories of similar incidents, and Laura realized this was not unique. Anyone could be targeted if someone chose to observe and wait. She became an advocate for neighborhood watch programs, sharing her story, urging others to take precautions. But the memory lingered, unshakable, a permanent shadow over her life. Even with the intruder behind bars, the sense of being watched persisted. Laura found herself checking locks multiple times before bed, constantly monitoring the front and back of her house. Her friends noticed the change. She was more cautious, tense, alert to every sound. Mark, her ex-husband, visited occasionally, often surprised by her heightened state of vigilance. Years later, the home invasion remained a defining moment in her life. The fear, the adrenaline, the helplessness, all of it stayed with her. Laura still occasionally glimpsed shadows in the corners of her rooms and heard faint noises she couldn't explain. It was a scar on her psyche, a reminder that no place is completely safe, and that terror can arrive without warning, shattering the illusion of security. Laura eventually moved to another town, but even there, the memory of that night haunted her. New locks, alarms, and security measures offered a small measure of comfort, but the psychological impact of having her personal sanctuary invaded never fully faded. She learned painfully that home could be violated, that routines could be studied, and that fear, once implanted, could linger indefinitely. Neighbors in Cedar Falls still told stories of home invasions, sharing warnings about safety and vigilance. Laura's experience became a cautionary tale, a narrative of survival and resilience, but also a warning that evil can be ordinary and silent, hiding behind the familiar. The town remained calm on the surface, yet every family knew that it could happen to anyone, at any time, in any home. Even on bright sunny days, Laura would sometimes pause, thinking she saw someone lurking in a window across the street or in a passing car. Her life had irrevocably changed. She had survived, but the fear she carried was constant. No locks, no alarms, no neighborhood watch could entirely erase the knowledge of how fragile security truly was. She raised her children with heightened awareness, teaching them the importance of being alert, of checking their surroundings, and never taking safety for granted. The lessons were harsh but necessary. Laura's story spread among friends, colleagues, and neighbors, not as a tale of horror, but as a crucial reminder. Home is precious, but it is never invincible. Years later, the memory remained sharp. Every creak, every gust of wind, every shadow sparked the instinctive tension of that night. The intruder had been captured, the house repaired, and life carried on. But the fear, the knowledge that someone had infiltrated her sanctuary, remained an indelible mark. Laura often told herself that she had survived, that she had faced terror and lived, but the truth was that survival came with an unseen cost, a perpetual underlying vigilance, awareness that colored every quiet night, every moment of solitude, and every lock and window in her home. Story the end. It was a chilly November evening in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Chicago. The kind of neighborhood where every lawn was neatly trimmed, cars sat parked in driveways like sentinels, and the occasional dog barked at shadows that weren't really there. The Harper family lived at the end of Elm Street, in a two-story house with faded brick and a weathered wooden porch that creaked whenever someone stepped on it. Michael Harper, 40, had just returned from work as a high school teacher, tired from a long day of grading papers and dealing with restless teenagers. His wife, Rachel, 38, was upstairs finishing laundry, and their daughter, Lily, 14, was sprawled on the living room couch with her headphones on, scrolling through her phone. Michael hung his coat and shook off the damp chill from the rain that had been falling all day. There was a certain calm in the house tonight, an almost eerie stillness that made him uneasy. The kind of stillness that makes a man listen a little harder, look a little closer. He tried to push the feeling aside, blaming it on the exhaustion and the weather. After checking the locks on the doors and windows, a routine he had started after a string of break-ins in the neighborhood, Michael settled on the couch with Lily, trying to make light conversation. She seemed distracted, nodding or giving half-hearted responses. He tried not to dwell on it. Teenagers could be distant, after all. The night passed uneventfully, and soon it was close to 10. Michael stood up to stretch and noticed something strange. The back door was slightly ajar. His stomach sank. He had locked it, hadn't he? He walked over, heart pounding, and gently pushed it closed, making sure the bolt clicked into place. Yet the feeling of unease didn't leave him. It lingered, gnawing at the back of his mind like a shadow just out of reach. Rachel called from upstairs, "Michael, I'm going to bed soon. Don't stay up too late." "Yeah, I won't," he replied, forcing a smile he didn't feel. They ate a quick dinner together, their conversation stilted and polite. Michael kept glancing at the back door, and every sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional drip of water from the gutters, even the creak of the floorboards, made him tense. After dinner, he went upstairs to check on Lily, who was already brushing her teeth. "Good night, sweetie," he said. She mumbled a response and went to bed. He lingered for a moment, listening to the house. It was quiet. Too quiet. Around midnight, a sound came from the living room, a faint scraping like furniture being moved slowly. Michael's heart leapt into his throat. He crept down the stairs, careful not to make a sound, gripping the baseball bat he had kept behind the bedroom door. The living room was dimly lit by the streetlight seeping through the blinds. Everything seemed normal. The couch was where it belonged, the coffee table intact. But then he noticed muddy footprints leading from the back door to the kitchen. Someone had been inside. He froze, listening. A soft thud from upstairs made his blood run cold. The sound wasn't random. It was deliberate. Someone was moving through the house, watching, learning. "Rachel?" he whispered. No answer. He realized she must still be upstairs. He backed away slowly, signaling Lily to stay in her room. She peeked through the door, eyes wide. The first instinct was to call 911, but the thought of moving while the intruder was in the house made him hesitate. Instead, he crept toward the kitchen, careful to stay in the shadows. The footprints led to the pantry, where he froze. Nothing was out of place, yet the air felt charged, oppressive. Then he heard it. A low, deliberate whisper from upstairs. His stomach twisted. Someone was up there, and they knew he was awake. Michael motioned for Lily to stay hidden in her room, then crept to the stairway. The intruder's movements were precise, calculated, almost clinical. He reached the landing and saw a shadow disappear into the hallway leading to Rachel's room. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He gripped the bat tighter, forcing himself to stay calm. The intruder was methodical, moving through the house with purpose. This wasn't a random break-in. This was stalking, preparation, terror. Suddenly, a door slammed shut downstairs. Lily screamed. Michael bolted down, heart hammering. The living room was empty, but the back door had swung wide open again, rain pouring in. Whoever it was had gone outside and come back in silently, without a sound. He ran to the master bedroom, finding Rachel clutching a small knife, eyes wide with fear. "Michael, I heard them," she whispered. "They're in the house," he said. "We need to stay together." They barricaded the door with a dresser. The sound of footsteps creaking above them made their stomachs churn. Whoever it was, they were upstairs, checking the rooms, learning where the family was hiding. Michael whispered instructions. Stay quiet, stay low, and wait. Minutes stretched into hours. Every creak, every groan of the house, every whisper of wind against the windows felt amplified. Michael tried to remain calm, listening, thinking, planning. The intruder was not hasty. They moved slowly, deliberately, making sure the family could hear them, could feel the fear. Then the bedroom door rattled violently. A voice, low and gravelly, hissed through the crack. "I know you're in there." Lily whimpered from the closet, wrapped in a blanket. Michael held her hand, trying to keep himself calm. The intruder was patient, waiting for a moment of weakness. They could hear the soft sound of breathing outside the barricade, almost taunting them. Hours passed. Michael considered trying to escape, but any move could provoke the intruder. The sound of breaking glass from the kitchen made them flinch. Whoever it was had started searching the house systematically, checking every room, every closet, every potential hiding place. Finally, the silence returned, but it was an uneasy silence, like the calm before a storm. Michael carefully checked the door. Nothing. The intruder could have left or could have been hiding in the shadows, waiting. Then a noise from the basement, a slow, deliberate scrape of feet across concrete, made them all freeze. Michael grabbed the bat again, signaling Rachel and Lily to stay behind. He flicked the basement light on, revealing a figure crouched behind storage boxes. Black clothing, masked face, deliberate movements. Michael swung the bat with all his strength. The intruder stumbled but did not fall. Panic surged. The intruder lunged, and Michael barely managed to pull Rachel and Lily back into the master bedroom. They barricaded the door again, hearts racing, ears straining for any sign of movement. Every sound, the dripping water, the rustling of boxes, the occasional creak of floorboards, was terrifying. Michael realized the intruder had been inside for hours, watching, learning, manipulating fear. Eventually, the first hint of dawn appeared. The rain had stopped, leaving the air cold and damp. They waited until the sun rose high enough to flood the house with light. Then, cautiously, Michael opened the door. The living room was trashed. Drawers pulled open, objects strewn across the floor, family photographs knocked down, but the intruder was gone. The police arrived soon after, taking statements, dusting for fingerprints. Weeks later, they learned the intruder had a history of stalking families, breaking into homes, studying routines. They hadn't stolen anything. They had come for the thrill of terror, to manipulate, to control. In the months following, Michael installed a full security system, reinforced locks, and ensured no family member was ever alone at night. Rachel could never sleep without double-checking the doors, and Lily refused to be in her room without the lights on. The house, once a sanctuary, this had become a constant reminder that safety was fragile, that fear could linger long after the intruder was gone. Even years later, Michael would pause at the sound of a floorboard creaking or a branch scraping against the siding. The memory of that night remained vivid, a permanent scar etched into their minds. They had learned the terrifying reality. A home could be violated. Shadows could harbor intentions far darker than imagined, and the terror of a single night could change everything. Story the end. It started as an ordinary Thursday evening in a quiet neighborhood in Raleigh, North Carolina. The streets were lined with maple trees, their leaves turning shades of amber and gold, and the sun had just begun to dip behind the rooftops, casting long shadows across the lawns. In one modest two-story house on Elmwood Drive, Sarah Thompson was home alone. Her husband, Daniel, had traveled for work and wouldn't be back until Sunday, and their two children were at a friend's sleepover for the night. Sarah had planned a quiet evening, order takeout, binge-watch a new crime series, and catch up on some reading. She was in the kitchen when she heard the faintest thump from the living room. At first, she dismissed it as the house settling. It was old, with creaky floors and pipes that groaned whenever the temperature dropped. But then came another noise, the soft scrape of something being dragged across the hardwood. Sarah froze, heart beating faster than usual. Probably just the dog, she muttered to herself, though the family's golden retriever, Max, was at the sleepover with her children. Taking a cautious step toward the living room, she peeked around the corner. Everything appeared normal. The sofa cushions were in place, the coffee table undisturbed. But her intuition told her otherwise. Something felt wrong. She retreated to the kitchen, locking the door behind her, and called Daniel, leaving a voice message about how quiet the house was tonight. Her hand trembled as she dialed, even though she knew he wouldn't answer until the morning. After a few minutes, a louder noise echoed from the back of the house, the unmistakable sound of glass cracking. Sarah's stomach dropped. She moved toward the back of the house, her phone in one hand and a heavy skillet in the other, ready to defend herself. Peering out the kitchen window, she saw the sliding glass door slightly ajar. Someone had forced it open. Her mind raced, realizing that she was not alone in her home. The intruder hadn't entered yet, or perhaps they had just stepped back outside for some reason. Sarah's thoughts spiraled. Who was it? Why her house? Could they be armed? She backed away from the window and decided to retreat upstairs to the master bedroom, the heaviest door in the house, with locks she trusted. She grabbed her laptop bag, filled it with her laptop and a few valuables, and took the steps as quietly as possible, heart hammering in her chest. Reaching the bedroom, she locked the door and dialed 911. The operator's voice was calm, but Sarah struggled to keep her own voice steady. She whispered her address and explained that someone had broken into her house. The operator instructed her to stay on the line and remain in a safe room until police arrived. Sarah huddled on the floor, listening as the house creaked, footsteps approaching. The intruder was inside. She could hear the slow, deliberate movement of someone walking through the hallways, the sound of soft thuds and the occasional scrape of something metal against wood made her stomach churn. The intruder wasn't moving randomly. They were methodical, searching the house, familiar with the layout. Panic clawed at her throat as she realized they could be just a floor away, waiting for her to make a sound. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed. Sarah didn't know which. Every time a door opened or a floorboard groaned, she flinched, expecting to see a masked figure step through the bedroom door. She could hear muffled noises from the living room, drawers opening, objects being moved, the faint clink of glass. Whoever was in her house was meticulous, patient, almost enjoying the terror they were inflicting. Suddenly, a sound from downstairs made her blood run cold. A slow, deliberate scraping, as if someone were dragging a knife across the hardwood. Sarah's mind raced. She remembered the spare key in the flower pot outside the back door. Maybe she could escape if the intruder came closer. But the thought of moving through the house, past whoever was inside, paralyzed her. She stayed crouched on the floor, clutching the skillet like a lifeline. The sound of a door slamming echoed through the house. Sarah realized the intruder was upstairs now, or at least close enough to make the sound resonate. Her phone buzzed. Daniel had called back, but she couldn't answer. She whispered into the line with the 911 operator, trying not to make a sound, explaining everything as quietly as she could. The operator told her to stay put, promising that help was on the way. From the hallway, she heard the soft scrape of shoes on carpet. The intruder was moving slowly, deliberately, as if savoring the moment. Then came a faint, almost mocking whisper. "Hello?" Sarah's eyes widened, fear tightening around her chest. She pressed herself against the wall, praying the intruder wouldn't come closer. The police sirens finally pierced the night air, distant but growing louder. Sarah's relief was immediate, but the tension didn't ease. She could hear the intruder moving back toward the first floor, perhaps aware that the police were arriving. Seconds later, officers arrived, shouting commands as they entered the house with flashlights and weapons drawn. The intruder had vanished. No one was caught, no one was injured, but the house felt violated in a way that furniture and walls could never be repaired. The officers searched every room, finding evidence of a methodical break-in. A few valuables had been taken, drawers rifled through, the back door forced open. The fact that the intruder had left without confrontation was terrifying in its own way. Someone had been inside her house, knowing she was there, and had left on their own terms. In the weeks following the incident, Sarah fortified the home, upgraded locks on every door, security cameras, motion detectors, and even a panic button installed under the kitchen counter. She spoke with neighbors and local authorities who assured her this was a rare incident, but the psychological impact lingered. Every creak of the floor, every rustle in the night sent her heart racing. Her sleep was fragmented, filled with vivid nightmares of shadows moving through her home, masked figures hovering in doorways, whispering threats. She began leaving lights on at night, even when she was alone. She checked and rechecked every lock before bed, and when she heard noises outside, she could barely breathe. The intrusion had shattered her sense of safety, leaving a permanent imprint on her mind. Even small things, the sound of the wind rattling the windows, the garbage trucks passing early in the morning, made her jump. Daniel returned home that weekend, and while he tried to be supportive, he also felt the lingering tension. Together, they replaced all the locks again, added deadbolts to previously unsecured doors, and even installed a safe room in the basement. But no matter the measures, the sense of vulnerability persisted. The intruder had chosen their home, had entered it, and the knowledge that it could happen again was inescapable. Months went by, but the fear never fully subsided. Sarah would wake in the middle of the night, convinced she heard someone moving through the hallway, a shadow at the edge of her vision. Daniel sometimes heard her whispering his name, heart racing, at 3 a.m., convinced someone had entered the house. Therapy helped to an extent, but the memory of that night, the sense of someone watching, moving silently, being so close, never left. Then came the small, unsettling signs. A drawer slightly ajar that she knew she had closed, a package moved from where she left it, the faint sound of someone breathing in the living room when she woke up briefly. She told herself she was imagining it, but the fear gnawed at her. She began keeping a journal of small anomalies, each entry feeding her paranoia, but also helping her document patterns. One night, as she was reviewing the journal, the power flickered and went out. She went to check the breaker, carrying a flashlight and her phone. As she passed the hallway mirror, she saw movement behind her reflection, a shadow darting across the wall. Heart hammering, she spun around, but the hallway was empty. The sense of being watched, of being stalked, was overwhelming. Sarah and Daniel installed even more cameras, this time inside the house, linking them to their phones. They began monitoring the house obsessively, watching for signs of intrusion. It was a constant vigilance, a mental exhaustion that weighed on them daily. Friends and neighbors noticed the change in their demeanor, how tense they were, how jumpy, how unwilling they were to leave the house for even a short time. Years later, the fear remained. Sarah would still wake in the middle of the night, checking doors, windows, and cameras, her mind racing with worst-case scenarios. Daniel was similarly affected, haunted by the memory of the intruder moving through the house, methodical and unseen. The trauma had embedded itself into every corner of their lives. Even when the house was sold and they moved to a new home, the vigilance continued. Every creak of the floor, every shadow at the edge of their vision, every unfamiliar sound triggered panic. The intruder had left a mark that could not be erased, a permanent reminder that their sanctuary had been violated, that someone had entered their private life uninvited, and that they could do it again. The psychological effects lasted far longer than the physical intrusion. Sarah and Daniel realized that the terror of a home invasion wasn't just in the act itself. It was in the knowledge that the safety they took for granted could be shattered in an instant, leaving a lingering sense of vulnerability that never truly goes away. They understood, finally, that home was no longer just a place of comfort. It was a place to survive, a place where every shadow could hide a threat, and every night brought the possibility that the nightmare could begin again. Even after decades, Sarah sometimes dreams of that night, the sound of glass breaking, the footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, the whisper in the dark. She wakes drenched in sweat, heart racing, checking locks and windows that have long since been reinforced. The fear has become part of her, a reminder that the world outside and even the space meant to protect her can be invaded in an instant. The intruder never returned, never left a trace, and yet their presence lingers in ways that cameras, locks, and alarms could never erase. Sarah and Daniel never stopped taking precautions. Every new house they moved to was fortified before they ever set foot inside. Windows, doors, cameras, alarms, all were installed before any furniture. They learned to sleep with one ear listening, to check halls and corners before moving through the house, to trust instincts over appearances. The intrusion had changed them permanently, and no amount of preparation could entirely erase the fear. Years later, their children, now teenagers, would occasionally ask why they were so cautious, why they always checked the locks multiple times, why they never left doors unlocked, even for a minute. Sarah and Daniel would simply exchange a knowing glance, the memory of that night etched into every word, every glance, every precaution. Some experiences cannot be forgotten, some fears cannot be erased, and some intrusions leave marks that last a lifetime. The knowledge that someone had entered their home, someone who had planned carefully, moved silently, and vanished without a trace, was a reality that haunted them daily. They understood, in a visceral, permanent way, that true terror is not just in what happens, but in knowing it could happen again at any moment, in the place where you should feel safest. The intruder had violated the most intimate space of their lives, and while the physical damage could be repaired, the psychological scars remained. Every home they lived in after that was shadowed by the memory. Every creak of the floor, every unexplained noise, every shadow became a reminder that safety is fragile, and the world is far less predictable than anyone would like to believe. The fear was permanent, the vigilance never ending, and the knowledge that someone could return, unannounced, lurking in the shadows, would follow them for the rest of their lives. Home had become a place of caution, a place of preparation, a place where the terror of that night lived on, shaping every action, every thought, every glance into the darkness. Story, the end. It started on an ordinary Tuesday evening in late November. Sarah had just returned home from her night shift at the hospital, tired and hungry, ready to finally relax in her small 2-bedroom apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood outside Chicago. The streets were empty, the lampposts casting long pools of yellow light on the sidewalks, the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind the only sound. She parked her car in the driveway, grabbed her keys, and unlocked the front door. Something felt off. She couldn't pinpoint it at first. Everything looked the same as it always did. The mail was on the kitchen counter, the shoes neatly lined up by the door, the TV remote on the coffee table. But the hair on the back of her neck stood up, and she felt a chill creep down her spine. Sarah shrugged it off, telling herself she was tired, letting her imagination run wild after a long shift. She set her purse down, flicked on the lights, and went about making a cup of tea. As she waited for the water to boil, she heard a faint creak coming from the hallway. Her heart skipped a beat. She froze, straining to hear. A second creak followed, then silence. She told herself it was the building settling, old floors stretching in the cold. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. Tea in hand, she walked into the living room and settled onto the couch. She tried to distract herself with a show, but every shadow seemed to twitch in the corner of her vision. Around 11:30 p.m., she decided it was time to shower and head to bed. She undressed, stepped into the warm spray, and tried to relax. The sound of the running water masked the quiet world around her, but then she heard it. A soft tap, tap, tap on the bathroom window. She froze, her chest tightening. The window faced the side of the building where a narrow alley separated her apartment from the next complex. Nobody should have been there. She hurried through her shower, rinsing quickly, wrapping herself in a towel and peeking cautiously through the blinds. Nothing. She breathed a sigh of relief and chalked it up to her nerves. Once dry, she dressed and went to her bedroom, locking the door behind her. Around 2 a.m., she awoke to a strange sound, the distinct click of a doorknob. Her heart leapt. She listened intently. The knob twisted again, slowly, deliberately, but the door remained closed. She reached for the phone on her nightstand to call 911, only to find it missing. Panic surged through her as she realized she must have left it charging in the kitchen. She wrapped her hands around the baseball bat she kept under her bed, trying to steady her shaking. A shadow passed under the bedroom door. Someone was inside. She could hear soft footsteps, light, careful, like the person didn't want to make noise. Her mind raced. How had they gotten in? All doors and windows had been locked. She could barely breathe, gripping the bat, waiting for a movement that might come from the darkness beyond her door. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled violently, the handle jerking as if someone was trying to force it open. Sarah raised the bat and swung as the door burst inward. The figure that entered was tall, wearing dark clothes, face obscured by a hood. In one gloved hand, she saw a glint of metal, a knife. Adrenaline coursed through her veins. She swung the bat again, connecting with the intruder's shoulder. They stumbled, but didn't fall, and advanced. She screamed, running toward the other side of the room, but the figure blocked her path. Every instinct screamed to fight, to survive. She noticed her bedroom window was slightly open. She lunged toward it, prying it open, swinging the bat behind her. Outside, the night was freezing, the wind biting through her pajamas. She jumped from the window, landing hard on the ground below, scraping her hands and legs on the rough concrete. She ran toward her car parked in the driveway. The intruder was behind her, footsteps crunching on the gravel. Faster now. She fumbled with the keys, finally unlocking the door and throwing herself inside. Inside the car, she locked the doors and started the engine, slamming it into reverse and backing down the driveway. The figure appeared at the end of the yard, standing still for a moment, then disappeared into the shadows of the street. Her hands shook uncontrollably, gripping the steering wheel. She drove aimlessly, not caring about her destination, only needing to put distance between herself and that figure. She eventually ended up at a 24-hour convenience store a few miles away. She ran inside, panting, tears streaking her face. The clerk, a young man who looked half asleep, stared in shock. She barely got the words out. Someone had broken into her apartment, they were armed, and she had barely escaped. He called 911 while she collapsed onto a chair, her body trembling with lingering fear. Police arrived quickly, searching the apartment thoroughly. They found no forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing that suggested a break-in had occurred. Doors and windows were locked, nothing out of place except for the faint impression of someone moving through the house. Sarah's report was taken seriously, but the lack of evidence frustrated everyone, including her. The officers suggested she may have dreamed part of it, but she knew better. She had felt the knife, she had seen the figure, and she had almost died that night. In the following weeks, Sarah's life became defined by paranoia. She installed security cameras, reinforced locks, and motion sensors. She avoided going out at night whenever possible, always checking and double-checking doors and windows. She started sleeping with the lights on, keeping her phone within reach and the bat beside her bed. Yet the sense of being watched persisted, growing heavier each night. Weeks later, it happened again. This time, she came home from a late shift to find the door to her bedroom slightly ajar. She was certain she had locked it. The house smelled faintly of something she couldn't identify, metallic, cold, and unsettling. Every object seemed subtly moved. The coffee table shifted a few inches, the blinds crooked, her personal items in slightly different positions. Her heart sank as she realized someone had been inside while she was away, studying her routines, learning her habits. The incidents continued sporadically over the months. Small things moved around the house. Shadows appeared in the corners of her vision. Soft, whispering sounds echoed at night, impossible to locate but unmistakably human. Sarah began leaving notes for herself, marking positions of furniture, noting every creak, every anomaly. Still, the intruder's visits remained unpredictable. Some nights were quiet, lulling her into a false sense of security. Others were terrifying, with footsteps, whispers, and objects being shifted or moved without explanation. Her friends tried to help. They suggested counseling, security consultants, even temporary relocation, but nothing stopped the intrusions. She even considered leaving the apartment permanently, but each new place had similar occurrences, small, subtle, terrifying signs of someone watching, learning, waiting. The intruder didn't need to steal. Their goal was terror, control, the complete dismantling of her sense of safety. As years passed, Sarah became increasingly isolated. She slept in the living room instead of the bedroom, lights on, doors locked, always alert. Her work suffered. Her social life vanished, and her mental state frayed. She installed more sophisticated security systems, cameras in every room, and motion detectors that could alert her to any movement. Despite all this, the sense of presence remained. Shadows lingered in the corners, faint whispers echoed in the night, and she occasionally found small notes left in places she hadn't been near, written in faint pencil, "I saw that," or "Sleep tight." Her life became a constant struggle against terror she could never fully explain or prove. Every sound, every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light became a potential threat. She never knew when the intruder would strike next, whether someone was in the house or simply lingering just out of sight. Their presence felt more than seen. The stress and fear eroded her peace of mind, leaving her in a perpetual state of high alert. Sarah began documenting everything meticulously. Dates, times, patterns, everything that might help her understand the intruder's behavior. She discovered some patterns. The intruder struck when she was most vulnerable, during moments of distraction or exhaustion. But beyond that, no discernible motive or reason could be found. The intrusions were calculated, precise, and terrifyingly personal. Even during the day, Sarah felt the eyes on her, the subtle surveillance. She rarely left her apartment, and when she did, she took extreme precautions. She knew the intruder was patient, clever, and uncatchable. Their presence was a psychological weapon, dismantling her life piece by piece, forcing her into isolation and constant vigilance. One night, after years of this relentless terror, Sarah woke to find her apartment eerily silent. The usual background noise of the building, the hum of heating, distant traffic, occasional footsteps, was gone. A feeling of dread settled over her as she realized that silence often preceded the intruder's most audacious moves. She gripped the bat beside her bed, listening. Then she heard it, the faintest whisper, a sibilant, chilling sound that came from the living room. She crept toward the source, every nerve screaming. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. As she approached, she noticed a small movement in the corner of the room, a figure just at the edge of her vision. She froze. The figure did not move closer, but it didn't retreat either. It simply stood there, watching. Her heart raced, and the room felt impossibly cold. Sarah screamed, swinging the bat blindly, but the figure vanished into the shadows. She backed away, trembling, and for the first time in years, she realized she could never truly reclaim her home, her peace, or her sense of safety. The intruder was patient, relentless, and uncatchable. They didn't need to be seen. Their presence alone was enough to destroy her life, to keep her living in constant fear, trapped in her own apartment. Years passed. Sarah remained vigilant, but the intrusions never stopped. Every new technology, every new precaution was matched by the intruder's ingenuity. Shadows lingered, whispers echoed, and subtle signs of presence. Objects moved, doors left ajar, windows unlocked, continued to haunt her. Her life had been reduced to routines designed to minimize vulnerability, yet the terror was inescapable. Even now, long after the first break-in, Sarah sleeps with lights on, doors locked, phone within reach, bat beside her bed. Every sound, every flicker of shadow, every faint whisper reminds her that the intruder is still there, patient, watching, and always waiting. Her home, once a sanctuary, had become a landscape of fear, a prison built not of walls, but of the unrelenting terror of an unseen presence that could strike at any moment. She had learned to live with it, but she knew deep down she would never be free. The intruder was always there, always patient, always waiting, and Sarah understood with a cold clarity that she would never know safety again. Her life was defined by the presence of someone or something that existed to terrify, to control, and to remind her constantly that she was never alone. Story, the end. The first time Sarah noticed something off, it wasn't the sound itself, but the absence of the usual sounds. She lived in a small suburban home in Ohio, a quiet neighborhood where people waved to each other from their porches and kids rode bikes until the streetlights flickered on. That night, she had stayed late at the hospital where she worked as a nurse, finishing up charts and helping a colleague with a difficult patient. When she pulled into her driveway, the house looked too quiet. No flicker of a television through the living room window, no hum of the refrigerator that she always left slightly ajar, no creak from the heating vent in the corner that usually sighed with the wind. She shook it off, telling herself that maybe her roommate, Jen, had gone out or fallen asleep early. Inside, everything seemed normal at first. The front door locked behind her with a satisfying click, and the lights came on when she flipped the switch. But as she stepped into the living room, she noticed the faint smell of cleaning chemicals that she didn't recognize. It wasn't the usual lemon-scented cleaner she used on weekends. Her stomach nodded. "Jen?" She called softly, half expecting an answer. Nothing. She assumed Jen must be in her room or at a friend's, though she knew she hadn't mentioned any plans. Sarah set her bag down and made her way to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and that's when she noticed the first real warning sign. The back door, the one that led to the garage and outside, was slightly ajar. Just a crack, but enough to let a thin slice of hallway light in. Her heart started to pound. She knew she'd locked it that morning. "Jen?" She called again, louder this time, a tremor in her voice. Still nothing. Her instincts screamed at her that something was wrong. She grabbed the heavy cast-iron pan from the stove, something to defend herself with, and crept toward the back door. As she approached, a shadow flickered across the garage. She froze. "Hello?" Her voice was almost a whisper, but it felt deafening in the stillness. A sound answered her, a low, deliberate shuffle, almost like someone dragging their feet. She spun around, pressing her back against the counter, scanning the room. That's when she saw it, a figure standing just beyond the doorway, partially concealed by darkness, watching her. Panic surged through her veins like wildfire. Her first instinct was to scream, but her throat constricted. Instead, she held the pan tighter, edging backward toward the phone. 911. "What's your emergency?" The operator's voice was calm, a lifeline in the chaos. Sarah whispered, explaining she thought someone was in her house. "Stay on the line with me," the operator said. "Is anyone in the room with you?" "Yes," she said, voice trembling. I don't know." Footsteps echoed from the hallway. They were deliberate, slow, someone moving closer. Sarah's heart slammed against her ribcage. She looked around desperately. The kitchen had only one other exit, the living room doorway. She had to get there if she wanted to survive. Slowly, cautiously, she inched toward it, keeping the pan raised. Then she heard the sound she dreaded most, a voice, low and calm, coming from behind her. "Sarah." She froze. That wasn't Jen. Her roommate's voice had warmth, familiarity. This was different, cold, malicious. "Who's there?" she managed to whisper. No answer, just movement, a shuffle, then a soft chuckle, low and chilling, that made her stomach turn. Sarah bolted toward the living room, nearly tripping over the rug, the phone clutched in her hand. She reached for the front door. Locked. Of course, she had locked it. The operator's voice was still in her ear. "Sirens are on the way," the operator said. "Can you get out safely?" I don't know," Sarah stammered, glancing over her shoulder. The figure was following, slowly, deliberately. She could just make out the outline of a man, tall, bulky, wearing a dark hoodie that masked his face. Adrenaline surged. She swung the pan blindly, the metal connecting with something solid with a sickening thud. A grunt, muffled. But he didn't fall. He advanced, arms reaching, and Sarah screamed, turning toward the stairs that led to the bedrooms. She had to get upstairs. Upstairs meant safety, or at least a chance to barricade herself. She bolted up the stairs 2 at a time, the sound of footsteps following, not quite matching the beat of her own. Heart pounding, she reached the landing and slammed the bedroom door behind her, locking it with the deadbolt. She pressed her back against the door, breathing hard, listening. Footsteps paused at the top of the stairs. Then the doorknob rattled. Sarah's mind raced. She thought about the guns her neighbor kept, the security cameras she had never installed. Nothing seemed real. Nothing seemed helpful. She grabbed her phone again, dialed 911 for the second time, whispering as quietly as she could. "They're in the house," she said. "They know I'm here. Please, send someone." Outside, sirens wailed faintly in the distance, but they felt miles away. Closer now, she heard movement in the hallway outside her door. He was searching, checking each door. The sound of his shoes scraping the carpet made her skin crawl. Then silence. Sarah's breathing slowed just enough for her to think. She needed a plan. She remembered the attic hatch in the hallway closet. Crawling into it was tight, claustrophobic, but it could give her a hiding place. She slipped out of her room, moving as silently as possible, panicked but careful. The man was still somewhere in the house, shuffling through rooms. She reached the closet, pried the hatch open, and climbed in, pressing herself into the darkness. The attic smelled of dust and old insulation. It was cramped, her knees against her chest, but it was better than being downstairs with him. She could hear him now more clearly, muttering under his breath, shuffling through drawers, tossing things aside. Occasionally, he laughed softly, as if enjoying the hunt. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Sarah listened, trying to stay quiet, trying to imagine what she would do if he found her. Would he be searching for her specifically? Did he know she lived here alone? The questions made her stomach twist with fear. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. It was impossible to tell. The only thing she could hear with any certainty was the sound of the man moving through the house, systematically, searching. Occasionally, he would stop and speak to himself, low and menacing, like he was talking to some imagined audience, relishing the terror. Then, finally, the sound of sirens grew louder. The man cursed, muttering incoherently, and Sarah heard the crunch of tires pulling into the driveway. He paused, listening. Sarah held her breath, willing him not to hear the approaching police. Footsteps retreated, slowly, carefully, almost reluctantly. After what felt like an eternity, the house went silent again. Sarah stayed in the attic, trembling, until she heard the unmistakable sound of police voices and the pounding of boots on stairs. Relief washed over her in waves she hadn't thought possible. When she finally crawled out, the living room was a mess. Drawers pulled out, furniture overturned, but no one in sight. The officers were methodical, clearing each room, checking closets, peering behind doors. Eventually they found him hiding in the basement, crouched behind the furnace, dazed and angry, but subdued by the police. Sarah gave her statement, tears streaming down her face. She kept shaking her head, unable to fully comprehend what had happened. He had broken in, targeting houses on the street, apparently looking for something or someone he could hurt. She was lucky, they said. Extremely lucky. In the weeks that followed, Sarah moved in with a friend temporarily. She installed a full security system, reinforced locks, and even bought a small firearm for protection, something she never imagined she would consider. Nights were the hardest. Every sound, a creak, a distant car, even the wind, made her heart race. She never fully felt safe again, and even though the man was caught, the thought lingered. How many times had he chosen the wrong house, the wrong person? How close had she come to something she didn't even want to imagine? She had nightmares where she was back in the attic, trapped, listening to him, powerless. Sometimes, in the dark of night, she would hear the faint sound of shuffling in her apartment, and her hands would instinctively reach for something heavy, something to defend herself with, even though she knew it was only the wind. Sarah never stopped locking her doors twice, checking windows, watching every shadow, and she never stopped hearing the laughter, soft, low, and menacing, that seemed to echo from her memories. A reminder that the terror wasn't just in that night, but in the knowledge that someone had intended to hurt her and might have succeeded if circumstances had been different. The neighborhood she had once found so safe now felt alien. Every familiar face a potential stranger, every light in a house across the street a possible threat. Friends tried to reassure her, telling her it was over, that he was caught, that she was safe. But Sarah knew better. The fear had imprinted itself too deeply, a permanent echo of terror. Years later, the memory of that night remained sharp, like a photograph burned into her mind. Every sound in her apartment, the fridge, the pipes, even her own footsteps, was cataloged and analyzed in her mind for threats. The home she had once loved, where she had felt cozy and protected, was now a place of vigilance and unease. Sometimes, late at night, she would wake up suddenly, heart hammering, convinced she heard someone moving downstairs, and she would reach for her phone, ready to call 911 again, remembering the figure, the low voice, the slow, deliberate steps that had chased her through her own house. The fear had never fully left, and Sarah realized something horrifying. Even with the intruder gone, she was still being haunted. Not by him, but by the memory of what had happened and the knowledge of how fragile safety could really be. Story, the end. It started on a Thursday evening. The kind of Thursday that feels heavier than usual, when the air is sticky and the sky is gray, like the world is holding its breath. I was alone in the house for the first time in months. My roommates had gone out of town, leaving me with the creaking floors and the empty hum of the refrigerator as my only company. I remember locking the doors carefully, testing the deadbolt twice. You never think something bad will happen when you've done all the right things, when you feel safe behind solid walls in a quiet suburban neighborhood. But you're wrong. I was watching television in the living room, the volume low, when I noticed something odd. The reflection in the window didn't match the room. For a second, I thought I saw someone standing behind me. My heart thumped against my chest, and I whipped around, but nothing was there. I laughed it off as paranoia, a trick of the light, and turned my attention back to the screen. Still, a strange feeling lingered, the sensation that I wasn't entirely alone. Around 9:30, I went to the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water. The house was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. That's when I heard it. A soft tapping at the back door. Not the kind of sound the wind makes, but deliberate, uneven, like someone was testing whether it was locked. My stomach dropped. I had double-checked the doors before sitting down. The back door was deadbolted. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the couch, my hands trembling more than I wanted to admit. I crept to the door, pressing my ear against it. Silence. No footsteps, no rustling, just the faint sound of the wind in the trees. I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch scraping against the siding, but deep down I knew it wasn't. That sense of wrongness, the kind you feel when something is lurking where it shouldn't be, was too strong to ignore. I locked the door again, tightened the deadbolt, and moved to the living room window to peer outside. The backyard was empty, dark except for the dim glow of the streetlights. Nothing moved. But then I saw it. The faint outline of someone crouching near the fence, frozen like a shadow. My breath caught in my throat. I fumbled with my phone and dialed 911, whispering my address like saying it louder would make it real. The operator's voice was calm, but it did nothing to calm me. She asked questions I barely answered, my eyes glued to the darkness outside. Then, as if they had read my fear, the figure moved. Slow, deliberate, gliding toward the sliding glass door. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I pressed my body against the wall, bat in hand, watching them approach. The first sound of the lock snapping came suddenly. My stomach lurched. I had bolted that door. The person outside was trying to open it. Panic roared through me. I shouted at them, swung the bat at the glass, but it didn't break. It rattled. My mind raced. The sliding glass door was reinforced, but how long could that hold? How long before someone determined to get in found another way? I ran upstairs to my bedroom, slamming the door behind me, locking it, and grabbing the heaviest object I could find, a lamp with a marble base. My phone was clutched in my other hand. I stayed on the line with 911, whispering updates I barely understood myself. Every sound, the creak of a floorboard, the soft thump of shoes on carpet, sent me into fresh terror. The intruder started calling out, a low, grating voice, asking if anyone was home. Each word was punctuated by the scrape of metal on the doorframe. My blood ran cold. I was terrified they could hear me breathing, terrified that they might have a weapon. I tried to stay calm, whispering reassurances to myself, but my voice shook. Minutes stretched into eternity. Then a second door, the side entrance, began to rattle. I realized with horror that they weren't trying just the one entry. They were checking every way in. I backed away from the bedroom door, pressing myself against the wall, praying the locks held. I remembered the attic. It wasn't a finished attic, but it had a small hatch. If I could just get in there, maybe I could hide until help arrived. I dragged myself across the room, tugging at the hatch. It opened just enough to squeeze through. The attic smelled of dust and old insulation. I crawled in, wincing as my hands scraped against wood. From my cramped hiding spot, I could see the shadow of the intruder moving through the house below, a dark, jagged silhouette. They were methodical, searching room by room. I could hear the faint click of doors opening, drawers being rifled through, the scrape of furniture moving. It wasn't random. They knew what they were doing. I hugged my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible, willing them not to find me. Time lost all meaning. The dispatcher's voice occasionally cut through my fear, reminding me that officers were on the way. I couldn't tell if it was minutes or hours before I heard the sound of sirens approaching, faint but unmistakable. The intruder froze. I could hear muffled shouting, the sound of shoes pounding against the hardwood as they realized the police were arriving. The fear that had been suffocating me turned into adrenaline-fueled panic. I stayed in the attic, waiting for the sound of the front door being broken down or the inevitable confrontation, but it didn't come. Through the attic vent, I saw flashing lights. The intruder bolted. I didn't hear the front door open again, didn't hear footsteps retreating. I stayed in the attic until officers were inside the house, telling me it was safe. The aftermath was surreal. The intruder hadn't taken much, just a few small electronics, but it didn't matter. The violation lingered, more terrifying than any tangible loss. I learned later they had been watching the neighborhood, looking for homes with a single occupant. My house had been an easy target until I got lucky with the timing of the police response. I moved out a week later. Every creak of a floorboard, every shadow in the corner of my eye reminded me of that night. The fear never truly left. I couldn't sleep with the doors unlocked, couldn't sit in silence without imagining someone lurking in the dark. Friends told me it was an isolated incident, that the odds were low, but I knew differently. Once someone's crossed the threshold of your safety, that sense of security is gone. Even now, years later, I can't walk past a sliding glass door without a shiver. I check the locks obsessively, sometimes more than once. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of night, thinking I hear the scrape of a footstep on the floor below. It's never anyone. But the terror, the raw, unthinking fear that someone could be inside your home, watching, waiting, is something I carry with me every day. It makes you reconsider what safe really means. A deadbolt isn't a guarantee. A locked door doesn't stop intent, and the quiet hum of your house at night can turn into a symphony of dread if the wrong person decides to enter. Even writing this, I can feel that weight pressing against my chest. The way fear clings to the memory of sounds, smells, the sense of a presence. You think you can rationalize it, dismiss it as coincidence or imagination. But home invasion is different. It's intimate. It's personal. It's the realization that your sanctuary can be violated in seconds, leaving you powerless, exposed, trembling in the dark with nothing but a phone and a prayer. I know the statistics, the advice, alarms, cameras, neighborhood watches. I know all of it. But knowing doesn't erase the memory of that night. The slow, deliberate approach of someone who wants to get inside, who wants to impose fear for its own sake. I know now that home isn't a guarantee. It's a fragile illusion, one that can be shattered with a single moment of carelessness, or worse, a moment of perfect planning by someone with malicious intent. I never slept in that house again. I sold it, left the town, and yet the images remain. I dream of shadows moving through rooms, of locks snapping open in impossible ways. Sometimes I wake to the sound of scratching at my new door, and for a second, I'm back in that living room, frozen with a bat in my hands, praying someone will answer the phone. I tell people the story, but it doesn't translate. They hear the words, but they don't feel the cold sweat, the hollow terror, the realization that everything you thought was secure can vanish in the span of a heartbeat. And they won't understand until it happens to them, until they hear that first soft tapping, until they see a shadow move in the wrong place at the wrong time. Some nights I still imagine what would have happened if the intruder had found me in the attic, if they had decided to wait, to hunt me down. The thought is unbearable, yet I can't stop. That's the thing about fear like that. It doesn't leave. It becomes part of you, a scar etched into the corners of your mind, a reminder that your walls are not impenetrable, your doors not infallible. I live differently now. I double lock, triple check, and never, ever ignore a strange sound. I keep a weapon near the bed, even though I hope never to use it. I know I can't undo the night, but I can prepare for the possibility, however unlikely. It's a small comfort, knowing I might have a chance if it ever happens again. But I also know the truth. Luck is fragile, and fear is patient. It waits, and it doesn't forget. The memory of that night, the shadow in the yard, the scraping of the locks, the realization that someone could violate my sanctuary with ease, it follows me. It's a ghost that lives in my mind, more persistent than any intruder could be in flesh, and I will carry it with me always, a reminder of how thin the line between safety and terror really is. Story the end. It was a crisp October evening in suburban Ohio, the kind where the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a pale orange glow in the clouds. The trees lining the quiet cul-de-sac rustled gently in the wind, shedding leaves in slow, swirling motions across the neatly kept lawns. Inside the house at 42 Willow Drive, everything seemed perfectly ordinary. The white siding reflected the fading light, the curtains were drawn, and a single porch light flickered faintly. For the Harris family, it was just another night. Until it wasn't. Carla Harris, a 34-year-old nurse who had just returned from a long shift at the hospital, was alone in the house. Her husband, Tom, was traveling for work, and her two children were with their grandmother for the weekend. She had planned a quiet night, a warm bath, a cup of tea, and perhaps a little television before bed. She never thought her night would spiral into a living nightmare. Carla had barely settled onto the couch when she noticed something odd. The faint creak of the front door startled her. She froze, listening intently. Maybe it was just the wind. She told herself that, hoping to calm the rising tension in her chest. Yet the unease lingered like an insect crawling just beneath her skin. A few minutes later, her phone buzzed with a text from Tom. "Long day. Hope you're relaxing. Call me if anything feels off." She smiled faintly, her nerves easing slightly. She was alone, yes, but her home had always been safe. Or so she thought. The next sound was subtle but unmistakable, the faint scrape of a foot against the hardwood floor in the hallway. Carla's breath hitched. She reached for the baseball bat she kept behind the couch, her hands trembling. Every instinct screamed at her that something was wrong. She quietly crept toward the kitchen, using the shadows for cover, her heart thudding so loudly she was sure it could be heard throughout the house. Peering around the corner into the hallway, Carla thought she saw movement near the stairs leading to the basement. A figure, tall and shadowy, paused, continued forward. Her stomach dropped. Panic surged. But she forced herself to think clearly. She remembered the home security camera system Tom had installed, a basic setup that streamed video to her phone. She quickly unlocked it, her hands shaking so violently she had trouble tapping the screen. The live feed made her stomach churn. A man, dressed in dark clothing, face obscured by a mask, was standing at the foot of the stairs, slowly, deliberately climbing the first steps into the house. His presence radiated menace, and every second felt like an eternity. Carla tried dialing 911, but realized she had left her phone on the kitchen counter. With no time to spare, she grabbed the bat and retreated toward the pantry, the small, cramped space her only immediate refuge. Her mind raced. She needed a plan, a way to survive. Footsteps echoed on the hardwood above her, growing louder and more deliberate. The intruder was moving through her home, methodically searching. Carla crouched behind shelves stocked with canned goods, her back pressed against the cold wall. Every noise, the clink of a bottle, the rustle of paper, made her flinch, terrified of revealing her hiding spot. Her breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible, as if even the smallest sound might draw him toward her. The front door opened and closed with a faint click. Carla's blood ran cold. How had he entered? She remembered locking it herself, double-checking. Panic mixed with dread, threatening to overwhelm her. Then, silence, a suffocating, tense silence that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The intruder had paused. Somewhere upstairs, footsteps retraced, a deliberate search pattern. Carla considered calling out, hoping to scare him off, but the thought of attracting attention was far too dangerous. Instead, she focused on the small details, the shadow that moved past the living room, the faint metallic scent in the air, the distant sound of traffic that no longer seemed comforting. She realized he was experienced, methodical, and possibly waiting, savoring the terror he had created. The thought made her stomach twist into knots. Minutes, or was it hours, passed. Then came the unmistakable sound of glass breaking upstairs. Carla felt a wave of nausea as she realized he was forcing open the bedroom window. She had to think fast. Clutching the bat, she crept toward the back door, a small, unassuming exit that led to the backyard. She prayed it wasn't locked, and to her relief, it yielded to her push. The night air was cold against her flushed face, but freedom was within reach. She sprinted across the lawn, barefoot, ignoring the pain of sharp leaves and cold grass. Her neighbor's house was dark, but the porch light of another home flickered in the distance, a potential sanctuary. Her heart hammered in her chest as she dashed toward it, finally reaching the door and pounding on it with desperate force. A man in his 50s opened, startled, eyes widening at the sight of her, disheveled and terrified. "Call 911. She gasped, barely able to form words. The man fumbled with his phone, dialing as Carla stumbled inside. The operator's calm voice was a stark contrast to the terror raging in her chest. She relayed her location and the situation, glancing out the window to see no sign of the intruder. Yet. The police arrived within minutes, their sirens cutting through the night. Carla was guided outside, shivering uncontrollably as officers canvassed the property. They found footprints leading to the basement window, partially pried open, and a set of muddy shoe prints inside the house. The intruder had fled, but not before leaving a trail of terror that would linger far longer than the night itself. Carla returned to the house with the officers, who carefully swept each room. The living room bore the signs of a struggle. Furniture overturned, drawers emptied, and personal items scattered. The bedroom window had been forced open, glass shards glinting on the floor like frozen raindrops. Carla felt an icy chill, realizing how close she had come to a far worse fate. The officers assured her that such intrusions were rare in the neighborhood, but she couldn't shake the feeling that her home, the place she had always felt safest, had been violated in the most intimate way. In the following days, Carla stayed with her children and grandmother, avoiding the house as much as possible. Friends and neighbors offered support, but nothing could erase the memory of the intruder moving silently through the rooms she had once considered her sanctuary. Tom returned from his trip, shaken by the story, and together they took measures to reinforce their security. New locks, upgraded alarm systems, surveillance cameras, and even motion sensors in every corner of the house. But no amount of hardware could restore the sense of invincibility they once felt. Weeks passed, but Carla's nightmares never did. She would wake in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced she heard footsteps outside her bedroom door. Sometimes, in the quiet hours, she would swear she saw a shadow move across the walls. Friends suggested therapy, and she eventually began attending sessions, trying to process the trauma. The intrusion had left her hyper-aware, constantly scanning for danger, and every creak or rustle of the house set her on edge. The Harris family eventually returned to some semblance of normalcy, but the feeling of being watched lingered. Carla installed additional locks on every window and door, and Tom built a small safe room in the basement. They took every precaution, yet the fear never fully dissipated. Even with new security measures, Carla's mind was always alert, anticipating threats where there might be none, the trauma etching itself into her daily life. Then, months later, the unthinkable happened. Carla noticed small, subtle things that didn't add up: a window left slightly ajar despite being locked, a missing item that reappeared in an unusual place. At first, she dismissed it as forgetfulness, the natural chaos of a busy household. But the unease grew, gnawing at her from the edges of her consciousness. One night, she awoke to the sound of her dog barking in the living room. Her first thought was that it was a dream, but the low, menacing growl confirmed otherwise. Heart hammering, she grabbed the baseball bat once again, creeping toward the source of the noise. The living room was dark, but she caught movement, a shadow flicking across the room as if alive. Her breath caught in her throat. Someone was inside. Again. Panic surged as she realized she was unarmed. She remembered the safe room in the basement and sprinted toward it, locking the door behind her. She dialed 911, voice shaking as she whispered the situation. The operator's calm reassurances barely pierced the storm of terror coursing through her. She could hear footsteps moving deliberately around the house, searching as if the intruder knew her every move. The police arrived in what felt like an eternity. When they finally entered the home, there was no one. No signs of forced entry, nothing to indicate an intruder had been there, except for a single photograph left on the living room coffee table. A picture of Carla, taken without her knowledge, sitting on the couch where she had first spotted the intruder months ago. The handwriting on the back read simply, "Next time." From that night onward, Carla never felt safe again. The house they had once called a sanctuary became a place of constant vigilance, fear, and suspicion. Every creak, every shadow, every unexplained sound was a potential threat. And though the intruder was never caught, the message was clear. They had been inside, they had known the family, and they could return whenever they wanted. The Harris family eventually moved, leaving the house behind, but the nightmares didn't end. Carla would wake in cold sweats, certain she felt the intruder's presence in every new place they lived. The trauma had embedded itself deeply, a reminder that no home could ever be entirely safe, and that true terror sometimes comes not from strangers outside, but from those who can reach into the most private corners of your life and leave you forever changed. Even years later, Carla would find herself checking locks multiple times before bed, jumping at the slightest sound in the middle of the night. Every shadow seemed to harbor unseen eyes, every wind gust a potential intruder. The terror had become part of her existence, a lingering echo of the night her home was invaded, and the knowledge that she could never fully reclaim the feeling of safety she once took for granted. Story the end. The night had fallen like a heavy curtain over the small suburban town of Millfield, Ohio. Streetlights flickered in the occasional breeze, casting long shadows across neat lawns and parked cars. Most homes were quiet, with families settled in for the night, doors locked, televisions murmuring softly in living rooms. For Lisa and Mark Thompson, it had been an ordinary Friday evening. They had just returned from dinner at a local restaurant, the smell of leftover pasta still lingering in the car. Their two children, Emily 10 and Jacob 7, were already asleep upstairs. The house, a modest two-story with beige siding and dark green shutters, seemed serene, the type of place people pass by on a Sunday morning and assumed nothing could ever go wrong there. Lisa set the bags on the kitchen counter while Mark turned on the dishwasher. "It feels good to finally just relax tonight," Lisa said, shrugging off her coat. Mark nodded, giving her a quick smile. The evening had been uneventful so far, just the way they liked it. Around 10, Lisa decided to check the mail one last time before bed. She grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer, it was old but reliable, and stepped outside. The night was colder than usual, and a thin mist had begun to settle over the neighborhood. As she walked toward the mailbox, she noticed a figure across the street. It was difficult to make out in the dim light, but the silhouette seemed unnervingly still, almost statuesque. Lisa's first thought was that it was one of the neighbors, perhaps taking out trash late, but there was something off. The person didn't move, not even a twitch, as though waiting for something. "Hello?" she called softly, her voice wavering slightly. The figure did not respond. A chill ran down her spine, and she hurried back inside, locking the door behind her. "Mark, there was someone across the street," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. Mark glanced at her, frowning. "You probably just didn't see clearly," he said, rubbing his eyes. "It's late. Maybe someone was walking their dog or something." Lisa wasn't convinced, but she let it go. After all, nothing had happened yet. The family settled in the living room. Mark was scrolling through his phone, Lisa flipping through a magazine, while the children sat on the couch watching a cartoon. The house creaked occasionally, a normal set of sounds in any older home, but Lisa's earlier unease lingered. She kept glancing at the front window, half expecting to see the figure again. Around 11:30 p.m., Lisa went upstairs to check on the kids. Emily and Jacob were tucked in, sound asleep, the soft rhythm of their breathing reassuring. She kissed them on the forehead, whispering goodnight, and headed back downstairs. That's when she noticed the back door. It was slightly ajar. Lisa froze. Her heart thumped in her chest like a drum. She hadn't left it open. She swore she had locked it before going upstairs. Panic began to rise, and she backed away slowly, calling Mark in a low voice. "Mark, the back door? It's open." Mark looked up from his phone, alarm flickering in his eyes. He set the phone down and walked toward the kitchen, his hand tightening around the handle of the small kitchen knife he kept for emergencies. "Are you sure?" he asked. Lisa nodded, unable to speak. Mark approached the door cautiously, peering outside. The backyard was cloaked in darkness. No sign of movement, no footprints, nothing except the faint rustling of the trees in the wind. "Must have been the wind," he said finally, though his voice lacked conviction. He closed and locked the door, double-checking the bolt. They tried to settle back in the living room, but the tension was palpable. About an hour later, the phone rang. Lisa jumped at the sound. Mark answered. "Hello?" he said. The voice on the other end was low, distorted, and hard to understand. Then it whispered, "I'm inside." The line went dead. Mark's face turned pale. He hung up and tried calling back, but there was no dial tone. "Lisa," he whispered, "we need to call the police." Lisa's hands shook as she dialed 911. The operator's calm voice was a small comfort, but the fear gnawing at Lisa's stomach refused to subside. While waiting for the police to arrive, they moved quietly through the house, gathering flashlights and a few heavy objects for protection. About 10 minutes later, a police cruiser rolled into the driveway, lights off, silent. 2 officers entered cautiously, flashlights sweeping the interior. They found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no one hiding. "You probably got a wrong number," one officer said, trying to reassure them. "But lock all doors, keep your phone on, and call us immediately if anything happens." The officers left. Lisa and Mark tried to sleep, though neither truly did. Every creak, every shadow seemed amplified in the oppressive darkness. Around 2 a.m., the horror began in earnest. A loud bang came from the kitchen, shattering the uneasy calm. Lisa screamed. Mark grabbed the knife, and they both rushed toward the sound. The kitchen window was shattered. Glass glittered on the floor. A cold draft swept through the room. "Call the police!" Lisa yelled, tears streaming down her face. Mark fumbled with his phone, dialing 911 again. As he spoke to the operator, Lisa's eyes caught movement, a shadow in the hallway leading to the basement. A man stepped out from the darkness. He wore a ski mask, black clothing, and gloves. In his hand, he held a crowbar. "Get on the ground!" he shouted, voice rough, filled with menace. Mark froze for a moment, Flay trying to process the figure before him. Lisa clutched Emily and Jacob's framed photo, holding it tightly against her chest as though it offered protection. The intruder advanced. "Now!" he barked. Mark pushed Lisa behind him and slowly got down on the floor. Lisa followed, pulling herself into a corner, holding her children close. The man scanned the room, then moved toward the staircase leading to the second floor. "Where are they?" he demanded, though his gaze seemed fixed more on the house than on them. Mark's mind raced. He knew the children were upstairs, asleep. The intruder could find them at any moment. He needed a plan. When the man reached the staircase, Mark grabbed a heavy frying pan from the counter and swung it with all his strength. The pan struck the man's head, making him stagger backwards, swearing loudly. The commotion had bought a few precious seconds. Mark grabbed Lisa's hand and ran to the basement, while locking the door behind them. The children were still asleep in their rooms upstairs. Lisa and Mark moved quietly through the basement, hearts pounding, waiting for the police. The phone lines were still down. They had no way to call for immediate help. From upstairs came the sound of muffled voices, footsteps, and then the unmistakable sound of Emily's bedroom door opening. Lisa's blood ran cold. The man was already inside their home, moving methodically, targeting the children. Mark grabbed a heavy metal pipe that had been leaning against the wall. "Stay behind me," he whispered. They crept up the narrow basement stairs, careful to make as little noise as possible. The hallway was dark. A faint light from the kitchen revealed broken glass and the intruder's silhouette. He hadn't noticed them yet. Mark took a deep breath and lunged, swinging the pipe with precision. It connected with a sickening thud. The man staggered, dropping the crowbar, his mask slipping slightly. Mark swung again. This time, the intruder fell to the ground, groaning, dazed. Lisa rushed to the children, pulling them into her arms. "It's okay. You're safe now," she whispered, rocking them. By the time the police arrived, rushing in response to neighbors reporting the noise, the man was unconscious on the floor. He had managed to get past the front defenses, break in, and move through the house with terrifying ease. But Mark and Lisa's quick thinking had prevented a tragedy. The officers cuffed the man, and Lisa and Mark gave statements, shaking uncontrollably. They explained the phone call, the broken window, and the basement attack. The police said the man had a record for burglary and violent home invasions. They couldn't understand why he had come for a quiet suburban family like the Thompsons, but it was clear he had been watching the house for days, maybe weeks. The family stayed with relatives for the next few nights, unable to return to their home. The thought that a stranger had been inside their private sanctuary while their children slept kept them in a state of constant fear. Every creak of a floorboard, every wind gust against a window made them jump. Weeks later, the police investigation revealed that the man had a pattern. He targeted homes where families were known to be alone, relying on observation, timing, and intimidation. He had been planning to take items of value, but the Thompsons had interrupted his plans. Lisa and Mark eventually returned home, installing a full security system, reinforced doors, and cameras. But the sense of safety never fully returned. Emily and Jacob slept with nightlights for months. Every knock at the door, every shadow passing a window sent chills down their spines. What haunted them most wasn't just the physical danger, the broken window, the crowbar, the blood and bruises, but the knowledge that someone had been inside their home, uninvited, watching, waiting, planning. They could no longer take the ordinary quiet of suburban life for granted. Every evening became a careful dance of vigilance, every knock and creak a reminder of the night their safe world had been shattered. The terror of that home invasion never fully faded. Even years later, Lisa sometimes woke in the middle of the night, convinced she heard footsteps in the hall or the creak of the basement stairs. Mark, who had always prided himself on his rationality, found himself jumping at shadows, scanning the darkness for threats that might never return. The man had been caught, imprisoned, yet the true fear, the knowledge that strangers could infiltrate the sanctity of their home, remained, lurking just beneath the surface of their daily lives. Life went on, but it was never quite the same. The home they once saw as a safe haven became a reminder of vulnerability. The nightmare of that night stayed with them, embedded in every creak, every shadow, every whisper of wind against the windows. It was a scar on their sense of security, an invisible mark left by someone who had dared to enter their lives uninvited. Years passed, but the memory never dulled. Lisa sometimes caught herself watching the street from the window, scanning for movement in the dark. Mark kept the knife and metal pipe close, a quiet testament to a night they would never forget. And while the children grew up, thriving in school and life, the lingering knowledge of that intrusion shaped the way they saw the world, teaching them early that safety could never be taken for granted, and that evil sometimes walked quietly among the familiar and the ordinary. Even in the daylight, even with neighbors walking their dogs or families chatting across fences, the Thompsons felt the echo of that night, a permanent shadow on the home they had once believed to be untouchable. Story the end. The sun had just set behind the tall oaks lining the cul-de-sac, casting long shadows across the manicured lawns. The Wilson house sat at the end of the street, an unassuming two-story with white siding and green shutters. It looked peaceful, ordinary. Inside, Emily Wilson was finishing up her work on the laptop in the living room while her husband Mark was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner. Their two kids, Sophie and Luke, were upstairs in their shared bedroom, arguing over a video game. Outside, the air was still and heavy, the kind of quiet that makes even small sounds echo. Emily stretched and glanced at the clock. 8:32 p.m. She closed her laptop and called upstairs. "Time to get ready for bed, you two." There was muffled grumbling in response, but eventually she heard the soft thuds of little feet running down the hallway. Mark appeared from the kitchen with a towel over his shoulder. "I'll get him tucked in," he said, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. "You want a shower first?" Emily shook her head. "I'll just brush my teeth and head to bed. Long day." As she went upstairs, she passed by the front window and noticed a car parked across the street. It wasn't unusual for neighbors to have friends over, but something about it seemed off. It was too dark inside the vehicle to see anyone, and the engine was off. She frowned, but didn't dwell on it. People parked there all the time. Later, after tucking the kids in and checking their doors were locked, Mark came upstairs. He turned on the baby monitor. They weren't babies, but the monitor was an extra precaution, and headed to the bedroom. "I'm going to grab a shower," he said, undressing as he went. Emily got into bed with her phone and scrolled mindlessly, trying to shake the odd feeling from earlier. That's when she heard it. A faint scraping noise coming from the front door. She froze, listening. The scraping stopped. "Mark?" she called out. No answer. She shrugged and assumed it was the wind. The house occasionally made noises at night. It was old but solid. Still, she got up and peeked out the blinds at the front door. The street was empty, the mysterious car gone. She went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Around 10:15 p.m., Mark had just gotten out of the shower and was drying off when the doorbell rang. Both of them jumped. Their street rarely saw visitors after dark. Emily peeked through the peephole. No one was there. "Must be pranksters," she muttered. Mark grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside to check the porch. Nothing. No footprints, no packages, no signs anyone had been there. When he closed the door, the hair on the back of Emily's neck stood up. She tried to push the unease aside and went to lock the doors. But when she checked, the deadbolt on the back door was slightly loose. "Mark," she called. He came over, and they both tugged at it. It was fine, but it hadn't been that way earlier. Something about the subtle shift made Emily's stomach churn. They tried to settle in again. Mark turned on the TV to drown out the tension. Around 11:30 p.m., Emily got up to check on the kids. Sophie and Luke were asleep, but Luke murmured something unintelligible. Emily went back downstairs, and that's when she noticed the living room window cracked slightly. She was sure she had locked it. Her pulse quickened. "Mark, the window." Mark frowned and went to check it. As he leaned down, he froze. Scratches, long, thin, jagged, marred the sill. Emily gasped. "What the hell?" Mark whispered, stepping back. They both glanced at each other, suddenly aware of how silent the house had become. Even the usual creaks seemed muffled. "Call the police?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. Mark shook his head. "If someone's just messing with us, I don't want to make them panic." He pulled out his phone anyway and dialed 911, speaking quietly. The dispatcher advised them to stay inside and lock themselves in a room until officers arrived. Emily nodded, and they barricaded themselves in the bedroom, putting a dresser against the door. Minutes stretched painfully. Then the sound came, a slow, deliberate thumping from the living room, followed by scraping against the walls as if someone was moving furniture. Emily clutched the blanket, feeling her body shake. The kids stirred, crying softly. Mark whispered reassurances, but his own fear was evident. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled violently. Emily screamed. Mark grabbed the baseball bat from under the bed. "Stay calm," he whispered, but his knuckles were white. The thumping grew louder, closer. Then the voice, low, cold, almost a hiss. "Open up." Emily's heart nearly stopped. Mark tightened his grip on the bat. "No," he said firmly. The voice laughed, a sound that sent chills down their spines. "You can't hide forever," it taunted. The police were on the way, but the operator's voice from the phone was barely audible over the pounding. The intruder's persistence escalated. Footsteps on the stairs, dragging sounds. Emily tried to comfort the kids, whispering that everything would be fine, though she didn't believe it herself. Mark swung the bat at the bedroom door, and the intruder shouted in pain. The doorknob twisted, jiggled, then froze. Silence fell for a heartbeat, broken only by the children's sobs. Then, suddenly, a loud crash from the kitchen, as if the back door had been forced open. The police arrived minutes later, though it felt like hours. They stormed in, weapons drawn, and Emily and Mark heard voices shouting. They were led out, still trembling as officers searched the house. Eventually, a man was caught hiding in the basement, holding a crowbar. He had no prior record, but a chilling note was found in his pocket. "I like knowing you're never alone." The Wilsons were shaken beyond belief. They stayed with relatives for a week before returning. The house felt different, tainted. Every creak, every shadow, every unknown noise made them jump. Mark installed a new security system, motion lights, reinforced locks, but the sense of vulnerability lingered. One evening, 2 months later, Emily was in the kitchen making dinner. She glanced out the window at the quiet street. The sunset was the same, the trees swaying gently, but something felt off. Across the street, she saw a cart where no cars usually were. Its lights were off. She froze, stomach tightening. It was just like before. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Miss me?" Emily dropped the phone. The blood drained from her face. Mark came in, and she showed him. He swore under his breath and grabbed the bat again. They called the police immediately, but when they arrived, the car was gone and the street was empty. The Wilsons never felt truly safe in their home again. Every sound, every knock at the door, every creak in the floorboards was a reminder that someone had already been there, and they could be there again. They moved eventually, but the fear followed them, quiet, unrelenting. Years later, Emily would wake in the middle of the night, convinced she heard someone whisper her name from the hallway. Mark would insist it was a dream, but deep down, they both knew some invaders don't need to break in twice. They leave a mark you carry forever. Even now, the thought of someone watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment, makes her heart pound. The Wilsons learned the terrifying truth. Home is not always a safe place. Sometimes the walls meant to protect you only hide the threat inside. Story the end.